決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me this?
Even my French neighbor.
Mia!
I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Incredible.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli.
Gratis ongkir, beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor.
Green light.
I mean, all the time.
Black light. Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli.
Download sekarang. Bas TV. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin, jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
ってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, 있습니다. Sure.
Everyone keeps asking,
Mia, can you show me that?
even my French neighbor.
Green light.
I mean, all the time.
Black light. Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli.
Download sekarang. Pas TV. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
張ってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, tingsamida. Sure.
Everyone keeps asking,
Mia, can you show me that?
even my French neighbor.
Green light.
I mean, all the time.
Black light. Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Wah, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli-beli. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
ってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah.
Two teams with black, red, and white will go head-to-head in our opening match of Week 3, Day 1, MPL ID Season 11. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's going to be me, Gani, Mirko, and as well as Arashi. Mirko, how are you feeling?
Feeling good, man. As usual, coming into this, it is Week 3. That means this marks the half-season point, where, again, MPL Indonesia will only be going for 6 weeks, so it's now or never for the teams to climb back up.
Man, oh man, Arashi, before we talk details, let's thank our sponsors here. MPL ID Season 11, powered by Moonton, presented by official tournament phone, Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, official mobile internet partner by Telkomsel, official gold partner by UBS Gold, partner in esports, Dunia Games, Grab, Secret Lab, Bleedly. Thank you so much. And official broadcast by Maxstream, broadcast partner by TVR Esports, partner Indomaret and Point Coffee, and supported by PBESE. SI, rather. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Now let's talk about details. Our opening match, GEEK SLATE taking on Alter Ego.
Ooh, there's a lot of history here because for the most part, GEEK has not been able to actually break the curse, right? They haven't been able to get a successful victory against Alter Ego, but that's only up till, I believe, the last season. So now things have changed, right? And I think in the minds of the audience, Alter Ego are the ones that have to prove themselves with the current situation because they have a lot of things they have to get ready, man.
They have to get ready, and you guys need to get ready as well to perhaps join us offline. Where to buy the tickets? Check Bleedly. Watch MPL ID Season 11 live and go get your ticket on bleedly.com. So scan the QR code below Arashi if you want to join us and perhaps take a picture of the players, take a picture of Mirko, or perhaps Arashi as well is always available.
Always. Arashi is always available for pictures, man. Always. Even when he's not here, he will drive here to get to you to take that picture. Anyways, though, speaking of this match, once again, GEEK SLATE versus Alter Ego. It feels like GEEK has improved so much in the last 2 seasons. And before these 2 seasons, it does feel like GEEK SLATE were just really struggling. I think even up till now, they have never made it to the playoffs since the franchise league started in Season 4, Arashi. So with this new lineup, it's still kind of iffy, unfortunately, right? We were hyping it up as well. This new roster not really delivering to our expectations just yet.
Well, they're currently in 6th place, and Alter Ego is in 7th place though. So right now, they have a chance to turn it around and actually make it out of the red zone. Because as we see right here, battle in the red zone, competing to avoid the abyss. Both these teams for sure will want to have a good start and try and secure a better position, because at this current state, every team is just so strong. You never know what's going to happen. So being in the red zone so early on in the tournament is definitely something that all the teams would want to try and avoid.
With the same record as well, so both teams will definitely go out here, Arashi. But there are a lot of changes already coming into Season 11 from both teams, right? A boy stepping in, delivering as well, performing on that mid lane. Like, it's just a very refreshing roster to see. And from the side of Alter Ego, though, what do you think? The change, is it positive or is it still shaky?
We're still trying to look at which is the actual go-to, the main lineup, because they have so many more options to play around with as far as players go, because they have the secret 2 Kanges, they have an option to try and surprise everyone else, and we still have to see, right, like who... I mean, Sully Boy, we talked about how he is one-dimensional, he always plays on those assassins, but he's shown to be able to perform really well on those fighters as well right now, so maybe this is a new, different Alter Ego that we're not prepared to see just yet.
Again, not just that, right? Duo Kage, obviously, but they also have a member that has yet to step foot on the stage just yet, Nino. Where's Nino at, right? Rizal has been popping off, but here I think we gotta talk a little bit about the maturity versus the future of the mid lane. A boy has been absolutely phenomenal. I think his pick here, the Faramis, has to be the standout, the best Faramis in the league.
So far, he's shown to be able to adapt his playstyle, so it's a complete different situation compared to Udil, who's been standardized, right? He always plays the burst mages, and he always enables his team to have that early game kill pressure. So now, against a boy who has shown that he can be utility, he can be aggressive as well, it just makes GEEK SLATE that much more dynamic, and so it's a bit of a tough situation for Alter Ego. Because do they want to try and do something different, or stick to what has worked so far? Because that is exactly what they have in form of Udil.
Talking about Faramis, right? The only match I saw, the only game I saw where they struggled to use on the Faramis is a match against the Eve. So perhaps if Faramis is going to be the pickup for the side of GEEK SLATE, maybe they should respond with a Eve pick.
A Eve against the Faramis. We'll have to take a look at the stats later on, but looking at a team head-to-head, it seems like for Alter Ego, the turtle control rate is the only thing they have, and even that is by a very slim margin. So GEEK SLATE's shown to be more flexible, but of course, we keep talking about how the fact that Alter Ego has so many secret weapons still available, as opposed to GEEK, who's shown a lot more of their weapons, and it's very flexible, but we have seen, for the most part, the majority of it. So I think Alter Ego, the ball is in their hands to try and surprise us with something that maybe the GEEK SLATE as well will not see coming.
I like your point there, right? For GEEK SLATE, what you see is what you get. This is the lineup. We've seen it. Just a 6-man squad that they have already rotated with Matt jumping in, Luke jumping in. That's literally the only rotation they can make. Meanwhile, for Alter Ego, they still have a lot of secret weapons. Maybe they started the season a bit off, but it's with new players. Kids in the jungle, Rizal in the gold lane, Rassi in the roam position. They've yet to place Psycho into the stage in the main lineup with Nino as well that we have seen. We have seen these two members perform in the MPL before, and they have always brought successful results to their team. And again, if we take a look at the charts just now, GEEK and Alter Ego as a whole, it's not like GEEK is a bad team. No, they got the fundamentals down to a T. Thing is, they get overconfident and they are very reliant on momentum. And I think you can see it here too, right? Based on the charts, you would expect Udil to just destroy a lot of mid laners in head-to-heads, but a boy is standing his ground here.
If you look at the stats that Udil has on top of a boy here, it's the teamfight participation as well as the death per match. So for Udil, I think it just shows that he's a lot more aggressive. And on that note, Mirko, on the momentum, on the pressure, right? For both these teams, if they're going to try and go toe-to-toe against each other, it all begin in the early game for sure. Take a look at a boy here, where he was able to actually just position himself in such a good spot. He knows what his team is trying to do, and here they get caught out of guard, but with the clutch Purify and the Cult Altar, he just manages to be that deciding factor for his team, and that seems to be the case here. Whatever the team needs to happen in that mid lane, a boy will find a way to deliver. Whereas for Udil, he does one thing and one thing only, and that is usually just roaming around and being aggressive. So it's just a fresh change, a fresh look for Geek Slate, being able to play it reactively on top of being aggressively on the hands of Beloy.
Very good facilitator here, it seems like, from a boy of Clash of Styles, because as we all know, Udil, he likes to play aggressively, quote unquote. So is it going to be a problem? Is it going to be a very, is it going to be the X factor here, that aggressive play style and the mid laner facilitator here from a boy?
Geek Slate, again, when we take a look at a boy, he's a team player. That's what we need to highlight here, right? He literally plays for his team, for Chidera, enabling all these other members to really pop off. Even Beloy and Natalia, he wouldn't have been able to dish this much damage out if a boy wasn't the facilitator. And I think this guy has changed Geek Slate for the better. It was Elzura in Season 10, and a lot of people said Elzura is the weak link in Season 10. I think I agree with his very shallow hero pool. So what a boy brings here is some carry potential, but most importantly, facilitating his team, acting as a playmaker to enable all these crazy mechanical plays to happen. But on the other side, Arashi, like you mentioned, Udil, he likes to take things into his own hands.
Well, you can see with his signature pick, the Farsa, as well as the June we saw earlier, he always has no issue being in the front lines, taking damage, doing all these risky maneuvers on a hero that's usually a lot more conservative, a lot more passive. So he goes in and he enables his team with that kind of burst damage in the early game. And afterwards, he's also very good at positioning himself. And sometimes he puts himself in the line of fire for his opponents. But even if that happens, it always comes at a price. And even here, right, you can see that he just ends up baiting out a lot of members to try and shut him down. And that in turn allows his team to find more objectives. So he seems to be the linchpin of the entire operation, being also a bait, an engage tool, as well as a counter-engage tool. And that just shows, again, his experience, right? He knows where to position. He's always in the right place at the right time, even though initially some of his maneuvers does seem a bit more random. If you look at his remarkable hero, it's going to be that Farsa. And the stats, they're not too impressive so far, but I think the consistency is what we need to highlight here. He's always feared, and I think a lot of times when he gets banned out, when he gets targeted, that's where Alter Ego seems to falter quite a bit.
One thing that Udil, I feel like, has the edge is the experience, no doubt, right? Udil, a lot of experience, a lot of knowledge that he has from playing Mobile Legends. That should be the main focus from Udil to somehow exploit a boy in that mid lane head-to-head. But let's take a look here at the situation in the Geek Slate and as well as the keys to victory here.
Here's the victory by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Chidera winning the matchup in the gold lane. It's so important for gold laners to get ahead these days, and Chidera has shown that with the right tools, he always finds ways to pop off. And let's say his team plays away from him, they have to ensure that he has a winning matchup to try and facilitate that mid to late game, because Chidera is for sure one of the main tools that they rely on for the damage, because occasionally, especially if a boy, the man in question, plays for utility, they need someone to pick up the slack in the damage department, and Chidera is the man they all go to by default. But of course, on the other side, the key is the victory by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G for Alter Ego. Don't let Beloyski and a boy get their power heroes. We talked about the flexibility, we talked about the dynamic situation here, where if Beloy is full utility, a boy can deal damage, and if Beloy is going for some damage, like a Natalia, for example, a boy can also transition. So if both of them get limited and they get put in something more set in stone, less flexible, I think Alter Ego can stand toe-to-toe with them in the mechanics department.
Very good point. I like that. Those 2 points should be the main focus from each team. But did you see something, Mariko?
I did.
Did you see the picture, Rashi? I saw, not Rizal.
It's Nino.
It's Nino. What do you think if this roster is going to be true?
Well, I think for Rizal, he's a bit more of that carry, right? Meanwhile, Nino, he's also the carry, obviously, in the gold lane, but he takes things a bit differently. I think he's a bit more aggressive. When Rizal is a bit more defensive, plays it passively, you have Nino, who likes to go guns blazing, even on something like the Beatrix.
So it's going to be very crazy. And perhaps for you guys, ladies and gentlemen, after watching MPL ID Season 11, don't miss the excitement of watching the latest movies. Latest movies at Cinepolis Cinemas with 7.1 visual and audio all around you. Quality. There's a discount of IDR 20,000 exclusively for MPL ID fans. Just use the promo code CineXMPL to get the discount when purchasing on Cineplay's website or app. So what are you waiting for? Let's go, Mobile Legends buddies. Get your tickets now and experience the sensation of watching the latest movies with 7.1 visual and audio all around you. Quality. So yeah, check it out. But back to this match. Nino, Mirko touched on Nino. I want to hear your thoughts, Mr. Analyst.
Well, Rizal has shown that he has good moments as well, highlights even in the previous matches, but of course he lacks in experience, and Nino is the man that back then was the rookie, was the one questioned in the experience department, but that has changed now. He's been in the MPL for quite a bit, and he is one of the signature power players in Alter Ego, so if he actually makes an appearance here, it's gonna be a big deal, and for sure the Alter Ego fans are just ecstatic waiting for a familiar face. But for now, let's take a look at GEEK SLATE. A boy, Luke actually, Tudera, Janacuti, and Beloyski. So Matt will not be in the picture for now.
It's not going to be Matt. It is going to be the, I feel like, main five from GEEK SLATE. Let's see here. I want to see from Alter Ego.
Yes, it is.
It's going to be Nino, Udil Pai, Nino, Selly Boy, and as well as Rossi. So apart from Leo Murphy, it's just their main five last season, Mirko.
It is, man, and this is the Alter Ego you need to be worried about. This is the guns blazing Alter Ego. And on that note, I think it's time to welcome back the man in the gold lane. It's Nino leading the pack as well with the squad. Welcome the uncrowned kings, Alter Ego.
Alter Ego, looking happy, looking confident, and I feel like they are ready. And ooh, beat the haircut from Rossi. It seems like with the new haircut, perhaps new trends, new patterns will be there forward side of Alter Ego.
Might be a Pakiro foreshadowing, Mirko. Keep in mind, Alter Ego is just that dynamic, but they're up against, at this point, a team equally as dynamic, walking to the stage right now.
Tudera leading the pack. If you have Nino on the other side, we have the new kid on the block. Tudera, welcome, GEEK SLATE.
Again, another team with red, black, and white looking to somehow secure that playoff spot. Jana, I feel like for the most part, needs to step up in this game. A lot of shaky performances from Jana, and in this match, he cannot make any mistakes.
Against a team like Alter Ego, and now with Nino instead of Rizal, like Mirko mentioned, if you were worried before, you gotta be even more worried now, but the coaches are the ones that have to try and predict what's gonna happen here, because it's gonna be a lot of fireworks if we assume both teams are gonna be playing the same way we expect them to. Coach Nafari plus Coach Ren on the other side. Love to see what they can come up with.
The small micro changes, I believe, for Alter Ego have really impacted the way they played and the way that they found success in week number 2. Nafari moving to that head coach position, having a bit more to say in the draft and in how the players just play around the map, right? It shows that they're going back to their roots. They're going back to their identity, which is play aggressive. And that may be the reason they brought Nino back into the lineup. They want to utilize that signature Alter Ego aggression to get awesome results.
Let's see, of course. And with that in mind, take a look at the phones. The players are going to be using Samsung Galaxy A23 Series 5G. So get the details and share the epic. Starts from 24th of February. Check it out. Enjoy exclusive offers, cashbacks, everything. Samsung insurance guarantees Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order it now. Get installments and check it out. Level your epic game with Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G.
At Samsung.com/ID for sure. If you want to try and participate in the awesome phone, because now on stage with such an aggressive lineup, I think Nino is definitely going to take advantage of those mechanics available to him right now.
For those of you, take a look at your screen right now. For those of you who are playing Mobile Legends, there's going to be good news. MPL ID Season 11 has entered its third week, so don't miss out on supporting your favorite team or watching your favorite team play. You want to play it too, right? So make sure you look cool using your favorite heroes and skins, and don't forget to check the quota before playing, so don't run out of data in the middle of the match. This is going to be the perfect timing because there's going to be a promo from Dunia Games for you up to 3 gigabytes quota every time that buy items or vouchers for Mobile Legends. Every time, Arashi. Hurry up and buy it on duniagames.co.id or on the Dunia Games app.
Wow, even here you see the booth, the Telkomsel booth, where you guys can get promos for your diamond purchases as well. Absolutely amazing, so go ahead and check it out. But also, back to the point, the match that we have on hand, it's GEEK SLATE versus Alter Ego. Now, Alter Ego, with their new, or technically their old style, aggression, meeting up against a very aggressive GEEK SLATE as well. A team refined now with a boy stepping into the mid lane with a bit more playmaking capabilities for his team. How is this matchup going to play out, right? I think we're going to get one of the most, like, one of the games with most kills, with the most kills.
Well, when there's two teams wanting to go aggressive like that, you can either see a game with a lot of kills or a game with no kills at all, because both teams understand what their opponent needs to try and get the ball rolling. So I think for both these teams, the lane pressure for sure is going to be a factor, but afterwards, it's going to be on the crowd control and the roamer as always. Who can actually get the pickouts first? Who can supply enough lane manipulation to their laners to try and push the lanes out before they go for those big ganks that can be very massive in the early game when your team just knows how to snowball like Alter Ego and GEEK SLATE.
Well, enough talk for now, because let's focus on the drafts here, Arashi, Mirko. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's open up the drafting phase for Alter Ego and as well as GEEK SLATE. Paramis banned out, the hero that we've been talking about, that a boy uses so much, banned out here for our first game, as well as Fanny and Arlet. Very popular hero in the MDL here, Mirko, our Arlet.
Well, there you go, all right? That is the news. Officially now, Arlet is going to be available to play in the MPL. There was a 2-week grace period, as that's what happens with new heroes. Whenever it's updated, whenever a new hero gets put into the game, released, there's 2 weeks of grace period where you cannot pick that hero, but we have gone through that 2 weeks. MPL ID is now on the 3rd week, so Arlet is available. With that, it's banned out, but it leaves so many other heroes up for grabs. Just like this, the Fredrin and the Kaja leading into the carry and the Grok. 2 good picks up against GEEK SLATE, but the carry needs to be extremely careful here up against that Kaja.
Right now for GEEK SLATE, it's been a very intelligent, targeted banning phase here. The Farsa taken away from the side of Alter Ego, and with Kaja, as well as the Fredrin, that we've seen Saliboy rely on in the fighter jungle situation. I think it's going to be a bit tough for Alter Ego, but they do have the Grok that can be flexed around. So in a pure front to back, having a Valentina and a carry will ensure that they have a lot of damage, but it only depends if they can actually get a proper front to back team fight. With a Yve, Fredrin, and a Kaja, there's a lot of pick-up potential or chase potential from the side of GEEK SLATE.
So again, GEEK SLATE, it seems like they're not convinced that Grog, again, forcing, right? GEEK SLATE, they still want to limit the EXP laners options here. Banning out that Terizla, Alter Ego. What are they going to limit here? It seems like they should limit the marksman, limit the heroes for Chidera, and there you go, a Beatrix ban comes through. Now, perhaps a Brody ban comes next against the carry. Brody has a winning lane, so I feel like they should definitely ban that out, but R7 here, something to say.
Alter Ego without Liam Murphy has a big impact after all. Yeah, I think I agree with this. Without Liam Murphy, Alter Ego, this is what I assumed. Again, right? We gotta you know, take a look back in the preseason, because that's where R7 actually said it. Without Liam Murphy, Alter Ego kind of loses that identity, that aggressiveness that they usually have. The skirmishes, the fights, the picks that they go for early on. With Rassi, you just don't find that. Rassi is more of a passive roamer who plays towards the gold lane. Again, he's a facilitator. He's not the same kind of facilitator as Leo Murphy, and it really shows. The whole team needs to adapt with this new style of roamer that they got.
And without that aggression in the roaming position, we see that Alter Ego sometimes relies on Pi, but GEEK SLATE, they really identify that issue. They ban away 2 of the very strong laners, but Alter Ego will respond with the signature ban targeted towards Luke, so they believe that this Fredrin will be targeted towards the jungle for sure. I here, the man in question, has said that Rizal deserves to replace Nino because Nino sings too much without practicing. So, but now with him in the picture, this means that he has been practicing. So there's a bit of pressure on the side of GEEK SLATE, and they pick up that Laku Laku.
Very strong mid laner indeed here, securing a hero for Luke as well. One of his signature heroes, very aggressive, potentially a very carry frontliner, of course. And let's see the response from Alter Ego. It seems like they are. With that glue ban, it seems like it backfired.
Well, there we go. We're going to see the Yuzong and the Akai as well. So, GEEK SLATE predicted it right. That Grok, there's no way it's going to go into the XP lane. And like you mentioned, Gani, with the Brody wide open, it's a winning lane. It's a bully hero against the carry. GEEK SLATE can play around that gold lane to push that snowball even more, maybe even get some sieges down to get that mid lane or mid-game control, I should say. But back again, neutral objective-wise, it's Alter Ego who has it. This is going to be a very good game. Both teams with very, very visible win conditions.
Take a look at the audience prediction. You're 40% for GEEK SLATE, so Alter Ego is still the crowd favorite. But like you mentioned, both teams are very visible, very clear-cut win conditions. And I think so far, GEEK SLATE has more chances to dictate the action. So if Alter Ego want to try and contest that, they have to do so using pressure, using vision, so you can expect a lot of shoving happening in the early game.
So let's see, ladies and gentlemen, which team will strike first in our opening match of Week 3, Day 1? Is it going to be Alter Ego or is it going to be the GEEK SLATE? Let's see as we now are going to enter the portal, Land of Dawn. Here we go.
This is going to be a crazy game. I think it's very rare that we see a 50-50 draft, but that's what we have here in this game. Game number 1, into the Land of Dawn we go. Udel already with Rassi, utilizing that barrier to try to force the minions into the turret here. Well played by Alter Ego early on, getting more mid-control, just utilizing the Grok.
Once level 4 rolls around, it's going to be an interesting situation here, because for GEEK SLATE, that means that the Divine Judgment is available, as well as the real-world manipulation. But look at Udil going in. Luke gets taken very, very low, but not enough damage just yet. And for Alter Ego, like I was saying, with level 4 comes the Heavy Spin and the Black Dragon form. So the Dragon and, the Lord fights later on, as well as the Turtle fights early on, will be very interesting to see if this dynamic plays out how we expect it to, right? Pick off versus big team fight.
Two flickers, 2 spell resources rather. Petrifying Flicker was used from the side of Alter Ego Esports. Meanwhile, Luke was gonna spend that flicker top side. So with that resources out of play, let's see which team will grab the turtle first.
Well, in the mid lane, there's a bit of a skirmish here, but to answer your question, I honestly still believe it is worth it for Alter Ego. Look at how the waves has been placed in that XP lane. Pi will have a significant advantage as, the XP. He's going to get level 4 a bit faster as well against Luke for this neutral objective control, and he's going to save a bit more when it comes down to the mid control as well. Right now with Rassi, again, stopping those minions so that the minion wave from GEEK SLATE will crash into the turret.
For GEEK SLATE, though, you do wonder that with the limited amount of crowd control they have at their disposal, are they going to try and protect a boy in the back line from Pi, who will definitely be trying to dive towards the back line, or are they going to just go all in the front, and here we go.
There you go. Oh, it's actually a boy who takes it here with the real world manipulation. Sully Boy now jumping in. Luke going to be stunned up, but finds another stun as well with the Bravest Spider as he gets the shielding out as well. Luke is able to escape. Pi runs him down, but Luke picks up another. It's GEEK SLATE with everything on the board.
Very good response. GEEK SLATE wins that turtle, and take a look at them. They know they are ready with 5. They all know they are ready with just the team fight. Another perhaps initiation here from GEEK SLATE, but what a win, right? Turtle and the kills. 2-0 for now. Alter Ego Esports, they really need some serious compensation.
Well, that fight was interesting because Pi was trying his best to be the deciding factor, the deciding character in that fight, but with the Divine Judgment from Beloyski, he couldn't do much after going in with the Black Dragon form. So GEEK SLATE really times everything to perfection here, and Alter Ego must adjust. They need to make sure that they keep in mind how Beloyski can adjust and change up who he goes for the Divine Judgment on. and try and see if they can actually jump on a boy there, because he got a full channeled real-world manipulation in the previous fight.
Very good. Again, initiation here as the tempo will slow down. GEEK SLATE with this lead here, almost 2,000. It seems like they need to stay with the lead. They need to stay proactive, and it seems like the main focus is going to be the gold lane. Let's take a look at Alter Ego. Rossi opening up vision. With this kind of setup, GEEK SLATE, they really need to be careful here, because technically, even though it's a 4v4, but the setups, Alter Ego Esports might win this.
Doesn't look good for Alter Ego, right? I mean, in that turtle fight, this composition that they've built for themselves centers around neutral objective control, because they already have a losing lane in the gold side. So not getting the turtle, even getting 2 members picked off like that is definitely not what you want to look for here early on. But they're still going to go for the neutral objective contest now in that bottom lane currently, bottom side river. Luke clearing out the wave first. Meanwhile, Pi just sacrificing that entire minion wave to rotate a bit faster. We'll see if Alter Ego can utilize this, because Beloyski is jumping in with Divine Judgment. Finds Silly Boy. That's the heavy spin as well, but that's everything popped in the back line. Pi finding Petrify onto Chadera. As Chadera will fall, Nino is massive, but Luke finds a kill back with the Bravest Fighter. Now onto Udil, gets a stun down, but the real world inflation has been stolen away by the IMU. Jana walking back in, Luke with the double kills. Rossi is caught in the midst, flickers out to safety. Nino still looking for an opening in this team fight. GEEK SLATE disengaging, and honestly, taking the dub in this trade.
Again, GEEK SLATE, with the momentum that they have, it seems like they are just winning setups all around. And even though Alter Ego Esports won that Turtle Arashi, it's still GEEK SLATE controlling and dictating the map. Again, Jana QT goes in.
Good retribution by Jana QT, stealing the orange buff away and even might be able to walk out of here. Wow, Rasi with a slightly misplaced barrier there gets Jana away.
Wow, GEEK SLATE, they just play the fight really, really well, and they know their win conditions. Like we said, there's going to be a stun on the Pi, and the torn apart memory will take Pi's life away from him. And you can see that Alter Ego, they're trying to play around their win condition. They try to rotate faster, but after they rotate, they go on the objective, and that allows GEEK SLATE to initiate the fight on their terms instead. I think Alter Ego needs to try and go for the kills first, and that is exactly what they're doing in the bot side. Luke gets taken down.
Oh man, Jana even here in the mid lane, but again, I don't think GEEK SLATE are utilizing the Brody properly. They instead rotated the Brody up top. Sure, you do get to siege down turrets, but your main win condition here, you know, the main reason you pick up the Brody isn't just for sieges, but mainly it's to shut down the carry. The carry is 2-0-1. He's farming pretty well, and on top of that, he just got a turret down below.
Taking away at the items, right? I mean, Brody, you're right. Still, BOD on his ways, even though he has that extra penetration from that Fury armor, but he needs more farm here.
But Chadera with the Blade of Despair will be able to secure more kills, and with the Bloodlust Axe, Luke now will be more and more oppressive. Already 3-1. This means that Alter Ego needs to be even more passive in their playstyle, which is fine, because we see that Nino, if he's left alone, he can outdamage the roster of GEEK SLATE, and now this reactive playstyle, reactive engage from Alter Ego might be exactly what they need to try and catch GEEK SLATE off guard.
Well, that's the Black Dragon form. Luke going to be able to jump in with the Bravest Fighter. Beloyski finds the Flicker Divine Judgment onto Udil, flickering out from the Torn Apart Memory. Selly Boy picks up the turtle. Luke not able to distract long enough. Rossi flickering out. Nino doing the same thing right now. Flickers out to safety. No more dive from GEEK SLATE, and Alter Ego picks up a clean turtle take.
Finally, we see Alter Ego winning the trade there, getting the turtle, even though they didn't catch any member. But again, a very good and proper disengage.
We're looking for more here, though. Again, this is the siege potential that we expect from Chadera. Nino going to be taunted up, doesn't have the flicker. That's an easy kill with the Torn Apart Memory and the Appraiser's Ramp. Alter Ego going to be caught. Rassi staying a bit too long once again with the miscalculations, punished by GEEK SLATE. Mid lane, they're pushing it in, but they will not be able to find a trade.
I spoke too soon there, Arashi. As I said, Alter Ego Esports finally gaining back momentum, but GEEK SLATE with the proactiveness, they get Nino and top side. And bot side.
Alter Ego just requires so many things to go right for them to actually come out on top in these big fights. And they have so many big ultimates they need to try and prepare for GEEK SLATE. Whereas for GEEK, with the burst damage, with some of the small stunts they have, they can just go in aggressively like that. So Alter Ego needs to try and calculate those cooldowns and in that situation, if there's only 2 members against the rest of the full member of GEEK SLATE, they need to back away, man. It's just way too much burst damage that Nino can't really try and take just yet. Maybe with a few more items, he can try and take that risk, but for now, it's still GEEK SLATE dictating the pace.
Divine Judgment, but that's why you pick the Panda up. The heavy spin gets you out. It's a built-in Purify, and you knock everyone away. That's 2 big ultimates used up.
Well, again, GEEK SLATE here with the, I guess, again, proactiveness, right? They somehow baited that heavy spin as well, but take a look at the spells. They are also ready for a fight. 4 flickers are up and ready. Meanwhile, Lord is going to be up. Let's see, GEEK SLATE with this gold lead, they should have the better setup.
You have to keep your eyes on Luke right here because now he knows that he is the one that has to zone everyone and just surprise them. So Alter Ego, they're waiting for GEEK SLATE to make the first move, which is the formula that helped them get the upper hand in the previous fight. And they're waiting for a chance here, and GEEK does not fall for the bait. They take a more slow approach. They're waiting for a chance, and they probably will try and go for a pickoff before going for a full-blown team fight. Unless, of course, Alter Ego will try and pop that Black Dragon form and start things on their own terms.
They've completely given up mid-control, though. Look at this, Gani. Mid lane, completely ignored by GEEK SLATE. Now they're sending a boy, but with that mid-pressure, Alter Ego are going to have a bit of a better angle here to contest for the Lord. It's just a reset in the end by Rassi with a brilliant barrier.
It seems like Alter Ego Esports still here, not really convinced on their setup, trying to somehow bait the members of GEEK SLATE. And GEEK SLATE, they are right now with this lead, also confident in this Lord stance. Geek, take a look at Luke and Beloyski, trying to reposition themselves here, perhaps looking for a flank, but a better position from Nino.
Oh. Divine Judgment onto Rassi. That's the Roamer. 2 ultimates burns out for the Roamer. Pi now jumping in with a Black Dragon form, trying to find Chidera. Sillyboy jumps in with a heavy spin as well. Now Beloy going to be pinned down, flickering out to safety as Pi uses the Furious Dive defensively. The re-engage from GEEK SLATE as they jump in onto Pi, who's going to be taken down by the Torn Apart Memory and the basic attack from Luke. Alter Ego backing away. They've gone the mid lane turret, so that's a worth the trade. But now with no frontliner, GEEK SLATE will have more to say in this Lord take.
Honestly, a very good re-engage here. 5v4. Take a look at Luke.
Terrified, canceling the stun. Rassi looking for an opening. Doesn't have the... Oh, he does have the wall charge. Jumps on it. Jana looking for the steal right now, but Sillyboy out-retries Jana. 1 level ahead. Udal now dealing damage, getting Chidera down, and they disengage. What a fight from Alter Ego.
What a back and forth affair from both these teams. GEEK SLATE initially engaging onto the Roamer, trying to deny Alter Ego their engage tool, their front line, but afterwards, Pi gets taken out, trying to punish GEEK SLATE, and afterwards, even then, Sullyboy able to finally win a retribution battle despite everyone's doubts against him, and now with that play, Alter Ego has equalized in the gold difference. This might be exactly what they need. If you look at their composition, if they have a bit more gold to start rolling, especially in the pockets of Udil and Nino, they can do a lot of damage unless GEEK SLATE lands the right crowd controls onto the right members, right? If the Divine Judgment is not being used onto Udil or Nino now, and being used to try and limit Pi, that just means that Alter Ego has a lot more damage to dish out towards the other members of GEEK SLATE.
I saw hesitation as well, Arashi and Mirko, in that Lord take from GEEK SLATE. They're 5v4, and it seems like in the control, they aren't able to just dictate more. So GEEK SLATE now, they need to defend, and you're right, Arashi, take a look at Alter Ego. Gold momentum has now shifted to their side.
Good lane tier 2 as well. Going to fall here in the mid lane, but honestly, Arashi, we need to talk about the elephant in the room, Jana and his retries. So far in Season 11, just not on point at all. Real world inflation as well, popped in the bottom side, just to zone GEEK SLATE away. They're still standing in that real world inflation, taking the poke. But again, Jana, Retribution, Arashi.
It just hasn't been on point, and this man is well known for playing the assassins and carrying his team with high mechanical plays, but in the neutral objective situations, it really hasn't been as solid, and now the purple buff gets stolen away by Sullyboy, I believe. So GEEK SLATE, I mean, even in that fight, right, they lost the mid turret, I believe, because there's just so many macro plays, so many wave manipulations being used by both these teams to try and get an edge. If you take a look at the items though, a boy now has the glowing one, so this means that the weaker members like Rassi, Sullyboy, and Pi will have to be a bit more careful about that profile. Look at Sullyboy!
Oh, Divine Judgment not used just yet. Veloisky flickering out That's a defensive flicker. He can't go for more. Divine Judgment to get onto Rossi. That's the frontliner. Pi now jumping in onto a boy. Nino following it up with a flicker by himself. Boy now caught in the midst, but a boy will fall. Pi now looking for some damage as he does not have the Petrify. Will be forced to back away. It's Geek Slate with a dub. 2 for 1.
I feel like a very straightforward play here from the side of Geek Slate. They do not care here, Mirko. Even though it's Rossi, they just want to go in. They want to make the team fight favor them, and it's clear they got 2 for Silly Boy and Rossi for a boy. So still, I feel like that trade favors Geek Slate heavily.
It's still pretty okay, still pretty worth it, because for Geek Slate, their composition is geared more towards those pickoffs, so being able to try to deny Rossi before the fight even begins is a great maneuver, but now they try and rush the Lord now. This is kind of risky because Alter Ego is responding.
Oh, that's Jana with the Retribution. Beloy gonna fall. Luke very low. Nino jumping in once again. That's the RWM from a boy. The zone Alter Ego away. Geek Slate will take this win and they will back off. Very good decision making there, knowing that Silly Boy was down. They decided to disperse the Lord.
Looking at the player gold, by UBS gold though, Nino has been farming up a storm and Chidera ain't far behind, but at 14 minutes, now is where the carry starts being a more decisive factor compared to this Brody, right? The Brody can help securing the kills, especially with the pick-up gameplay for Geek Slate, but in the full-blown team fights, especially with the Lord in the picture, Alter Ego will have a lot more damage unless, of course, Nino gets picked out. So his positioning right now needs to be impeccable as Geek Slate makes a move and tries to work with this Lord right here to take as many turrets as possible.
A very good debut here for Nino, it seems like, in MPL ID Season 11. With this carry 4-1-1 at this point, and with carry, you're right, Arashi, it scales better if you compare it to Brody. So let's see Geek Slate on the offense. Alter Ego, can they withstand?
Divine Judgment bringing Rossi back as that's the heavy spin by Silly Boy. They're looking for the re-engages. Pi jumps in with the Black Dragon form, just zoning the members away. Nino caught low. Luke with a flicker back to seal the deal. Nino's down. Jana zoning the other Alter Ego members away. Geek Slate have cracked the base wide open. 2 base turrets now, even 3 with the mini waves taking it in the top side. Alter Ego in full defense mode as Geek Slate look for the end. That's a 2-man taunt. That's a torn apart memory. And Pi is going to be slain as well by the burst damage coming from Chidera. That's another stun onto Rossi. And this is it. Geek Slate will take game number 1.
Geek Slate, the Geeks strike first. For game 1, it seems like Nino, even though he performed well, but it's not enough to seal the win. Brody and friends, they managed to get in time and end that game, Arashi.
You can't help but be impressed at how Geek Slate is just so calculated in their approach right there. They know that in that late stage of the game, we just mentioned it, Brody gets outskilled by carry. So what do? They just go for the carry and ensure that it won't be a factor. And they succeed at doing so despite the fact that Alter Ego were playing around it, were expecting that kind of engage. And afterwards, instead of just rushing for the end, instead of just backing away, they identify the fact that they have a range advantage, so they just make sure that Alter Ego's members are forced to try and clear the waves as they slowly but surely poke them down, finish off the rest of the members, and go for that decisive finish in game number 1. So Alter Ego are completely outsmarted here, I must say. The Geeks, in true Geek fashion, has outwitted Alter Ego.
Again, the evolution from this team has been displayed again in opening game of week 3, where Geek Slate, even though Jana misses a couple of retributions, overall they have a better team fight, they have better coordination, and again, I gotta say, our boy was a monster on that eve.
He's always been a monster, right? And he keeps improving. We're seeing his progression live as Geek Slate takes the dub in the first game. Well played by Geek Slate, but Alter Ego with a lot of weird mistakes coming in. A bit too aggressive at times, and losing Silly Boy right before the Lord spawns. He just gave over Geek so many more opportunities to punish them. Alter Ego at one point were able to withstand that early game pressure, that mid-game pressure even.
I think it just comes down to the fact that one of the big factors is Silly Boy not being on the Fredrin, right? On the Akai, he can still do the same great work in the neutral objective department, using the heavy spin to try and secure those objectives, but he doesn't have the same kind of aggression and the same kind of ganking potential that he had on that Fredrin. And keep in mind, he was constantly being ganked on engaged on by Beloyski on that Kaja, so he can't really be as aggressive as he wanted to. And I think that hesitation to go in together is what is so annoying for Alter Ego, because at any point you see that occasionally Pi goes in, but the team isn't there to support him, and then sometimes it's Selly Boy. So it just seems like the back and forth maneuver coming in from GEEK SLATE just confuses Alter Ego in when exactly is the right time to pull the trigger, especially because their ultimates are just so important to try and manage in those late game situations.
Yeah, on that note, Rashi, very good analysis, but with just one flicker, Luke is able to shut down and secure game 1 for GEEK. In the bot side during the siege, Luke again isn't not afraid to be taken down. And let's take a look at the items here to see the details of what happened in game 1.
Well, first of all, for a boy, he went for the wands first and then the enchanted talisman, I believe. So he understood the importance of him being a secondary damage dealer, because if you look at his team, right? Of course, there's Luke and Chidera, but that's all burst damage. The real DPS comes from a boy right here. So I think that decision to try and reduce mana regeneration for more damage actually pays really well for GEEK SLATE against Alter Ego. And if you look at the items, Nino already with 5 items, the Wind of Nature as well, to try and outmaneuver the Torn Apart Memory. But in that last fight, it's just so, I don't know, methodical for GEEK SLATE that even with all the counter tools technically available for Nino, he is still taken out he's the first casualty in the last team fight, which is not ideal to say the least, right? Your gold laner needs to be the one that survives to output that kind of damage.
Maybe that's why he hasn't been playing, right? Sure, his aggressive style worked in previous seasons with different heroes in the meta, but with a hero like Carrie, so easily punished with that very short range that she has in her kit, you could see it happen. You could see him get punished almost instantaneously. He went in a bit too early, prematurely, didn't calculate how many resources the opponents had, and like we saw, one flicker from Luke with the last Bravest Fighter smack was able to take him down. That was beautiful. And obviously, Chidera on the Brody. I questioned him a bit with his rotation in the 5th minute towards that top side. Gave Nino the opportunity to kind of come back, right? He got a lot of gold, he got a kill, and even a turret. Even getting the gold lead for some time, but with that pressure they had in the top side, they were able to utilize it so well, and they were able to take that bottom lane turret almost basically instantaneously too, right after. So it ended up working for GEEK SLATE.
I think that also shows that that's a mistake kind of for GEEK SLATE, and it does show because Alter Ego, despite having the quote-unquote later team composition, they're still able to withstand the mid-pressure for quite a bit. But I think at the end of the day, once GEEK SLATE notices a chance, an opportunity, they really don't hesitate at all to try and commit and get the full benefit there. Like we saw, they got one pick off, they go for all the turrets, and just like that, they just go for the end directly. So they just understood what needs to be in place for them to get that victory. And I think that is something that GEEK SLATE has shown again and again. So Alter Ego, knowing that this is the case now, needs to be very careful in showing any kind of weakness, any kind of opportunity against GEEK SLATE, because for sure, they're going to try and identify that and capitalize on that opportunity.
I do agree. I feel like Alter Ego, they couldn't find the right opening, and that's where I feel like the problem comes from. Rossi on this Grok, I personally feel Rossi as a roamer, he needs to step up. He needs to be in sync with his team, with his gold laner, if not with his mid laner. And it sometimes show, but it's just, all I see is just a total disconnect in game 1, which of course, from the side of GEEK SLATE, they managed to just exploit that. Boy and Beloyski, they're totally connected, and it's just from then and there, GEEK SLATE, even though they were behind in 1 point, they knew that they can turn the game around from that connection.
Good punish almost every single time, right? I think there was one time where GEEK SLATE kind of miscalculated when they utilized the Divine Judgment onto Rossi, but I think aside from that one time, every single time they use the Divine Judgment on Rossi, it works out for them super well. Rossi, like you mentioned, quite disconnected from the team. He's opening up too far where he's isolating himself even before the Divine Judgment, so the Divine Judgment just basically punishes him for being too overextended. He's not engaging in these team fights. He's the one getting picked off, and he's the one who utilizes the wild charge defensively in this team fight. You need to understand that your composition works if you engage first. This is what your dive comp does.
And if you think about it, right, he has the crowd control immunity, but he was unable to use it effectively because he keeps getting caught with the Divine Judgment. And of course, part of that is how Beloy is able to just mind game him, right? Act like he's about to go for the Divine Judgment and then not go for it, and the next time actually go for it and keeps Rossi guessing how to go in. I think the solution was just to actually sit back, relax, wait for Geek to actually go for the objective first and then let Pi do his magic, right? This man, if you just allow him to go in the back line, he's just pure chaos that cannot be controlled that easily. And even if they did, we saw that at one point, Beloy was able to use the Divine Judgment onto Pi afterwards, but at that point, the damage was already done. So I think that could be something that they can try and adjust to and do in the next game. But the MVP by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G is gonna be Janna QT on this Fredrin, man. 0 deaths, 86% kill participation, and it was a great performance, man. He was allowing his team to get a lot more control, being aggressive with his positioning, and look at the items, by the way. He rushed the Sky Garden helmet so he can be on the map as much as possible and have maximum presence in the neutral objective take.
Overall, just a solid and consistent performance in Game 1, right? 2-0-10, that's a very, very good stat, and as well as even though couple of times he missed those retribution, but doesn't really impact on that loss. Sure, overall, just a very, very clean and sharp performance by Janna.
Well played, right? I mean, one missed retry can cost you the game, but in that case, it didn't. It was the first Lord, so it was a mistake that could happen. Again, he was on a hero that was, you know, it's a losing matchup in these neutral objective takes. You know, it's the Akai versus the Fredrin. Still though, when it mattered, he was able to find those retributions, securing the Lord, enhanced one for his team. Now, we're going to take a look at the heat map, Arashi, all the way from the start of the game until the 5th minute.
You can see that he actually has no qualms going into the jungle of Alter Ego as well, trying to extend that pressure, knowing that they have more pickoff, more catch, more burst damage. He just tries to find as many opportunities as possible to initiate those pickoff gameplay. But afterwards, let's take a look at this highlight here, where GEEK SLATE, they were just doing so well. And look at here, it's so impressive how back and forth these fights are, because we already mentioned it, both these teams are very, very aggressive, but without Nino in the picture, I think these prolonged fights, Alter Ego need to back away from. And here, you see it again, right? Nino is alone there, not participating in the fight when his team is still struggling to try and get that early game dominance. So Alter Ego might be lacking in a bit of synergy as of right now, and that is what GEEK SLATE is able to use to exploit, because even here, Pi gets left outside in front alone, then afterwards, in this Lord take, you can see that with the right positioning, with the right factors in play, Alter Ego can win fights, but here they all go for a boy and they lost 2 other members as a result. And even here, Nino just not getting the right protection, the right peel, because there is still a heavy spin in the hands of Selly Boy, but it was not used to protect Nino in the late game. So I feel like they have to try and discuss a bit more how they want these fights, this early game, these rotations to go, because it seems like it's just the small things, right? That it's not coordinated and planned out beforehand.
Yeah, they need to find the connection here in Game 2 if they want to force a Game 3. But overall, a very sharp, again, execution from the side of GEEK SLATE. If they are able to replicate the same play, I feel like it's going to be a clean sweep here. 2-0, very, very fast. What do you think, Mirko? What changes before we dissect deeper from the analysts? I want to hear your thoughts here entering pre-Game 2.
Well, you know, again, it comes down to just the basics, right? I think in the draft, they already had a pretty solid one. They picked up the carry early, therefore basically leaving. They were okay with sacrificing the gold lane matchup, right? They knew without banning the Brody, it's 100% going to be picked up, or another bully hero will be picked up like a Melissa. Either way, they are sacrificing the gold lane. They pick up a good lane matchup against the Lapu, which is the Yuzong, but they didn't utilize it. We saw that early on. They ganked the XP lane, but other than that first moment with Udil almost killing Luke, I think there was no presence in that XP lane. They didn't utilize their winning side, and instead, they went into the gold lane, the losing lane, the carry, who can really just, you know, farm on himself, get gold by himself.
And with that being said, they need to look for gold, and at UBS Gold. Coming soon, limited edition UBS Gold merchandise collection XMPL. It's going to be available on the ubslifestyle.com. It's going to be on their website and e-commerce UBS Lifestyle. So, ladies and gentlemen, please make sure to check that out. It's going to be collab soon, and I bet it's gonna be hella crazy.
It is. It surely is going to be, right? So, again, understanding the winning conditions so that they can grab the victory, Gani. Just like you guys back at home can grab what?
Ooh, you can definitely grab app as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, support your teams, your favorite team here. Meanwhile, ordering a grab. Take a look at the stand. It is here offline. Oh my God. Take a look. It's going to be vouchers up to 90%. Use the promo code grb.to/MPL or you can just scan the QR code below. Now, before we talk about you, Arashi, right? I want to hear just a slight thought because I'm a little bit thirsty. Honestly, I'm a little bit thirsty. I feel like I need caffeine here very, very soon. But please touch on the second match before we enter the drafts.
Second game, rather. Yeah, for the second game, like Mirko mentioned, I think going for the winning lanes for sure is something they can use to their advantage because we know that in this situation, usually we don't go towards the losing side because now, if you, let's say it's a 5v5, right? If you know that there's a losing side, if you pull away from the losing lane, there's a chance that the winning 4 members can actually win in that situation. And understanding that they have an Akai, they have a Yuzong, right? These are really strong early game heroes, a Valentina as well. So I think they could have played more around that. And if they do so, we've seen that it's able to actually open up a lot of space for the gold lane to farm. It's just exactly what Mirko was talking about.
As well.
So I think it comes down to, again, the coordination and knowing the plan, right? The big picture. Of course, in the fights, everyone has their own roles to do and they have their own thoughts on what to do. But the big picture, how the team needs to work and rotate towards the main objective, I think Alter Ego needs to try and narrow down on that. Because on the flip side, GEEK SLATE is very solid on that department, right? They play around the gold lane. They go for the pick-off gameplay like they know they should. And even afterwards, with a man advantage, they have no issue at all abusing the range advantage they have with the torn apart memory and the Yves pick. So I think it's just a clash of different styles that GEEK SLATE just is shining so much better right now.
Yes, they should definitely replicate their success in Game 2 from Game 1, but it seems like Alter Ego will still be on their blue side. And take a look at the bans here already. Respect towards Udil. You're gonna ban out that Barca still, but Alter Ego, Valentina, so it's just the same picks here for both teams and as well as Vans. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, but Alter Ego still, again, even though they lost in Game 1, still the same approach. What do you think of this, Arashi?
Oh my God. Yo, Arashi, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But it broke clearly for Alter Ego.
Well, they were able to actually get a bit of an advantage, right? In the previous game, kind of. They were able to equalize and even take a lead in the gold department. So I think they believe that they can just make a small adjustments. Like you mentioned, Mirko, they did feel like they have a solid draft earlier, and they were able to actually capitalize on the strong points. So they were trying to go for the same draft, it seems like, but GEEK SLATE understand that that's the case. They ban out the Yuzong, but this also means that one of the EXP players they banned earlier, the Terizla or the Dyreth, will be open for Pi.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's an incredibly crazy lane, right? If they leave the Terizla open, I think they're going to ban the Terizla. I think leaving the Dyreth... Oh... If they do that, it leaves Alter Ego to pick up a very scary combo. I think banning the Dyreth might be the better option here, but they go for the Terizla. Now Alter Ego actually have the option to pick up the Dyreth Paquito lane. Sully Boy on an assassin, a playmaker, a carry hero, and Pi as well. With this kind of comp, if they do go for that, they can actually put a lot of focus into the XP lane, getting the snowball from the top side and leaving Nino to play weak side all alone. And I think that's the right adjustment that Alter Ego needs to make. They're making the small micro adjustment, Arashi.
Well, in this level, you don't have to adjust too crazily. Like you mentioned, banning out the Terizla, so small things, like you mentioned in the first game, it wasn't big factors that led to Alter Ego's defeat. It was the small factors that all added up in the right moment. So they're trying to make that adjustment. They ban out the Brody as well now, trying to secure a safer, more reliable laning phase for Sully Boy. So this can work out, but for GEEK, I feel like they're gonna identify this attempt and try and change up their picks as well. We saw that in the previous game, it was the Lapu Lapu and Brody here, but without the Brody available, they can still go for the Lapu that was able to dive in
glue.
and
Glue
deny Sully Boy. The glue can work, but it's going to be that Lapu, man. It's just a lot more dynamic, a lot more aggressive damage coming in from Luke, the man himself.
Now, a different story though. Alter Ego, last time round they banned out the glue. Now they can pick up for themselves, perhaps creating that same pressure in that lane against the Lapu. And to add to that, last time round they picked up Nakai. Will they pick up another Nakai here?
I don't think so. I think right now with the Tyroth left open, that's the only hero that I've seen Pi on, right? I mean, sure, they can go for the Esmeralda technically. It's going to be a bit scary though. You can outlane the Lapu early on the Esmeralda, bully her, bully him. I just think like just going for the Tyroth Paquito is an option that they need to utilize this time around. Getting Sully Boy on a comfort pick, and let's see if they go for it. They don't. They go for the Kadita.
And glue.
And the glue.
Okay, so it's gonna be a Grok jungler or Valentina jungler here.
Should be Grok
Wait a minute.
jungle.
I think Grok jungle makes more sense, and we've seen how oppressive a glue can be towards your back line, and considering there is one main back line that can be the main target for Alter Ego, this can work out. But now the final pick for Geek Fam here will...
Irithel. I like Irithel, brother.
How it's gonna go? It should be some strong laner right here to try and maybe facilitate the ganks coming in from the Yve or the Kaja.
Should be the Melissa, honestly. The Irithel can be an option if you're looking just to get mobility, but Irithel is completely useless in this game right now. And yeah, it will just be the Melissa. Honestly, like the Irithel, I tried playing Irithel. It's just don't pick Irithel, kids. It's not good.
It's not good.
Horrible.
Okay, but ladies and gentlemen, this is gonna be the drafts for Game 2. Will Geek Slate clean sweep Alter Ego, or Alter Ego, will they have a say in Game 2? Composition-wise, I see your thinking here, Rashi. Spill.
I think that on the base level, Geek Slate does not have to do anything too crazy. On the, in a sense, they have the same kind of composition, but now they have more teamfight presence here. And for the side of Alter Ego, they have more teamfight presence as well. So I think there's going to be more close teamfights. But overall, having the Kaja and the Yve and Fredrin, I think Geek Slate will have a lot more ways to initiate the fight. And we've seen that the team that makes the first move generally has a bit of a lead. So I think I'm gonna side with Geek on this one.
Well, Land of Dawn, here we go. Well, do you agree with Arashi? Do you like Geek's composition better, or do you have other opinions here as we again enter the Land of Dawn, witnessing Game 2 here, Mirko?
I agree. You know why?
Why?
Melissa. There you go.
Just Melissa.
There you go.
Okay, we'll have to see if he's using the skin, right? If he's using the Melissa skin.
I think he should use the skin.
Well, skins get wins. That's definitely a factor here, but already in the mid lane, we already expect this, right? A lot of contest in the pressure, but with a Grok in the jungle, this means that Sully Boy can just interfere with the lanes, with the lane and the pushes. So maybe Alter Ego will have a better time trying to just out-rotate Geek Slate, but of course, we'll have to see if they try and be reactive. And right on cue, man, is the Mobile Legends X Jujutsu Kaisen skin that's being used by Chidera right here.
It's up and available in game as well. Check it out. And if you don't have all the skins, Mirko is gonna punish you.
No, you just need to get the Nobara skin.
Okay.
The best girl you're seeing on screen right now. And
the Gojo skin.
Honestly, here... Okay, nerd. Anyways, here, I'm joking. Every skin is amazing, honestly, for the MLBB X Jujutsu Kaisen. But speaking of this matchup, Arashi, it's so good for the Melissa because of that poke, right? The thing is, the carry can't really do much in this position. In the bottom side, though, you can already see a maneuver here with the winning side from Alter Ego. They understand it, and they're already utilizing it better.
In the early game, without the sustain coming in from the Bloodlust Axe, Luke is going to struggle so hard, especially before the ultimate is even ready. So he, without the Flicker now, is very, very vulnerable. And you can see that he just adjusts accordingly. So Geek Slate being suppressed a bit more, but like you mentioned, in that gold lane, Chidera will be able to dictate what's going on, unless on the other side, Pi will be able to make a play.
Split, bringing Janna away. Sully Boy on the turtle for now as Luke and Beloy tries their best to distract right now. It's a 50-50. Boy again finds the first turtle. It's deja vu to game number 1. They even pick up the kill just like game 1.
What is going on? What is this guy on? Luke, again with the steal. Geek Slate, same story as game 1. They won that first turtle, and there you go. Geek Slate with the early momentum. But take a look at the talent's prediction. It's all Geek except Ranger and Mouse.
Wow, he's a true believer, so we'll see if it pays off. We've seen this before when he's the only one getting on the other team. But now, Rossi will try and make a play here. Chidera is in a difficult spot.
That's the Melissa dead. No go away. Very aggressive. Too aggressive. Not respecting the Kadita kill pressure. And again, it's Alter Ego back equal on the board. Remember, Melissa is a winning lane, but Melissa is a very vulnerable target to any sort of dive if she doesn't have that go away. Good play by Beloy and Jana though. They're trying their best to just stop this from happening. The punish from Alter Ego from shoving that wave in. Beloy is just holding that entire wave for Chidera.
Again here, Geek Slate, they are trying to regain their momentum, trying still to control the game, but take a look at mid-side.
Real world inflation, lock in Sully Boy, taunt as well. Jana looking for the Appraiser's Rat, just a few more hits, but Sully Boy uses the Retribution, gets out, and even picks up the lethal.
Sully Boy just performing on these fighters, but look at the player gold by UBS Gold with Chidera dominating on top and Nino following not far behind. I think the gold lane is just so critical and Chidera is showing that he has a bit of a lead, but at this point I feel like they need to try and extend that lead even further and maybe gank the lane a bit more. They have some wave control to try and dictate the pace unless...
Wow, beautiful play there. The wild charge into the wall. Sully Boy with the engage. And I think this is how it works. Rossi, a bit more reactive as a roamer. If you have an initiator on your team, Rossi can just follow up.
Now let's see the setup again. The second neutral objective. Who will grab it? 4v3.
It's still the turtle getting poked down. Geek Slate on the top side now. Pi rotating as well. Beloy with Divine Judgment, going for it, is able to lock Sully Boy in place as that's the go-away place as well. Pi cannot dive in the back line as this is going to be isolated amongst these members. A boy has rotated back in. The team fight might look good for the side of Geek Slate as they're looking for it. That's the RWM, locking him in place as Pi gets taken down by Luke. It's Geek Slate with the gold lead once again.
Not a good start for Alter Ego here, Arashi. Pi rotated from the bot side for that turtle assist, but he gets taken down 0-0. What do you think that they can do to turn the game around?
They have to try and be more coordinated in these fights, man, because they got just split apart completely by Geek and their dive potential there. Now they go for a play onto Beloyski. It might not be enough, so Beloyski will be able to survive. And Alter Ego, they're just trying to grasp at the straws here, try and find a winning play, but Geek Slate is not giving them any at all.
Definitely not. It's going to be tough. Again, for Geek Slate, they have the go away. If Chidera utilizes that properly, all the dive that Alter Ego have, the catch potential, is basically gone, Donnie.
Okay, let's see. A play here. Will they commit to this?
Jana still very healthy here, but that's a lot of damage placed in. Jana, with the help of Luke, it's actually the bravest fighter popped in. Sully Boy is going to be the target here as Rossi rotates back. 2v4, they're still surviving somehow, buying so much time for the team. And yes, it's a 2-for-0 for Alter Ego, but the topside turret has been taken down. Players can respawn, but turrets will not.
I don't know about that.
Would that be enough? Because Geeks were ahead in gold, and now they actually gave up 2 kills for no real reason, right? So they did trade an objective because of those 2 kills, but you have to question how worth it is, considering that they're the ones dictating the action here. They're the ones that can engage the fights first, instead of Alter Ego just going for the fights. But on that note, like you mentioned, Mirko, Rossi not really engaging too often in the first place. I guess that's where Sully Boy on the fighter with a killer instinct comes in, right? He initiates the fights first, and then Rossi can be more adaptive, maybe a bit more reactive how he wants to play it out. But Geek now, with a window of opportunity, goes for the turtle, gets it without any contest.
Yeah, again, I guess a similar story from Game 2. But take a look at Nino here, bot side. Finally, Alter Ego, they gain some sort of a compensation. Sure, Geek Slate still with 1,000 gold lead, but Alter Ego Esports, they are still fairly behind here. Gladly, thankfully, they got that 2 kills earlier. But without that, I mean, even with that, Geek Slate is still in control.
You can still see that Beloy is looking for something here. And if you guys are looking for the exclusive UBS Gold merchandise, you can look no further than their official website. So check it out. But now you can see that Geek just waiting for a chance. And the boy also has that Ice Cream's wand right here to try and ensure they can get a catch.
Bravest fighter Beloy flickering in. Doesn't want a Divine Judgment. A bit too late, but the barrier locks them in place. A beautiful play by Sully Boy to even up the odds once again. Wow, that barrier beautifully placed to stop the Divine Judgment Flicker combo from Beloy.
Wow, again, a very smart play. Last two exchanges, actually, Alter Ego Esports won that trade. So, Kadira now, is she activated here?
Well, that fight was just a bit weird for GEEK SLATE. We talked about how everything seems so calculated, so planned out, but there, even the timing of the flicker, right? There was a bit of a delay from the first flicker and the second, so it seems like it was a bit of a spontaneous play. And Alter Ego now, with the pressure, they're going to go for Luke, but he will try and fight back.
Good maneuvers here to get out of that Breath of the Ocean now. With some reinforcements, they will be able to clear out the wave. Top side as well, you can already see the Melissa pushing that wave. They're already looking for some things on the map, getting more pressure here, noticing that Alter Ego are going to have to rotate back into the mid lane. They are trying to cut Alter Ego's rotation off with the siege in the mid lane. RWM as well. Pi going to be suppressed and taken down. Janna picks up that kill. Chadera sieging the turret down. Good response in the back line. Rossi with the Breath of the Ocean, but a boy with a beautiful Purify gets out. Here, Luke jumping in with Bravest Fighter now. Onto Rossi. Might be able to punish him. Rossi, no rough ways, but has the oddity. Gets out in time. Luke baited in, and Nino picks up the kill back. GEEK SLATE looking for the Lord now, already at half HP. This might be it. It's going to be a 50-50. Sellyboy going to be knocked up. Chadera dealing the damage right now as he jumps in with the puppet as well. The go-away plays down. Sellyboy is out. Janna picks up the retry, and Chadera is massive. He jumps back in. Another jump, but Nino picks up the kill. It's still GEEK SLATE with a massive advantage though.
Wow, the Nerds here is back in town, and now with their momentum lead, GEEK SLATE, they are trying to push the waves. Sellyboy down, Alter Ego Esports. What happened to Rashi?
Both teams just taking so many risks right there. Alter Ego, I guess they thought that they have the numbers advantage, but they didn't count on the fact that Chadera is absolutely massive, and with that Inspire, he was able to dish out so much damage, and Sellyboy, being the main engage tool, being the guy in front, this is where it just bites Alter Ego in the back, right? They just weren't expecting that much of damage, and with Sellyboy taken so low, there was no chance at all for them to contest that Lord. And now, with the Lord coming in, this is the same situation, deja vu from game number 1.
Defensive wild charge, exactly deja vu. Rossi in the back line is not able to find anything right now, as that's a very interesting move by Beloy. Flicker Divine Judgment, Rossi even able to escape with the oddity once again. Tier 2 in the top side though, going to be taken down as the RWM finds Pi and Nino, forcing them to back away, dealing enough damage to poke them away from the base turret as well. Now Chadera with a siege, a taunt down onto Udil as Janna takes his place in the enemy base. Rossi has the Petrify. This might be the chance to go in, and that's exactly what they go for, but the Petrify will not connect. Chadera with a go-away, stopping the entire dive from happening, even dealing damage onto the other members as the Praise's Wrath comes down. Pi with a split. Alter Ego still with the force. That's a barrier place, but Sellyboy has to use the defensive wild charge again. It's always utilized defensively. Rossi in the bush, jumping in for the wave.
My goodness, GEEK SLATE, nothing can stop them at this point. 4,000 gold lead, and the pressure that they're maintaining is very crazy here, Arashi.
We're still coming in, they're still going for more base turrets here. That's the one in the mid lane taken away, and they're still going for more. Udil taken very low, and they might just go for the bottom one as well here. The waves is still going slowly but surely towards Alter Ego. And even if Alter Ego was able to punish the initial mistake from GEEK SLATE, Beloyski going in and getting punished under the base turret, GEEK SLATE adjust and they were able to just bait out because they have the solutions to the dive comp from Alter Ego. That go away was just so massive from Chadera.
That was huge, Mirko. I mean, GEEK SLATE taking 2 base turrets down. And again, things are not looking good for Alter Ego Esports. Remember what's at stake here, folks. GEEK SLATE and Alter Ego Esports 6th and 7th place, so both teams desperately need to win to secure that playoff spot. And GEEK SLATE, with the momentum from game 1, it seems like they are still able to bring that momentum. Same momentum in game 2. Will this be 2-0? It seems like so. Let's see, with this Lord push, what will we see here, Rashi?
Alter Ego needs to try and allow Nino a chance to actually play the game. He is 4-1, but we have yet to see his damage coming in the big, massive team fight. So they have to try and position properly, and this might be the chance they need. Luke goes in and gets taken out.
There you go. That's the damage, the isolation from Alter Ego, but now Beloy jumps in with the Divine Judgment, taking Selly Boy out, but that's still Janna, who finds the retreat this game. Unstoppable. Chidera backing off. Beloy now trying to zone the other members away as he flickers back to the team, as Chidera now deals damage onto Pi. Beloy is still mounted, and he will take all that damage and place it back onto Beloy. It's 2-0, but GEEK SLATE were able to secure the Lord, and their backline members are still alive. Look at Chidera also still having the go away.
GEEK SLATE caught snoozing their Alter Ego Esports. They were finally seen and synced, and with Luke taken down early, it's not going to be a very good fight, but let's see the defense here.
Let's see. A boy is trying to poke them down. It doesn't feel like GEEK SLATE can really force this with a two-man disadvantage. Luke has just now rejoined the team, and look at where Beloy is, still super far from the team. They will be able to try to force this bottom side base turret. A boy, though, still no real engagement for the side of Alter Ego. They did not decide to commit on to a boy. Boy's super low. He does have that RWM, and GEEK SLATE will try their best to siege down below once again. Janna has been poked down. Selly Boy going to be caught in the real world revelation, as that's going to be Beloy who gets chunked out, melted away. This might just be a mistake. Luke going to be mounted right here, brought back, but the bravest fighter gets a mount. Nino free hitting, and like you said, Arashi, they're isolating perfectly, getting the proper spaces to give Nino the opportunity to deal damage.
This is a weird situation for GEEK SLATE, man. They're just winning so decisively, yet they kept going for these 50-50 plays. Even in that previous Lord fight, I don't really see the real reason for Luke to sacrifice his life like that, because sometimes it's necessary, but there, he can just wait until the fight actually breaks out to go in and, in a way, buy more time and perhaps even survive that situation. And yet again, they were splitting apart, not as 5, even though they have the advantage, and they get picked off one by one, because Alter Ego Esports, if they can just shred your opponents one by one, that is exactly what carry in the hands of Nino is good for. So I think they have to fight as 5 together and try and take advantage of the combo or of the initial initiation, because if they get chased down like that, it's going to be a tough situation.
Divine Judgment brings Selly Boy back, but that's the wild charge again. On towards Beloy. Now Luke with Ravens Fighters. That's going to be a proper front to back. The stun connecting onto Selly Boy. The taunt as well. Chidera on the back, dealing free hitting onto the members of Alter Ego. Nino does the same thing, but won't be able to do the same amount of damage. It's still the puppets doing so much. Nino with nature now. The Breath of the Ocean is able to disengage Beloy. Jumping, flickering in, not finding the Divine Judgment. Beloy's going to be taken down by Nino with a fadeaway play. GEEK SLATE still looking for more. It's a 2-for-1. A roamer traded in for the XP and jungler. GEEK SLATE takes the stub and will be able to capitalize on the enemy jungle.
Alter Ego Esports, a slight misjudgment there, overcommitting, trying to find a fight, but again, GEEK SLATE, they were caught snoozing earlier with that sacrificial Luke play. But now they are in sync. They won't be caught snoozing again. And take a look at this. Potentially the last Lord push. Alter Ego Esports with their comp here, Arashi. Do you think they can defend?
Ooh. Defending against a Melissa and a Yves, that is so much range. And keep in mind, look at the items right here. That is a lot of damage. A full build Yves on a boy. And keep in mind, with a Divine Glaive, all these magic defense being built up by Alter Ego can be penetrated as well. And even then, Beloyski can still take an advantage, take a moment to try and grab someone out of position. So Alter Ego have all the cards stacked against them. They can still come out on top. We've seen it happen before, but they have to try and do something extraordinary as GEEK SLATE. They're just sticking as 5. They have identified their win conditions right here, and they're going to abuse this range coming in from a boy for sure. It was massive in the previous fight, slowing down everyone, doing a lot of poke damage, and now with the Lord in particular, is only going to get worse for Alter Ego unless they pull the trigger first.
Let's see what they do, how they respond to this play. Again, Chidera is going to be free hitting in the back line right now as the RWM gets placed. Rossi looking for the re-engage, but the Purify is ready. Pi now mounting Luke, but is going to be brought back to the team. Pi all alone, isolated. Even the Divine Judgment now connecting on the Selly Boy, but it's a well-timed wild charge. Nino free hitting. Janna still surviving right now is in the back line. You see Chidera dealing the damage, taking Udil down, but a Winter Truncheon will buy a little bit more time. Chidera taking Udil down. Once again, Selly Boy trying to be in the midst of it all, going to be able to try to soak in as much damage as possible, but Chidera finds a double. He's looking for a triple as Pi jumps in, but he only will be slain, and the base was wide open the entire time. GEEK SLATE have climbed up They took a dub against Alter Ego. Clean sweep.
A very good execution from the Geeks. And 2-0 Alter Ego Esports will have to suffer another defeat. 1-4 record now. Things are looking shaky for the Three Masks.
They were able to withstand the pressure of GEEK SLATE all the way to the late game, but in the end, the range, the AoE is just too much. And they tried their best, man. They were able to ensure that Nino at least does not get picked off in the first, inklings of the fight. But it wasn't enough, man. GEEK SLATE, they just know what they need to do, and they come out a lot stronger, and they look very impressive in this match. It's back to the drawing board for Alter Ego. They are going to be forced to stay in the red zone.
They are going to stay in that red zone, ladies and gentlemen. And the battle between the two teams that has the white, black, and red for leg one will be the victory for the side of GEEK SLATE. Kadira, unstoppable. Man, Melissa on point. That last pick, it seems like very impactful. Whereas Nino still twice picking up the carry. Impact quite questionable.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Again, looking at their composition, picking up the Kadira was just too greedy, way too greedy. With Melissa open, if the Melissa was banned out, I understand why they want to go for that, right? It's a very vulnerable backline member that you have on the enemy side, but when the Melissa is open, you pick up Kadira, the oddity doesn't get through to go away. Your burst, your catch, it's all gone with just a preemptive go away.
Well, before the analysis, let's take a look at the host and talk to GEEK SLATE. Congratulations. Let's see Bude Clara take it away.
Ya, inilah dia 2-0 untuk GEEK SLATE. Fans, kalian betapa kagumnya melihat mereka hebat. Hebat. Semuanya ngatain kalian hebat dan begitu membuka bola. Baloy, congratulations. In this season, it looks so bright for GEEK SLATE.
Sorry?
In this season, GEEK SLATE looks so great.
Oh, thank you.
That's right, and finally, you can beat Alter Ego again after lots of lose previously, but are you done decoding Alter Ego? Do you find how to win against Alter Ego?
Actually, we are so confident against every team in MPL Indo, but we cannot translate our stream to tournament. But yeah, we just need to, I think, keep our composure so we can win.
Wow, ini menarik banget yang Baloy bilang. Mereka itu percaya diri untuk melawan semua tim yang ada di MPL. Sayangnya memang belum bisa untuk menunjukkan performa terbaiknya. Yang di scrim sama yang di turnamen emang biasa beda ya. Jadi mungkin butuh adaptasi, apalagi tempat baru juga, suasana baru semuanya. But yeah, after we saw you play, you guys use the same draft with 2 games. Are you guys not afraid that Alter Ego will know how to read you, how to read the draft, and what is happening between game 1 and game 2? And how to decide you're gonna play with the same draft?
I think I really expect them to play I play different trap, but when they play the same trap, I already know that they will ban the Brody in 4th and 5th pick. But we are ready with that. So...
Wow, mereka udah ekspektasi bahwa akan berjalan seperti itu dan sesuai dengan apa yang diprediksi oleh tim GEEK SLATE. But how happy are you in this half season?
So far, not so good, but at least we win now. Because our 2 loss in this season is, we already got the win, but we blunder. But happily now we fixed that mistake. I hope it will continue to win. We will continue to win more.
Wow, mereka memang perjalanannya nggak memuaskan untuk mereka, apalagi di minggu pertama dan kedua. Tapi mereka sudah fix hal yang membuat kesulitan di MPL dan mereka berharap untuk melawan yang terbaik. And next you will face Bigetron and RRQ for the last. And any words for Marky, because you will face Marky after this.
Enjoy. Good luck, have fun.
Just good luck, have fun. Everything will, he will text him. Okay, thank you so much Baloy.
Thank you so much.
Kadira kamu hari ini, Wow, melawan Nino. Satu player yang akhirnya diturunin oleh alter ego. Apakah kamu sudah berekspektasi akan berubah satu player ini dari alter ego untuk melawan GEEK SLATE?
Mungkin ada sih. Kan soalnya dari season kemarin nggak pernah lawan Nino kayak. Mungkin sekarang Nino yang main karena sebelumnya belum pernah lawan.
Udah ada feeling ya gitu?
Iya.
Udah ada feeling. Tapi gimana ngelawan Nino tadi?
Sengit.
Sengit banget. Momen apa sih atau mungkin yang kamu lihat dari laning bersama Nino yang paling berkesan di match tadi? Apa ada nggak? Don't be shy, jangan malu-malu.
Jago sih mekaniknya. Saya kan player MPL kan. Jago lah, jago.
Yes. Memang Nino, dia sudah ekspektasi ternyata dan kamu happy untuk half season ini. Kamu ada ini nggak kepengin berada di posisi berapa sih kalau half season ini untuk GEEK SLATE?
Yang penting jangan 78 lah.
Yang penting jangan 78. Pede ya?
Pede.
Tapi menurut Kak Dera sendiri untuk season ini siapa sih player yang paling impactful untuk perkembangan GEEK SLATE?
Yang pengaruh penting pasti semua player lah, tapi yang paling penting Baloy sebagai kapten.
Baloy sebagai kapten. Panggil yuk, Baloy. Yes. Oke, ini dari GEEK SLATE memang terlihat sangat kuat dan juga player baru mereka, Aboy. Aboy, ngobrol dong.
Boleh.
Boy, kamu di sini sebagai pendatang baru di MPL dan kamu harus berhadapan dengan Udil, sang veteran. Bisa diceritain gak sih gimana pertemuan pertama kalian? So sweet gak tadi?
Jago sih dia tadi di mid nyoba kill aku terus sorry.
Oh mencoba untuk nge-kill kamu tapi?
Ya berhasil sekali.
Sekali doang, lainnya enggak?
Lainnya enggak.
Oh well, kalau dari mid laner sendiri, Aboy, kamu pasti melihat banyak sekali mid laner yang ada di MPL Indonesia season 11. Siapa player yang betul-betul kamu look up, yang kamu ingin mungkin lawan juga atau kamu mengidolakan siapakah? Ada nggak?
Di Indo. Sun sama Hijume lah.
Sun sama Hijume, itu dua player yang yang kamu seru juga untuk beradu dan ini adalah hal yang luar biasa. Boleh dong disapa-sapa yang ada di sini. Luke mungkin mau nyapa dari GEEK. Ini fans masih ya, fans ya. Para fans.
Halo. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Dan Jana dan juga Baloy sudah bisa ngomong terima kasih loh. Oh hebat. Dan inilah dia sekali lagi kita juga berterima kasih kepada mereka yang sudah memberikan performa yang begitu luar biasa di match pembukaan minggu yang ketiga. Perjalanan mereka tentu masih panjang dan masih akan menantang untuk kita saksikan. Tapi tantangan adalah ada Profesor KB yang nge-breakdown dua game yang terlihat cukup sama dengan hero-heronya. Tapi apa yang berbeda dan seperti apa langsung aja diberikan oleh analis kita, Profesor KB.
What a performance. Thank you so much, Bude, Clara, and as well as GEEK SLATE. You guys deserve that win. You guys deserve that solidifying your position in that playoff spot. I gotta say, I don't mean to be harsh here. It's a roamer diff.
You know, I think it's a lot to take in, right? Not only is it a roamer diff, it could be a roamer diff, it could also just be a draft diff. And I think the draft in game one is a bit more alright, is a bit more okay from Alter Ego. I could definitely see the potential, right? They could play with the winning lanes in game one pretty well. If Yuzhong snowballed, it's almost like a GG because the Brody falls off, and guess what? The Yuzhong does. Back line. Brody not going to be having a whole lot to say in the team fights, but Arashi, game two, man, everything was just countered with the Melissa pick.
I don't know, you can chalk it all up to, you know, roam diff or draft diff, but honestly the execution diff needs to be talked about as well.
Team
because
diff?
even though GEEK SLATE, they had their moments, right, where they made mistakes or questionable plays for sure. But overall, you can see that they were working towards the same goal. I don't think the same can be said about Alter Ego, man. They just seem to be all over the place. They want to be aggressive, but also kite away. They want to go for a pick-off, but also a big team fight. So I think they just have to try and take it slow, you know, step by step, and make everything more concise, right? Because they have to start there. If they try and fix too many things at the same time, it's going to be very difficult. So especially with a new member in the roster right now, right? This is a different situation already. So let's take a look at the highlights here for game number 2. And you can see that GEEK SLATE, they can just wait for their moment, bide their time, and Chidera here made a very aggressive play, and look at that. He wasn't punished, and in fact, he was able to go in again. Nino commits for the play, but everyone else backs away. So it's moments like this where you just start wondering, like, all right, who's making the calls here, and whose calls are actually getting prioritized? Because it seems like there are two voices in the team, and they're not all on the same page. Of course, execution-wise, it's Alter Ego. They were able to deny Baloyski the chance to try and get the Divine Judgment onto Nino. But overall, right, and in this last fight here, it just seems like GEEK SLATE know what's going to happen. They just can read Alter Ego because what they do isn't really that dynamic, right? They're just doing a lot of different things and moving kind of towards the same direction. But at this level, man, you need to all move towards the same direction and then fake out and feint towards your enemies, because otherwise, like GEEK SLATE, they'll just read what you're trying to do and deny it.
I mean, yeah, quite clear straightforward drops as well, coming from the side of Alter Ego Esports, which led for the side of Baloyski and the others to perhaps potentially, yeah, it's easy to read. Kadira, Gesh the Bush was, and I think it's just quite straightforward from the side of GEEK SLATE to somehow neutralize that plan.
Well, here it's still a boy who gets the MVP. Game 1 was Jana, now Game 2 on the same hero, it's a boy. MVP presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. This man has always been phenomenal. In Game 1 as well, this guy oozes potential, right? Like in the mid lane, rookie, never played an MDL before. Literally his debut was at MPLI, an international tournament, and he popped off, getting all the way to the grand finals, even going head-to-head against Drion.
He was also able to secure a lot of neutral objectives here somehow, some way in the midst of all the chaos. And look at his items, man. The Enchanted Talisman gets purchased later on, and despite going for the mystery shop and not having that extra bit of mana regeneration, he's able to make it work, being more economical. And let's take a look at the mic check here for GEEK SLATE.
I still have ulti. This boy.
Akai, die.
Yes, mati.
Santai guys. Sis, bro. Aman. Ayo lagi. Ayo. 10 second. Wait.
Yusong.
Saya Yusong. 10 second.
Inside.
Gerak.
Ulti Akai. Ay, cover
I'm good. Kari lo.
Hey, Yusong. Akai.
Kari mati.
Nice. I have ulti again.
Mana suaranya, Dek? Wahyu. Tas, bro. Santai ya, reset.
You can go, Mike. I can ulti again. Aduh.
Santai guys.
Ulti ka dito.
I get again, bro.
Hey, glue.
Udah, watch me, boy. Kari tayo. I can poke.
Yeah.
Low grok, guys.
Like Mark.
Nice, bro.
Hey, I can poke.
Santai.
Rata, woy!
Meet. I can chill. I have conceal.
No, we are in.
I slow. I slow all.
Mati.
Nice.
Ayo, guys.
Watch me, guys. Hey, left, Sandra.
Okay.
Die. Hey, depan dulu ya.
Okay.
Wait. They are low.
I have ulti,
Hey,
guys.
kak. No ulti.
I don't.
No ulti. Depan
Bang,
dulu.
flickerin Kari. Done!
Bang, ratain.
The charismatic boy Baloyski again with the mostly clear shout calls in that series, and we can see here them and just Insig all connected and clean sweep, 2-0. That's a very, very great result. And again, the man we discussed in the pregame, a boy, again, delivering execution. Boy, I just want to see this boy evolve more, improve more.
I think that's what we all want to see, right? A boy, again, reaching his full potential. He's got to work hard for it. He can't be satisfied with just this win against Alter Ego. But Luke, man, he's really gained a whole lot of confidence since last season. Even last season, we heard him scream, yell a few times, but not to this extent. He's literally taunting Alter Ego, a team notorious for yelling, screaming, getting into their opponent's head. Well, Luke basically asked them, "Where's your voice? Where are the yells now, man?
Where y'all at?
Where y'all at?
Why so quiet? Man, I mean, boy, man, he's a success here. Preventing Udil from taking that Farsa definitely just ruins how Alter Ego was planning on playing this match out. They have to try and, I don't know, get used to the fact that the Farsa will be targeted again and again. It seems to be a highlighted weakness for Udil. The kiting gameplay to avoid Alter Ego's late game damage output and their engages, by the way, I think that is a huge part of how GEEK SLATE, was able to actually get this victory. Because if you take a look at how they're playing these fights, it's always a constant back and forth, a tug of war. It's almost like when you go fishing and you let the fish reel out for a bit before reeling it back in. They're just so good at maneuvering like that. And of course, there's some situations where they don't come out on top. And considering how hyped the comms are, no surprise. But that back and forth, I think it's very clean for GEEK SLATE. If they can, I don't know, optimize it even more, they are a serious threat to any team in the MPL right now, in my opinion.
I might have to go fishing after this, Miracle. What are you about to say?
You know, are you a fisherman, Gani?
I have to now.
You have to now.
Because Arashi,
you gotta reel in, reel out, just bait out the fish and then pull it in, right? Just like the team was able to do there, GEEK SLATE. You know what, Gani? I'm pretty thirsty and I need energy, right? Like, we still have 2 more matches. Whoa.
This is it. This is your solution.
Have you been drinking?
I've been drinking coffee.
Well, he has been drinking, guys.
Every day, Arashi. This is Point Coffee. Let's enjoy quality coffee with 100% Indonesian coffee beans and brewed directly with an international standard coffee machine through Point Coffee X MPL S11. You can get a 40% discount coupon for Indomaret Pointku app for Palm Sugar Latte, Cookies and Cream, and Pandan Coffee with the promo code PointCoffeeMPL. And if you want more info, visit at Point Coffee ID. All right. Let's cheers.
Don't get too confident,
Let's cheers, right?
Let me taste it and let me tell you if it's good or not.
Cheers.
Right? The coffee connoisseurs.
Cheers, Arashi.
Cheers.
There you go.
Okay, it's good. Never mind. Okay, it's good. It's amazing.
We're all caffeinated right here, right now.
That's
and I'm
cool.
ready to cast 8 matches of best of 11s.
8 match best of 11s.
Yeah.
Wow.
Best of 11s.
That's a new format.
Those are rookie numbers, man.
In Gani's world.
Best of 24?
Best of 59.
Let's go.
All the 9s. All the 9s.
All the
Gani.
9s.
But anyways, Gani, you know, I already have coffee. Right?
Okay.
I'm energized here. I want to consume some entertainment.
You need entertainment, Arashi Miracle? Max Stream is going to be the solution for those of you who loves MLBB. MPL 2023 is also available on Max Stream.
Really?
Yeah, Max Stream is an app that combines many OTT and channels, so you don't have to switch between apps.
I don't need to?
You don't need to. You can watch every channel on
Every channel?
Yeah, don't miss out on cool and exciting shows. Watch only Max Stream. You can have, there's a content here, Love Coach with Rachel, and that is a turn up.
Is that the one with Rachel?
I think so. That is the one with Rachel. I don't know if the Rachel, the purple hair though, over, yeah. But watch only on Max Stream, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, with the coffee. Yeah.
With the coffee,
with this coffee?
Right.
All right.
Stream, and MPL. You got everything in one bunch. And Arashi, you know, that game was amazing. But honestly, the next game, the next match, might be able to top it, Gani.
It is going to be a total of 3 matches, so 1 down, 2 to go. And with GEEK SLATE winning that first match, let's see who will win the next. It is going to be Gani, Mirko, and as well as Arashi. Stay tuned for the break and see you in the second match.
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me this?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers. Final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me this?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Wow.
Attention passengers, the final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti geek. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. Incredible.
Wow.
Attention passengers. Final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pas TV. Beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
気張ってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers. Final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Baker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pas TV. Beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
気張ってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Wow.
Attention passengers. Final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pas TV. Beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Wow.
Attention passengers. Final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Esports, pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
ってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Incredible.
Wow.
Attention passengers. Final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine.
Hang on.
A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Wah, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Wow.
Attention passengers. Final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pas TV. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ
邪魔だ虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Wow.
Attention passengers. Final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pas TV. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ
邪魔だ虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Incredible.
Wow.
Attention passengers. Final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo YouGrab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Baker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pas TV. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Incredible.
Attention passengers. Final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Baker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Bas TV. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me this?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Wow.
Attention passengers. Final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah.
The Blue Bulls will take on the Red Robots in our second match of Week 3, Day 1. And my goodness, it's still going to be me, Connie, Mirko, and as well as Arashi. It was a rather fast first match for our opening match today, but second match is going to be very interesting.
It is going to be extremely interesting.
Smash.
Looking at the match, this is absolutely going to be crazy because literally it's the battle for top 4. Rebellion and Bigetron Alpha, both of these teams are just head-to-head in that standings, man.
On that note, let's thank our partners as well. MPL Indonesia Season 11, powered by Moonton, presented by official tournament phone Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, official mobile internet partner by Telkomsel, official gold partner by UBS Gold. We are partner in esports, Dunia Games, Grab, Secret Lab, Bleebly. Thank you so much. And official broadcast by Maxstream, broadcast partner by Tefer Esport, partner Indomaret and Point Coffee, and we are also supported by PBESI. And Arashi, second match. Mirko just touched on third and as well as fourth versus fifth. What do you think? What do you see? And remember, please do note that Saken and Ken has just been promoted from that MDL stage.
That's exactly it. We've seen a bit of change for Alter Ego, and already things look different, right? For better or worse, there's going to be some changes. So considering the man behind Bigetron, right, and his unpredictable ways, Hanabi, right? So I'm curious to see if something unexpected is going to happen today. And whatever it is, I'm pretty sure that, you know, our favorite caster on the right here will have their backs for sure.
There's a reason we're wearing red. No, I'm joking. Anyways, hey, look, all right? The way Bigetron Alpha will be playing here is going to be literally determined by which roster comes up. Is it going to be Ken and Ken? I mean, Ken and Saken, the two Ken combo. Or is it going to be the normal Max/Marky?
Key Marquee.
Key and Marky, yes.
Yeah, we'll see. Let's see. Will Bigetron, with their newly promoted 2 players, will they, again, already perform with that members, or will the Revenge of the Bulls, they will give a hard time towards the Red
Speaking of, you know, yes, 2 promoted players from the MDL for Bigetron Alpha, but for Rebellion Zion, they also have 1 member that they promoted, Big Mac, XP laner for Rebellion Sinai in MDL. Absolutely amazing performance. This guy has always been the standout in any team he's been in. Before joining Rebellion Sinai, he was in DNS. So we'll see if he actually plays here today, Arashi.
Especially because the Bulls will have to try and reach for revenge here because they've always been beaten by Bigetron Alpha, MPL ID Season 10, Leg 1, Leg 2, and even Day 1 of the playoffs. Bigetron Alpha seems to be the counter to outmaneuver. Maybe the machines are just too much for the Bulls to try and overpower, but it's a different time right now, and so the Bulls will try and overpower the robots. And honestly, considering the new addition, right, it's almost like AI for Bigetron Alpha. So Bigetron Rebellion, they have to try and come up with something crazy, something that's just out of the box here, if they want to try and escape from the calculations, the strategy coming in from Bigetron Alpha.
Again, remember, Rebellion revolves around Wijanarko. So I expect Wijanarko, the star boy here, to really perform and facilitate this team to perhaps break that trend. But remember, dominations versus potential. This is perhaps, again, will history repeat itself, or perhaps Wijanarko, the star boy, brings something new?
As you mentioned, Gonnie, I mean, domination versus potential here. New ammunition, ready to rumble. Saken and Super Ken, Mirko likes referring them as Ken, which is interesting, against Big Mac. So these are players that have been playing in the MDL though, so we have to see if they can match up to the big boys. We've seen our own share of MPL scenes, MPL highlights made by MDL players, and on that note, you have to take note of the MDL because right now things are heating up. They're competing for a playoff spot. So these players have had a lot of competition, and I think there's a lot of hopes for them to try to bring a new breath of fresh air for their team.
Literally on that note, is that the reason Bigetron decided to promote Ken and Saken over to the MPL? Because they're almost guaranteed for the playoffs already. 9-0, 100% match rate in the MDL with these 2 players always in that main lineup. Esports for everyone, ladies and gentlemen, go and catch MDL Indonesia Season 7 live from Mondays all the way till Wednesday. You check it out, you watch all the crazy matches, because in the MDL, there's a lot of new metas being brought up with the Arlet being prioed, with even the global ban system that adds into the entertainment value, shows that, you know, all these pros can play a lot of different heroes.
A lot of experience as well, but let's again shift our focus to the head-to-head here. Looking at the stat, not much of a difference here, Arashi.
look at the shape of the graph here. It's almost the same, but of course, average GPM and game win rate somehow higher for Rebellion. And for Bigetron, everything else seems to be a lot more solid. So I think in the farming department, in gaining resources, Rebellion has shown to be very, very solid. But when it comes to outmaneuvering, right, and being calculated, having better KDA ratios and more average kills as well, seems that Bigetron are just a lot more intelligent with their approach, which means less failures, which means less deaths, so higher KDA, better ratios there. And I think that's what Rebellion needs to try and make, you know, make messy. Because I think if it's even, right, if both teams are trading out kills back and forth, I think Rebellion has a better chance of coming out on top with the unpredictable moments.
But please do remember that stat was on a if Saken and Ken weren't playing. So that was, I think they need to take that into consideration, right? With Ken, Saken joining in if, and that's an only if, maybe perhaps they can bring new playstyle, maybe perhaps they can break the patterns that was Rebellion. We're already studying Bigetron with their lineup with if, and if Saken and Ken joins, that will just negates all the practice prior.
I agree, right? I mean, there's a lot into this move. There's a lot that, you know, we can talk about the move all day, but we gotta talk about the two key members, no pun intended, but whatever. It's intended now because it's key. Anyways, Key and Regionarco, both basically the core members, right? They're roamers. They're not the core, they're not the gold lane, they're not the carry, but they play around these two players. Both BTR and Rebellion play around the roamers so well, but it's a different type of playstyle. Regionarco, reactive type of roamer, needs the initiation from either his XP or his jungler. Meanwhile, when we take a look at Key, he is the initiator.
Occasionally, though, we do see that Regionarco is able to pick up the slack and take matters into his own hands in particular heroes, like the Ruby, his signature pick. But if you look at the stats earlier, the KDA ratio is so much higher for Key because on top of being reactive and aggressive, he can also play the assassin-type heroes. But first, let's take a look at Regionarco. You talk about engaging. When the going gets tough, when it's absolutely required, this man can just out of nowhere come up with those insane engages, which is why it's a bit unpredictable, because usually you would assume that he wants to play a bit more passive, a bit more reactive. But as you can see, given the right circumstances, given the right setup from his team, he has no issue at all filling in that role. So that flexibility, of course, is something that Bigetron Alpha needs to try and keep in mind, because, you know, in the right situations, look at this. On this Cho, right, he can show that kind of prediction with how he wants to engage, and he can find targets even though they're hiding all the way behind vision, all the way in the back line. And what makes it dangerous is he knows when to go for them, right? Especially like we mentioned on this Ruby, he knows that he can stay in the back and deal out crowd control and stop engages. But if he can get to the right target, he has no issue at all, even sometimes trading his life for the value pickoff. So Regionarco with the 10 pick, 70% win rate, MPL ID Season 4 to MPL ID Season 11. So a long journey for this man. And last time we've seen them, we've been hyping him up a lot. So we'll see if he can now, again, match up to Key, considering that they have never actually won against Bigetron so far.
We're talking about Key.
We're talking about Key, where he is El Momento, right? That is his nickname, and he is always the one relied on by Bigetron to make the insane plays. They always play calculative, but when they require that X factor, this is who they look towards. This is Flicker Lolita play is just really good, and the follow-up from his team is always so solid. So as long as the team is always on the same page, these crazy engages from Key will always end up working out. Although, if as we mentioned, if Rebellion can make things confusing, this is where occasionally Key can go for these crazy plays, and the follow-up, if they're just even a bit late, could be fatal for the side of Bigetron Alpha.
It's gonna be fatal indeed. Key can he play the Atlas later, because it seems like it's also his favorite hero, signature hero, and he added that Kaja in his arsenal just this season, and we can see here positive impact as well.
It's a great pick for Key, because every time we talk about Key, it's always with Bigetron's insanely fast rotations and Key's insane playmaking. It just gives him so much more pick-off potential. So a hero like the Kaja, they can supplement the wave clear and at the same time provide such a strong engage tool, well, pick-off tool, right? With the Divine Judgment, it really suits his playstyle. So it's a hero in the current meta that's really benefiting his overall impact to the team.
Always does. It always does. And whatever initiation it goes for, usually it's always a positive impact. Now, unfortunately, in Season 11, that may have changed a bit with the addition of Aldo. It seems like he has been kind of, pushed to play new heroes like the Kadita, and unfortunately, we haven't seen him really find a whole lot of success on that Kadita pick. Here, you can see Wijanarko very confident, going in, charging
with the bulls.
As the bull, like the star bull he is, not the star boy, the star bull. But here are the keys to victory, or here is the key to victory, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G.
As me and Goni and Mirko, we've all mentioned Keys Atlas, right? Heroes like this, and I think it extends way past just Atlas. Any kind of hero that has that AoE engage potential, that is usually how Bigetron. They just spread around, confuse you, and before you know it, 4 of your members get engaged on.
Wow.
That seems to be the main pattern that Bigetron Alpha takes advantage of. So now, if they can limit that through drafting or through positioning, that can be a win condition. But as you mentioned, what's going on here?
Wow. He, again, not just initiating in the Land of Dawn, he is initiating in the locker room as well.
Oh, look at this.
Oh my god, it's Ken and Saken joining the fray, and they need to anticipate Wijanarko's concealed play. What do you think about this roster here, Rashi?
Well, on the flip side, right? We talked about how sometimes the solution to great engages is to engage on the engager. We've seen that being the approach for a lot of teams that like to try and adapt with their opponent's playstyle. So against engage like Key, I think Rebellion can have a great chance of success if they want to use Wijanarko in a more aggressive fashion. Maybe perhaps with something like an Atlas, with an Atlas, or maybe like a Franco, right? Heroes like this can really come out strong against Bigetron Alpha.
You know what? Perhaps, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to watch offline as well, grab a chance and download Blee. Buy the tickets to watch live offline and witness not the players, Mirko and as well as Arashi live casting, performing on the stage. And yeah, check out Blee, watch MPL ID Season 11 live. Scan the QR code below Arashi to have more details.
Don't forget Goni, by the way.
Don't forget Goni. ASG himself in the middle of the table. Anyways, again, talking about Bigetron Alpha. Now, with Ken and Saken basically almost 100% confirmed to play, we haven't seen we haven't seen the official starting lineup, but maybe that, so far that has been the case, right? And with that, the gold lane change is going to be very interesting to see because Saken plays it very defensively as opposed to Marky, who's very aggressive, a very aggressive laner, likes to go for 1v1s. So the gold lane impact is going to really matter.
Just like in real life. UBS Gold coming soon, limited edition. UBS Gold Merchandise Collection X MPL Season 11. Get yours now from ubslifestyle.com, UBS Lifestyle e-commerce as well. Check it out. It's an investment. And just like in the Land of Dawn, you should attain more gold.
Oof. It's always coming soon though, so we can't really get it fast enough. And it's going to be Swalo Cars, Heis, Vincent, and Wijanarko for the side of Rebellion. So the Mac Man himself Mystic Mac has not made an appearance just yet. And on the flip side, this is where Mirko is holding his breath right here. Let's check it out.
Yeah, it is. It is, man. Bigetron Alpha with Moreno, Fear No Cure, Saken, Super Ken, and Key.
This is very interesting. The two Kens, quote-unquote, will enter their debut in MPL ID Season 11. And let's welcome them.
Let's welcome the new blood for Bigetron Alpha as they walk up on the stage. This is it. Back in the player room, you saw a hashtag there by Gamora, Fear No Win, because he hasn't won in all his matches that he's played.
He needs to step up, right? I mean, yeah, sure, Fear No Cure. Really needs to cure his gameplay, repair it, and perhaps against Rebellion, is this the right move, Arashi?
Well, whatever the move is, we'll have to see, man, because it also depends on how Rebellion wants to approach this playstyle, because they are flexible themselves, and they are here for vengeance.
They're charging up on the stage. Welcome the Blue Bulls, Rebellion, Zion.
Led by the star boy himself, Wijanarko. They are looking to win and grab, securing themselves in that playoff spot. Let's see though, will the Blue Bulls fall into the hands of the red robots. I need to see. Let's take a look at Highs. All right, I feel like Highs, I've been underestimating him, but am I 100% convinced? Not yet. I want to see him perform again this match.
Whether or not he performs will be determined by the coaching staff as they walk upon the stage right now. The man, the myth, the legend, the architect on the side of Bigetron Alpha, and going up against could be Coach Chico, but he is taking his time here.
Yeah, there you go. The blue
patience being shown by Chico here that might be a hint in how Rebellion will approach this game, man.
Well, you know, look at his forehead. He does have something on that forehead. Maybe he is feeling unwell. So maybe it wasn't just patience. Maybe it was just him taking his time, right? He doesn't want to fall or trip on stage, but it shows that he's careful. He's a careful man.
Shows that he's not a follower. He's a leader, right? Because Aldo entered first because, no, I'm not going to follow Aldo right after. I'm going to have my own way.
My pace.
My pace, my tempo. Aldo, you do you.
He's a warrior as well, man. He's under the weather, but it won't matter. He will make sure that the Bulls will have everything they need to try and take out the robots right now.
Wow, let's see. On that note, let's take a look and focus not on the teams, on the phones. Oh, wow, that's clean, right?
That is clean.
Galaxy S23. Galaxy S23 Series 5G is up and available. So get the deals and share the epic phone. It starts from 24th of February.
I need that phone, man. Look at it. Comes with an S Pen too. Oh my God. Can you ask for more? Great specs. You can see why.
Wow,
why are the players performing so well? Why? Miracle. It's called a phone diff. If you guys don't have the S23 Series 5G, you got
don't
a phone
talk
diff.
to me. Don't talk to us.
You didn't get diff in game. You got phone diff, man. Okay. Before you get skill diff, you got to get phone diff.
I mean, if you guys disagree, how much RAM does your phone have, huh?
12?
This phone has 12 gigabytes.
Yeah, exactly.
12. That's unheard of, man. That is next level.
Ever heard of a PC? Yeah.
What's a PC?
1 terabyte storage usually. Well, that's on a phone. Now,
wow.
As small as a phone, 1 terabyte storage, unheard of. Go and check it out, ladies and gentlemen, on its base form.
That's crazy. So if you want more details, perhaps you can pre-order it or check it out at samsung.co.id. And on that note as well, if you have the phone, you need to check and open the website, Dunia Games. There's good news. MPL ID Season 11 has entered its 3rd week. So don't miss out on supporting your favorite team by why. Watch your favorite team play. You need quotas, right? So check the quota before playing. Just check Dunia Games. Check it out. This is going to be the perfect time for you. There's a promo from Dunia Games for, there you go. That's the quota.
150 gigabytes?
150. Taking a look at the promos as well. Wow. You need to check it out. And of course, you need to buy items or vouchers for Mobile Legends as well using the telecom cell. So hurry up and buy it on duniagames.co.id or on the Dunia Games app.
Wow, man.
3 gigabytes with every purchase.
That's
like,
crazy.
What?
That's a steal.
That's insane.
Deal, right? And speaking of steal deals, let's take a look again at Bigetron Alpha. What's the main criticism for this team right here? It is Bigetron Alpha can't end, right? Arashi, they can't end. But now, with the addition of Ken and Saken, maybe they can.
Wow. That's crazy.
We can see that indeed, man. If they can do that, that will be a huge statement for sure. But that's the whole idea with Bigetron. They're always so disciplined, and they have very interesting ideas that usually just pay out really well in the early game. But towards that mid to late game, they do struggle when it's just a bit clear-cut, right? When you're trying to crack open the base, it's pretty straightforward. We want to try and get you out of your base. In that situation, maybe the calculativeness or like the tidiness, the neatness of Bigetron and how consistent they are, that just puts them in a very predictable spot, and teams are taking advantage of that.
Thing is, though, there is a negative to this move. Has to be, right? I mean, maybe not a negative just yet because we haven't seen it, but a big question mark. Ken and Saken, this is the first time they're playing on the MPL stage, right? Saken has experience on stage. He won PLF President with Bigetron Alpha. But Ken, no stage experience at all. Yes, he's played offline in the MDL, but it's a different stage. We saw from Virno Cure too that the pressure can get to these MDL champs.
And to add to that, right? Sure, experience, newcomer debuting on MPL is different, but remember, chemistry as well. They're used to, okay, sure, Ken and Saken used to play together, but with Key, with Moreno, is that gonna be a... will the change be evident in the Land of Dawn?
I think any kind of change will definitely have a bit of an impact for sure, but before all that is even considered, let's take a look at the drafting phase. Because now with the new members, there's going to be new respect bands most likely, or at least new predictions from the coaching staff on how their opponents are going to play it out.
The matching teams here, it seems like their colors will determine their side as well. A blue side will have Rebellion. Meanwhile, Bigetron will fall on the red side. Let's see first draft. Already interesting approach here. Mirko Arashi, a Lolita band, comes through. Rebellion signaling, of course, marksman that will give out a lot of power and also respecting Key's potential on that Lolita.
Well, that's a... If they want to go for the carry, right, that can be countered by the Lolita, we've seen that Alter Ego, they're able to get that carry all the way to the late game, but afterwards, they struggle against the endless possibility of dive options for their opponents. So Bigetron, I think, aren't too worried about this. They do ban away the Yeep and the glue, so I think it's still a lot of emphasis in the lane pressure, in the lane clear, and I think that's the right way to go against two teams that both really like to roam around and be active around the map.
Interesting approach here. Joy banned out, so even though they have the first pick here, Mirko, it seems like they do not favor Joy.
Yeah, it does seem like they are, putting some more emphasis on maybe the Kaja pick, maybe even a Faramis pick here for the first side for Rebellion Zion. But Bigetron Alpha here, this is the big question. Do they want to give 1-1 over the highs, right? Saken understands how 1-1 works. He is in the top list for 1-1 in terms of MMR as well. I know because I competed with this man, and he's always top 2, top 3 with Skylar and CW. But they go instead for the Fredrin. So again, knowing how 1-1 works equals to knowing how to counter 1-1 as well. Maybe that's the idea that Bigetron Alpha wants to go for here, as we are going to take a look at a comment from the architect himself. What's the weakness of Bigetron Alpha compared to Onyx? It's more about discipline. We saw yesterday that BTR lost simply because of lack of discipline, but they are improving now, slowly but steadily. 1-1 picked up instantly. Faramis and the Kanja, that's the response.
A very good response as well here, Arashi, right? Kanja, Faramis, very popular, very strong. Can also, not just one-dimensional. With Kanja, you can pick up. With Kanja, you can team fight. So Bigetron adding two very good heroes in their arsenal early.
And these are great picks that can be flexed around, and they fit Bigetron's playstyle, more adaptive, and both technically can be a counter to 1-1. But of course, in the right hands, she can clear away all these crowd control tools available, and they go for the Akai very early on, so possibly attempting to have a very solid, safe front line. They can also spread away members who are trying to take refuge under the called altar. But of course, the final pick right here, it's going to be the Lunox very early on in the pick, in the drafting phase here.
Signature pick for Sway Loam, a good pick for him, honestly, but looking at Bigetron Alpha, they have an option to go for the Martis, anti-CC, to contest for these neutral objectives. Another option would be the Benedetta. We've seen Super Ken play this Benedetta in the MDL, in the jungle, and he has performed absolutely well. Amazing. Still, 100% win rate in the MDL, so it shows that on any utility jungler, he can make it work. Thing is, this is no longer the MDL. You're up in the big league now.
Very, very big question here, Rosh. And there you go. Picking up the carry for Saken, it seems like. His debut will be on that carry. He performs on the EMDL here. Arashi, what do you think carry against this type of composition?
Well, so far, it's all right. But of course, we talked about how 1-1 and Lunox usually scales into the late game, right? It takes a bit of time. But if you keep in mind how the Lunox have been played, we've seen that it's used instead to be that bully in the laning phase with a healthy amount of sustain that can just start roaming around all the way from level 2. So a similar playstyle like the Farsa, providing similar options as well. Not as much crowd control though, but with the right drafts, with the right additions to the composition, it won't be an issue. We take a look at a bit of a comparison here in Sway Low and Moreno. You can already see that Moreno really isn't like matching up in the assist department, but in the KDA department though, he's usually a lot more aggressive. So against a Lunox, we'll see how that matchup plays around as the Martis and the Lapu Lapu gets banned out.
Very interesting. Again, that's a pick that I mentioned before. If Rebellion want to go this route, they can go for just the Benedetta ban as well. Not only can it deny the Benedetta pick from the jungle, but it's also a deny to the XP lane. Now, this is the first time 1-1 has been left open in MPL Indonesia Season 11, so it's a massive, massive pick here. We'll see if the 1-1 really is that dangerous, right? Because for 3 weeks now, 1-1 banned every single time. Never let go. Franco ban comes in for Bigetron. Speaking of the carry versus 1-1 matchup, I think Bigetron, oh man, they gotta really set up a good jungle matchup or a very good XP matchup, because the carry versus 1-1, I'm just gonna say it right now, carry is not going to have a good time 1v1 in lane.
Well, except that the fact that in this current meta, the gold lane is never left alone though, so we'll have to see if they can secure some kind of strength anywhere else and funnel that towards the gold lane to try and tip the balance in one favor, because carry and 1-1 both can really get out of control provided they are actually given some resources in the early game. So with the lane banned away, Bigetron, they seem to be respecting the potential for Wijanarko to just go with an aggressive roamer like the Franco, right, with the suppression. But now, first team to show their hand is going to be Bigetron Alpha.
Benedetta, good flex pick.
I agree. Benedetta, there you go. It comes through. You're right. And Superken, I mean, take a look at the second phases of Vans. It's just marches and lane. Again, targeting Superken. And with that Benedetta pick, it adds flavor. It can go towards the black line with that final blow. It can create pressure. But again, with being this debut of Superken, can he perform on this high mechanic hero? Let's see the response from Rebellion. Is it going to be Yuzong? It's going to be Arlet. So, and Ruby. So I personally feel it's going to be an Akai. It's going to be an Akai EXP, which can be exploited here by Bigetron. Remember, Akai, low clear, low rotation. So Bigetron should, and I mean should, exploit that.
Well, keep in mind, Arlet, the way this hero works, he really excels when his team has a lot of crowd control to set him up for the resets. And yeah, boy, do they have a lot. In the heavy spins, in the Don't Run Wolf King, there's so many ways for them to trigger that. So I think that's what they're trying to play around. But for Bigetron, this still doesn't look that bad. You know, they have a Divine Judgment that can shut down the mobility of this Arlet. So with the final pick here, is it going to be more utility or maybe a bit more of a front line? They can just check. Because right now, if they're trying to go for some vision, it's going to be very tough. It's going to be a Fanny.
Wow, what a choice here. Up against an Akai, they go for the Fanny. This shows something. It shows confidence, but it also shows that this comp is very easily countered by the composition that Rebellion have built.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see the Fanny pick. Well, it's also a comfortable pick. Remember, Superken can pop off on that Fanny. Let's see his debut with this Fanny. Will it work or not?
The honest prediction, though, is heavily kind of onto the side of Bigetron. So we'll see. They have a very audacious draft here, right? They seem to really not respect the potential for some counters to happen. It seems like they just believe that given the right execution and the right positioning, they can work around all these tools that Rebellion have, and that's a dangerous mentality to have right here. Because Rebellion, they're the ones who are pressured to try and prove themselves, trying to get vengeance against the robots.
Which team do you or will you go for, the Reds or the Blues? Let's see as the 10 heroes will jump into the portal, Land of Dawn. Here we go for game 1.
Oh man, again though, this is the debut not only for the 1-1 in Season 11, but the new hero in town. It's Arlet's first game in MPL.
He's running with the Festival of Blood as well, so that's a lot of... It's very unexpected sustain, if I do say so myself. Moreno doing good work on this Faramis, and as you can see, the wave clear is very dangerous, and they're already using it. Bigetron going in to try and shut down Wijanarko and Suelo.
Yeah. Well, seems like here Bigetron, they are still maintaining that early pressure. With Benedetta, you can clear fast in that EXP lane, and we can see already Bigetron invading in the early game, and no real response, no concrete response here from the side of the Blue Bulls.
They can't really respond to it here. Better mid control means that they'll have more to say. Here's Superken already very aggressively forcing the flicker, even going in, finding it, and actually getting out. He truly is super this game with the first blood under the turret, the confidence of this man.
The high and dry, man. Holy crap, early game, and there you go.
That's a lot of damage, and Rebellion Zion needs to be a bit more respectful of the potential here. But keep in mind, the longer the game goes, Saken went for the flicker here, considering the fact that there's a bunch of crowd control, the heavy spin, the I'm offended, as well as all the knockups and stuns coming in from Arlet, right? It's a bit of a bold choice as Heist gets jumped on.
Well, very low, and maybe that's why they picked the carrier, right? It doesn't really matter. Like you said, it's never a 1v1, especially when you have a Fanny in the game, when you can always just rotate up top.
Let's see here, the first neutral objective. It seems like Bigetron with their loss, well, even though they lost that rotation, it seems like they are the first team to somehow set up this turtle. Let's see though. Fear no cure already delaying the progress.
Oh, beautiful eye for an eye and the Petrify as well. Car's gonna be chunked low, and that's why the Benedetta works into the Arlet pick. My goodness. Bigetron so far in the game doing really well up top as well. High is going to be bursted down, has the second skill, but High is very low. That's the fadeaway kill for Saken. Both of the members just promoted and found the first 2 kills in the game.
Perfect execution here. Arashi is now Bigetron already with the almost 2,000 gold lead.
It's very unfortunate they lost their place in both sides of the map, but now Bigetron goes for more, and Rebellion is forced to use the brilliance defensively from Suelo, so he will be a lot more vulnerable in this fight. And in the early game, with the pick of potential, Bigetron has a bit of an elite here.
Key there, jumping in. Now that's going to be Moreno with the Cult Ultras. Reginaco stuns him out. It's going to be Virno Q, steps back in, but Cars finds a kill. Back onto Key. Super Ken onto Cars, finding the kill back with the cutthroat. That's going to be Vincent popping in a heavy spin, and he will be able to secure the first turtle in this game. Disengaging from the team. Reginaco still in the midst of it all. Beer not gonna go for that kill. It's Bigetron Alpha disengaging with Rebellion 2.
Great response from Rebellion Zion, realizing, understanding that they have the Akai, they will most likely to secure the turtle, but take a look at Super Ken.
That's a steal on the purple buff. Vincent, very low, and Bigetron Alpha takes it and leaves.
It's not even a steal, it's just highway robbery. They come in there, they zone Vincent away and take his buff using brute force. Right now, it seems like Bigetron Alpha is winning really hard, but of course, if you look at their composition, they do have a very strong early game. The mid-game to late game is where the concerns start building up, because later on, they're going to all try and group up for the Cult Ultra as well. There's a lot of chance for Rebellion Zion to try and get a huge combo, a huge engage tool, because you know Wijanarko, who is on his signature rookie pick, but for now, that's going to be Rebellion striking back.
Bot side, 2v1 was a little bit too much. And with that in mind though, Rebellion Zion, even though they are now in the gold deficit, but it seems like they are still trying to be creative in the map, trying to find plays, trying to look for a kill, pickups as well. And that is a good sign. Rebellion Zion, they need to keep it up, but they also need to remember that they need to pick their fights. Let's see topside action perhaps in a bit 4v2.
Remember what I said about Saken being safe? Key though with the flicker and the Divine Judgment onto Wijanarko. I'm offended finding Moreno, but now it's going to be the re-engage from Super Ken under the turret with the Cult Ultra as well. Super Ken backing up, sway low with the Chaos. Moreno going to be taken down across the whole tag as it translates over to Key. Vincent with a heavy spin, and that's Rebellion going in. Vincent very deep into enemy lines. It's a better trade for the side of Rebellion. 2 for 1.
A very good Rebellion Zion. Very good setup, but Super Ken jumps in.
Cutthroat finds its mark. High's taken down. Turtle spawning in the bottom side. Bigetron never go for 1 for 2s. Now they're going to go on to Vincent right now. The damage will be enough from Fear No Cure out of nowhere from the XP lane. Stunned up by Cars. Has that mark on him, but he's still going to be able to escape. Bigetron Alpha with another good trade on the board.
Wow, Rebellion Zion, one moment there, they were equalizing. They got the equalizer, but Bigetron now with that play by Super Ken, they are winning the map as well here, Rashi.
It's so hard to plan around a Fanny because at one point, they thought that Super Ken was out of the fight. He comes back with the cables, and there's just a really annoying amount of mobility coming in. Vincent will try and contest this turtle, but it won't be possible, man. There's so much danger here, and Bigetron Alpha will be able to extend their lead a bit more. And overall, you have to keep in mind that the gold lane matchup here is what's important. I'm the only one who actually voted for Rebellion.
Wow.
Rico's staring daggers into me, man, right now.
Crazy Arashi here. Well, let's see who's gonna win this, because it seems like now Bigetron Alpha, they're looking for a fight top side. They are now in the lead, and looking at the map control, they surely are. I mean, Carry, remember, Miracle, I feel like scales quite equally if you compare it to 1-1.
Yeah, the 1-1 does have a bit more to say in these team fights compared to Saken, but it really depends on how they play. If he finds a suppression onto 1-1, not much you can do. You cannot purify out of that one. So here, it's all about the gold lane. Both teams rotating up top into the gold lane, just like you guys can rotate up your game with UBS Gold. Go and check out the collaboration that's coming soon with MPL ID Season 11. Bottom side, he wants to go for it. Cancel. Super Ken backing away. Cars still alive in a 1v1. Meanwhile, up top, Janarko already in that bush, planning for an ambush, but it doesn't work for now. Both teams disengaging, repositioning.
Just as like Rebellion Zion, they take the vision on Super Ken. If he's on the map, they play a bit more aggressively, because at any moment, they're just not sure, but now he goes in and makes the play happen.
Divine Judgment, but Heavy Spin is able to disengage for a bit. Final blow, popped in. Vincent going to be taken very low, half HP. Highs with the regen, and Bigetron Alpha with the disengage. Proper play and reaction from Rebellion Zion, canceling out that engage. As in the mid lane, Arlet is going to try his best to defend this one. Will be able to, as BTR still set their sights up in the gold lane. Nothing comes out of this though. Both teams just resetting up.
No casualties from that exchange. Seems like minute number 8, both teams will definitely play more securely, realizing that the Lord will be up. And take a look at the wave minions management from Bigetron Alpha, clearing the side lanes first, so that will create more extra pressure from side of Rebellion. Let's see though, Rebellion, how will they respond to this? And it seems like with the Lord now spawned, Bigetron Alpha looks for more play.
Super Ken is just such an oppressive presence right here. Rebellion Zion, they're forced to try and stick around each other, because at any point, it's a bit too dangerous to leave anyone alone against a high-end right Fanny with 4 kills, but Janarko gets caught alone.
Divine Judgment and the Cutthroat. Even the blades from Veer No Cure popped in. That's 4 ultimates actually from Bigetron Alpha. Very low cooldown ultimates, but still 4 ultimates that Rebellion Zion can utilize now to open up the map. Cars gonna be doing that for now. Gets a stun down onto Veer as well, getting the reset on his second skill. Both teams, again, just playing around the Lord, but Bigetron definitely have more pressure. What the heck? Super Ken up top with a solo kill. Highs did not have time to react, and just like that, it's another 1-for-0 on the map. Bigetron Alpha are playing around this Lord really well. Super Ken recalling to rotate back to the Lord gun.
Do note that Highs also popped that Inspire, perhaps from Loki panicking from the engage from Super Ken, so it's still going to be 5v4. Remember, Rebellion Zion will have Highs up now, but it seems like Bigetron, even though with that extra man, they are not convinced that they will secure that Lord guaranteed. So, what do you think?
I feel like Rebellion Zion, there's no chance they're going to get a clean fight right here. I think they should just try and go for trades, because honestly, the late game is where they're banking on here, right? There's no way they intend to go up against Bigetron Alpha in the early game against a Faramis, Kaja, and a Fanny. So I feel like they should just play to their strengths, try and trade around and get what they can, and try and stall out the game, because Bigetron Alpha, already with a 5k goal lead right here, is going to get more and more difficult for Rebellion. So they have to try and do something, but Vincent tries to go aggressively on key.
Oh, that's the heavy spin burnt out already. That was the only thing keeping Bigetron Alpha from not committing onto the Lord. Now Rebellion Zion with a massive resource spent. Veer No Cure going to try to clear out the mid wave. Eye for an eye, good one to dodge away from the I'm Offended, but now it's going to be Moreno who pops in. What Super Ken? How? Where did you find that angle? Janarko caught in the Petrify and the final blow. Cars going in, Socken flickering out, but will be taken down by Sway Low, who picks up a killing spree. Meanwhile, Highs still able to dish out the damage right now as Super Ken tries to take another trade back. Sway Low shut down. Super Ken now onto Cars. It's going to be the stun coming in. Cars playing with the resets really well, but will be slain in the mid lane.
1 by 1, Rebellion Zion gets taken down, and now Bigetron Alpha still with the lead. Oh, Highs though, will he commit onto his Veer No Cure? Crossbow saying pop.
Final blow as well. Veer No Cure, that might not be the right angle. He could have gone up top, but Highs shuts him down, punishes him here in the 10th minute.
All things considered, it's a back and forth situation, but the gold lead has shortened down by about 500 gold. So for Rebellion, it's still not bad, but obviously they're not out of the hot water yet. Bigetron Alpha still has full control of this game. They're still down a man right now, but I don't think they're too concerned about Rebellion Zion trying to go for a contest. Even Vincent, the tanky jungler of Rebellion Zion, can be completely one-shot by Super Ken at this point. So they're really out of options to try and deal with this Fanny. They have to try and find something else where Super Ken is just not involved in.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Lord is yet to be taken down, right? The first Lord here, we might see the second Lord, the Enhanced Lord, might finally be committed by these two teams. But now it's just a reset. Top side has been always Bigetron Alpha controlling that wave, and Rebellion Zion are always behind from that fight.
He has his flicker back up, the Divine Judgment as well. Now it's going to be the key to this fight. They actually go for another. It's Narco who gets picked off, and it's Super Ken who picks up the Godlike. But with that, Vincent will be free to go for the 50-50 here on the First Lord. They might as well reset it here as we have entered the 12th minute of the game. The Enhanced Lord is available for Bigetron Alpha, but they want to play with the respawn timers. They reset, and it might just be, yep, them waiting for the Enhanced Lord. They're split pushing, playing the waves really well.
And that EXP lane, the far side of the map, is so difficult for Rebellion to try and take care of, but now with a concealed play, Bigetron Alpha goes for something here.
Vincent with a heavy spin right now, they're trying to burst it down. Who's going to win the retreat battle? It's Super Ken, who comes in the end, wiping them out as well. Highs now trying to cut away, but will be clapped by the side of Fear. The crossbow tank by Highs though, that's a great play. He dodges away from the upcoming damage, and Highs is here, ready to face off BTR.
It's 2-4-3, but remember, Bigetron Alpha, the red robots got the Lord, and take a look at the items, the situation here. Can Bigetron Alpha end this game with this First Lord?
With 2 members down, there's just a chance for Rebellion to try and clear, because you can see that Highs has a lot of damage built up already. Clearly, it's not ideal just yet, but Sway Low also has the Divine Glaive finished up. So in terms of damage, they have enough to try and make plays happen, as we saw in that fight. But the front line, though, is the main concern. No one is tanky enough to try and withstand the initial burst, especially when there's a neutral objective that Bigetron Alpha can use to control the maneuvers, the movements of Rebellion Zion.
Let's see, the First Lord, it seems like, well, the Second Lord, Enhanced Lord, will be taken care of top side. But of course, Bigetron Alpha still with the pressure. No commitments just yet, but Flicker, yeah, like I said, Flicker's Divine Judgment is in play. Let's see.
That was a very risky play by Super Ken. He is able to get out just in a bit. But now it's Fear No Cure who looks for a split push angle. Cars looking to punish. If it keeps on going like this, we mentioned Highs is going to have a good time. Meanwhile, Super Ken gets this. Oh, what? Oh, the fadeaway all the way with the chaos, and it's a massive shutdown. 8-kill bounty into the wallet of Sway Low.
Yikes, that is not what you want to have happened. Super Ken committed too hard on the turret. I think he took a bit more burst damage than he thought possible from Sway Low. And even though he was able to take so much distance away, he was still taken down. So without him on the map, you can see Rebellion Zion start moving with a lot more courage right here, trying to get some objectives on the map.
Eye for an eye right there. That's going to be the Shadow Stampede, but Heavy Spin is going to be able to pin Moreno down. Not for long. The Cult Altar is placed down, and the Divine Judgment finds Cars. That's one on the board, and Sakin is going to be able to free hit for a bit. Now Cock forced to flicker away. Highs looking for the weakness points. Rebellion Zion capitalized on one turret in the mid lane. Super Ken looking for an angle right now. Jumps in onto the back line. Finds the kill on the Vincent, but will fall to Sway Low. Bigetron Alpha 6,000 gold lead, now down on to a 3.8k.
The Blue Bulls, they're responding here in the 15th minute, and take a look at the lead. It was 5 to 6,000 earlier, now down to almost 4. What a response, but still clearly Bigetron Alpha still with the momentum that they're building, they're still in the lead.
You can see that Super Ken now is not nearly as big of a threat. Rebellion Zion have enough damage to try and burst him down if he just go in alone like he's been doing previously throughout the course of this game. So now Rebellion Zion can be a bit more confident in how they want to play. Highs as well has the win of nature, so he can go for more outplays here, and this is the advantage that they have using a 1-1 pick over the carry. Later on, the longer the game goes though, the carry still will be doing a lot more direct damage, direct impact in those team fights compared to the 1-1, but that outplay potential is just very valuable. And Bigetron Alpha, they have to try and be a bit more calculative here. They do have the wave pressure, but Wijanarko goes for something here. Conceal being fought, but they don't find anything.
Yeah, for now it seems like Bigetron, they are still, again, playing the far lane. clearing that wave, creating constant pressure, especially for Arlit. Let's see though, can Bigetron Alpha now capitalize on that? It seems like 5v4 if they are now forcing that fight. But no, Benedetta will just still be hovering that bot side here, waiting for the right timing as well. Take a look at the mid side, clear it now. So it seems like still Bigetron Alpha favoring the map control.
Good slow push mid, yeah, Rashi, look at that. The way they're building it up, it's going to crash, I think, with 3 minion waves later on. Nope, it gets cleared out a bit too fast, I believe, and now it's Bigetron who have a bit more pressure to play with, but again, still, the main problem is there. Heavy spin, Vincent with the retry.
Keep in mind, Cars has not been able to find a very decisive team fight here, which is what they're planning around, but look at High just going in against the Benedetta, but Vincent makes the engage happen against Key.
Flickered defensively by Key. That's the heavy spin baited out, though. If they had to bait out an ability, it had to be that. Look at Highs. Highs is going for a kill. Fear's going to be taken down. Even the eye for a night. Highs finds a massive play. But now it's a retry battle. Super Cat, is he going to win it? No, it's Vincent with a steal to save Rebellion and to take Bigetron down. Key going to be slain by Highs. Moreno caught in the midst, now taken down by Vincent. What a play by Rebellion.
The red robots, they're in shambles, and the Blue Bulls now in 17 minutes of game time. Seems like they are now in control, showing Bigetron Alpha who's boss.
Oof, what a turn of events, man. The Lord secured as well. Highs gets pressed down though. Super Ken still very much in this game, but he might be alone too deep in the jungle of Rebellion Zion.
No energy, buys the immortality. That's the stun coming in. Super Ken still able to find the cables for now. Vincent's going to be trying to chase him down. Super Ken gets out with a kill onto Highs. That may be the saving grace that Bigetron need to clear the enhanced Lord. The members coming back up right now as Saken goes on the purple buff. Will not be able to find more control though. Super Ken now still trying to find an angle to go onto the purple buff, as that's going to be Key and Fear No Cure. Moreno secures the purple buff as the eye for an eye gets Fear No Cure out. Now, Enhanced Lord is cleared out. Regionarco is going to be caught in the midst of it all. That's going to be Fear No Cure jumping back. The Shadow Stampede bringing Regionarco back for Saken a free hit. Regionarco maneuvering away, but that's going to be the fade away from Saken as the Divine Jumper connects. Meanwhile, in the base, Super Ken with the back door to split push, but it will not work. Brilliant maneuvers by Highs to save the game again.
Good read here by Highs. My heart dropped bot side there. But what an offense, what an attempt, but what a great defense as well. Just in time. And take a look at the golden equipment Arashi, all back to 0.
At this point, the items are built up for everyone except for perhaps the roamer. I thought Super Ken was gonna go for the purple buff, which is smart, right? If they were contesting our purple buff, we can go for our opponents instead. But he just goes all the way and tries to end the game right there. So the Rebellion Zion, they have to really pay attention to the waves right now, because Bigetron are showing that they have no issue going for the end of the game just like that. But Key is forced to flicker away.
Highs, oh my goodness, he's still going for it. Moreno's got to be careful here. That's Cars finding it. Moreno slain. Swalo with a flicker. Key is down. My goodness, Swalo picks up another. Mid lane going to be cleared out by Super Ken as he looks for a split push once again in the bottom lane. Only one cannon minion left. 36 seconds for the enhanced Lord to spawn. Vincent will steal the purple buff once again.
Same roster, same problem. Well, different roster, same problem here, Mirko. Bigetron Alpha, late game-wise, not much of a potential. Remember, their trend this season has been winning the early, winning the mid, the late game. They lost track of time, they lost. And now it seems like Bigetron Alpha equals still Bigetron Alpha.
Bigetron Alpha, that's a new one. A full build Lunox though in this point of the game is just devastating, man. They have to worry about Swalo as well as Highs at the same time, and both of these heroes can actually have some immunity in the middle of the fight. So Bigetron Alpha are the ones that have to try and find an opportunity, and Rebellion Zion, they just have to be careful to not make a mistake, not leave a lane pushing in, and not get caught out of guard, especially because Super Ken is still trying his best to be unpredictable, to be flanking around and finding opportunities there, as Vincent is waiting in the wings, trying and get another great steal for his team, which are not going to get engaged on. He is taken out.
Now you see him, now you don't. Disappearing from the map. That's 1 for 0 right now. That's gonna be the concealed place down. Sakin trying to burst him down, but now it's getting retribution from Vincent, finding it again with a heavy spin. Virno Q running away, but the crossbow tag is ready! And it keeps on going! Now with the Sakin who has the Wind of Nature as he tries his best to free hit the back line. Heis with the Wind of Nature once again! Heis finds the shutdown, gets the immortality now, still able to kind of wait for a bit, but will be slain in the process. Cars losing the immortality, popped in, Superken finds the kill back. It's a 4 for 2. Key with the Divine Judgment onto Sway Low, bottom side minion wave, still ready for Bigetron Alpha. 15 seconds onto the Wijo Narco. Right now, the respawn timer, Superken with Retribution, and it might be it. 10 seconds left, and Bigetron Alpha secure game number 1. It was a close game, but BTR are able to win it in the end.
The Red Robots still too strong in game 1 for the Blue Bulls to take the dub. And my goodness, what a game we have for our second match of today. And take a look at the celebrations. One overcommitment move there from the side of Rebellion proved costly.
One overcommitment at about 22 minutes in the game.
Wow.
That is definitely the costly mistake in this game. Unfortunately for Rebellion, it was all looking so good for them, even securing the Lord in the final sequence of that game. But with one moment, right, Bigetron taking advantage of the mobility, the AoE, and of course Key finding the picks even in the end of the game right there. Unfortunately for Rebellion, they're forced to take a very bitter defeat in game number 1.
Why did they go for it? Why? They
got the Lord. Exactly.
They should just disengage. Sure, they caught 1 or 2. Highs were just popping up, but then again, it's just momentum, right? They got the momentum. They thought they will win the fight, but my goodness, what a response from the Bigetron Alpha side. And there you go. It's a feudal Lord, and they got the game.
What is the Lord to a winning team fight, right,
Arashi?
Well, when you have 40 seconds in the death timers, yeah, the Lord can't do anything anyways. And this is the problem, right? Rebellion, they lost so many objectives early on. And of course, it's due to the draft as well. And due to the proactiveness of Bigetron Alpha. So using that early game leverage, they're able to get an open lane right there and just push through it. I mean, even Superken was using the Retribution on the minions, so they just knew that, okay, this is our window, and the last thing they want is to try and risk another team fight, because that was really, really close, being completely honest.
But again, on that note, right? Perfect, great debut from Ken and as well as Sakin, right? Impeccable execution, impeccable mechanics shown by these two debutants. But is it enough? Do you think you're the Bigetron fan here, Mirko? Please tell me, how are you feeling right now?
I think obviously a few of the mistakes were shown there. Some mistakes that, you know, of them getting too greedy, again, being rookies. Superken, I think the one we can pinpoint is the one where he tried to 1v1 Sway Low bottom lane, then getting punished, giving the 8-kill bounty over to Sway Low on a Lunox. That is dangerous, man. A few of those mistakes can cost you the game, and it almost did for Bigetron Alpha. Now, if they, you know, fix these little kinks in the armor, honestly, I feel like it's a solid team. They already got the lead so early on, and it's a losing matchup, I would believe. You would think so as well, and I think that's why Arashi actually went for Rebellion in his vote. Fanny against an Akai, against an Arlet, against a Ruby. That is in any other game, even in ranked games, you would think it's over for the Fanny, but not for Superken here.
I was also considering that later on in the late game, right, it's going to be a bit difficult for Bigetron Alpha to try and find, you know, a very solid team fight. And to be honest, in that final fight, Rebellion Zion were the ones engaging there, right? They didn't have to. So I thought that there was potential. It was possible, in my opinion. But of course, Bigetron Alpha proved me wrong, so congratulations to them. In this late stage of the game, 22 minutes, right? It felt a lot longer, though, due to how intense the game was, to be honest.
Look at the kills!
Look at the kills, man. It's such a high-action game. But if you look at it, Superken has a lot of damage, and he has that endless battle for a bit more true damage. And I was very impressed that even when I figured, like, after a few mistakes, okay, Superken's time is over, right? The team of Rebellion has scaled up, and out of nowhere, he just picks off Highs, instantly deletes him. So I'm like, okay, all right. In the right hands, I guess this is what an assassin can do, you know?
Fun fact, Donnie. 44 kills in total. We got 2 kills per
1925.
minute. 2 kills per minute, Gunny.
That's crazy.
It's back and forth, dude.
That's crazy, right? I mean, yeah, it was back and forth. Bigetron Alpha, even though they got the early towards the mid, they somehow, again, their trend in Season 11, lost the mid control. They lost the mid game. Gambling plays, misplays were made, and of course, a team in the MPL, Rebellion Zion, will able to capitalize on some mistakes, punish them as well. Suelo on that Lunox, Highs on that 1-1, and here, post-game, take a look at this. Still, 3 members from inside of a Bigetron Alpha, they got the categories. Only Vincent on that Akai got the sandbag.
Wow, if you look at the stats here, the rich guy is Super Ken, no real surprise there, but the carry is Moreno actually on the Faramis, so a bit of a foreign situation.
Silent killer.
If you consider how the fights were playing out, everyone's just clumped up like that. The Faramis will very subtly do a lot of damage here, and that is something that maybe Rebel and Zion weren't really considering, because remember, there was a fight there where Highs was still going very aggressively forward, and he was taken down to half HP with a single rotation of spells coming in from Moreno on the Faramis. So it's moments like that where you just consider like, okay, some of these heroes, their impact isn't exactly that clear cut, but if you really look at the stats, that's a lot of damage, man.
With that in mind though, right? With that in mind, do you think Moreno will grab the MVP? Or will, of course, Super Ken on that Fanny will grab his debut and got the MVP?
I think in the end, you have to say Moreno. He is the consistent member, bringing the team victory from the start of the game. Sure, Super Ken did have a lot of highlights there early on, but when he got shut down, ever since he got shut down, no purple buffs for him, and he wasn't really able to create a lot of impact in the game. Even the last red trade, the last few red trades went to Vincent on the Akai, as we expected, right? He made a lot of crazy plays, but in the end, I think Moreno deserves it, no, Arashi?
My vote will still be for Super Ken, because if he wasn't that proactive and that oppressive in the early game, forcing Rebel and Zion to just clump up together, I don't think Bigetron Alpha would have that much success. You take a look at the gold curve here, you can see that everything was going so well, and then at 10 minutes, I think it restarted when Super Ken got caught out, picked off in the bottom lane there.
That's it.
I think that was the signal where Rebel and Zion got some more control, they were able to get some more fights, some more objectives, and it became an even game from there on. And their late game composition is no secret. It's a lot better, a lot scarier compared to Bigetron. So I still think that it's Super Ken at the end of the day, but we'll have to see, man.
You know what's funny? Bigetron gold curves are always like it's always like a crypto. It's always like a coin, right? It's literally gone instantly. Goes your money. There goes your money.
The fluctuation.
Pretty volatile.
Very unpredictable here. It's just boom, 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 boom.
That's how you know Mirko likes risky plays, man. This is the kind of investments he makes on Bigetron, man.
You know, man.
I mean,
it's pretty tough sometimes.
Bigetron has that gambling problem,
They
right?
do.
So, well, but there you go. It's clear on his debut. Super Ken will grab the MVP by Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G on a Fanny of all heroes.
You know what's scary though?
Wow, look at that. Wait. Endless battle
Right,
there.
he went for an endless battle later on in the game just to provide a bit more burst damage and a bit of sustain, I believe. I think it really worked out. The true damage, exactly. Going through the bulk of the tanky, the defensive weapons, well, the defensive tools that Rebellion has, and the true damage can go through the Wind of Nature as well. So I think that's a bit of a, an attempt there, right, to try and circumvent the itemization. But the scary part, like I was saying, there are 2 members right now with a lot of reputation behind them, right, for Bigetron. So now we've only seen Super Ken, because Saken in that game, all he had to do was play consistent and just cruise to a conclusion there. So if he is put in a position to carry, we get to see if he can be as effective, if not more effective than Super Ken in this game.
Perhaps in game 2, right? I mean,
exactly.
Again, it's just let's see. Perhaps in game 2, it's the switch. Super Ken, you carry me game 1, let me carry you in that game 2. But overall, take a look at the heat map here by Super Ken. Very busy in the first 5 minutes.
You can see a big patch right there near the buffs of Rebellion Zion, because that's what he was doing, right? Getting a lead, pushing everyone together, and then afterwards just putting constant pressure onto the buffs of his opponents. But soon, we'll take a look at the highlights of that game, and I think there's going to be a lot of Super Ken for sure. Even early on, he was a one-man threat, dude, and there was no solution. We talked about this, Mirko. Having so much crowd control in the hands of Rebellion, they were still unable to try and get a solid counter onto the Fanny pick. And here, that was a very, very intense retribution battle. But overall, Super Ken is just going in and out, but you can see that Highs in this mid-game, right, 12 minutes, this is where he starts to pop off, and you see how Bigetron Alpha struggles to try and deal with that. And from there, when there's more factors on the table, Sway Low, Highs, that's where the retributions also start to become less reliable, less consistent from Super Ken. But all things considered, they were still able to try and press their advantage in the macro department. And here's that play from Super Ken. So even in the late game, man, he doesn't just fall down to a default playstyle. He still attempts all these very bold maneuvers, right? Picking off Highs behind enemy lines, and even trying to end the game in that backdoor situation. And this fight right here is where everything was put on the line, but unfortunately, the commitment coming in for Rebellion was a bit too sporadic here, and even the last member, Swalo, gets picked off by Key, reading that possibility. So overall, I think you can still put a lot of credit in the hands of Bigetron Alpha. It was still a very impressive performance, all things considered. Could it be better? Obviously, of course. But considering there's two new debuts on the roster, this is a great performance.
Yeah, there's chemistry, there's potential, right? I mean, Mirko, you must be smiling with that first game. But remember, the trend, Bigetron, Season 11, a lot of 2-to-1s, a lot of reverse sweeps as well from his opponents. But also, guys, for those of you who loves MLBB, MPL 2023 is also available where? Maxstream. Maxstream is an app that combines many OTT and channels, so you don't have to switch between apps. In Maxstream, there are a lot of channels that you can enjoy without paying extra. So there's Technostorm and DGTV that are very also exclusive original content that airs only on Maxstream. There's Love in Game, Love Coach with Rachel, The One, Believe, Russia, The Wonder Kid, and Colac Express. So don't miss out on cool and exciting shows. Watch only on Maxstream.
We're gonna watch it tonight.
How do you say it? Russia.
Russia.
Russia. Rashid.
Arashi.
Rashid. Wrong guy. Hang on.
Wrong guy. Wrong dude. It's fine. Arashi.
Yes.
Rebellion Zion. Okay. So, you went for Rebellion Zion that game.
Yep.
How does it feel?
Well, I thought they could do it, man. I really thought that in that draft, right, there's a lot of potential to try and counter everything in the late game, and there's more outplay potential, like I mentioned. I was grinning once Rebellion were making a comeback, but you know, man, in this game, it's never over until it's over, so I stand corrected.
So might as well, you guys, grab a snack as well. Where? Grab, right? MPL ID Season 11 begins, and Grab promos are ready to enjoy. For new users, you can enjoy a 50% discount. 50.
Just like my win rate.
That's quite low to power up when you're watching online with the MPL IDX Grab promo code. No shade.
50% is my win rate on Fanny. 90% the discount you guys can get on Grab Bike and Grab Car. That's my win rate on Melissa and Wanwan. So go ahead, grab it offline to reach to the event in Menara Kuningan Ballroom Sanctuary.
So get ready for the Grab Challenge though on March 18th. So in a week or 2 weeks of
what
time.
Can I win?
Later, for more details, you can check grb.to/MPL. Check it now.
Take my phone.
grb.to/MPL. Arashi, please give Mirko's phone to Mirko right now.
No, you know what?
Gotta reach for
here. Okay, Arashi, my point. You know, the question I asked you, how does it feel picking Rebellion to win and then you being the only one who, got the prediction wrong? That's how I felt when I predicted Bigetron last week. Right, the Hanabi one, the Hanabi pick. I was the only one.
Yep.
So now you know.
Yeah.
How does it feel, Arashi, is the question. So describe it.
Well, it's feel, man. It's very feel, for
it's
sure.
Feel. It's very RQ's coach.
In a way though, right? It was a pretty interesting feeling in the game because it's a lot of highs and lows. Because for you, it's like, okay, we're winning as predicted. Oh, hang on. But for me, it's like, but then it didn't work out, so, it's a bit of a roller coaster for sure, man.
Speaking of, Mirko, this is your team right here. The next MPL superstar? Question mark. Super Ken has joined Bigetron since 2021, so 2 years ago about when he was only 14 years old. So if my math is correct, he's now almost 16.
He is. I think he's 16 now, so
Okay,
he's just reached the age to actually be able to play in the MPL,
there you go.
right?
My
so
math's not
he's
wrong.
a kid, and on the enemy, or on the opposing team for Bigetron Alpha Rebellion, they also have a kid, Cars, 17. So, man, it's a battle of kids. These guys are honestly so talented, man. Being that young, playing on stage with this much pressure on them, with the whole world watching, I can only imagine as we enter the drafts for game number 2.
Will Bigetron have the audacity to pick up another Fanny just like they did in game 1, or will Rebellion insta-respect that? Let's see.
I think it all depends on the bands. If they're given the choice, I don't think they would mind taking the Fanny again. One pick I was really not exactly upset or disappointed with, but I was really hoping to see a lot more from the Arlet, right? We talked about the synergy from the side of Rebellion, but unfortunately Bigetron just completely shut him down using the Divine Judgment. So Key once again showing that given the right circumstances, he knows how to adapt and change his playstyle. It's never one-dimensional, it's never just generic. But for Bigetron, they will ban out the Faramis right here, so they're hinting at picking up something. The 1-1 is open, but not anymore.
Nope. No way you give it the second, man.
Yeah, they're into respect there. Different story, right? From game 1, he was left out. But now Bigetron on the blue side. What will they prio here? Perhaps they might prio Hero for a... for Moreno here. Valentina might work, but no, it's gonna be Fredrin. Remember, this Fredrin is technically a flex, but it is most likely to be played in the jungler position.
Should be, right? Here on the... Yep, that's what we expect here. The Valentina always... When you see Valentina open, it's mostly going to be picked up here considering how many big ultimates there are in the current patch for the heroes that are meta. Now, what do you pick with the Valentina is the question, right? Do you want to pick the Martis straight up here up against the Fredrin? It's a pretty good pick, but again, that flex potential is quite scary.
Flex picks definitely something that both these coaches like to try and use to their advantage, and as we say that, it's going to be a Grok that can go to several roles right at this point. It can go jungle, it can go EXP and roam. So for Rebellion, they're just keeping things open just in case Bigetron wants to come up with something unexpected on their own, but keep in mind the Fanny is still open, and I wonder if Rebellion might just try their hand at that if given the chance.
Well, let's see, right? This Grok can also be flexed, right? Also, apart from that, you're right, Arashi, this Grok is also a deny pick for Key, but there you go. Bigetron does not prioritize the hero for Key as well. They prioritize hero for Saken and as well as Moreno, Farsa, and Melissa. Who will help with the dives here? Assassin could come through here. I think Ling, they should and could pick up the Ling here for Vincent.
I think pick up a solid line matchup for the gold lane first, because with the Melissa pick, they can really, force these, passive heroes in. If you don't pick up a gold laner here, Bigetron can ban out the Brody, ban out the Claude as well, two heroes that do pretty well up against the Melissa, and force Rebellion on something like a carry and Moskov.
Unless this Valentina is a flex pick towards the gold lane. This is why this meta is so interesting right now. They can still go for a Lunox, but like you predicted, Mirko, getting the Claude early on will mean that there's a healthy amount of dive here towards the backline from Bigetron. So Rebellion might want to try and deny some kind of protection, right? Like for example, something like an Akai. Even though they do have a Fredrin, right? Something that can just stop their engages. Because already, on top of the go away, there's going to be a lot of problems for Rebellion to try and reach the back line.
Mirko, Arashi, let's start second phase, right? Rebellion, Zion, what will they limit? It's going to be the roamer position here, Diggy banned out. So saying, perhaps they do not want to hero a hero that can provide Melissa more. You love Melissa, he can bully the early game. What do you think the combination will be for that Bigetron side?
Here, Bigetron side, honestly with Melissa and Farsa, you need a solid frontline composition for your team. Now, the Lolita hasn't been banned. Up against the Claude, it's a pretty solid pick, but Rebellion Zion can just take it away right now. It's a very good option for them to pick up as well, though. So they can't just leave it open and deny that pick with a pick in the first phase, or in the second phase, because Rebellion does have first pick in second phase, right? Another response would be just to go for the XP lane bans here. I think for Rebellion Zion. They want to get another winning lane in that XP with the last pick in their second phase as well. Franco is a great pick up against the Claude. Great ban.
Well, we got a comment here. Rashi Moreno said that for Suelo, try using heroes with mechanical skills once in a while, not just all the time.
Wow.
So, like throwing a shade here. Hey, Moreno, chill out, right? Chill out.
Personal.
Well, Suelo played the Lunox for his game, so there you go. The answer, the response.
And he lost, so...
True,
Oh, man, Moreno's words are stinging right now.
Man, as a Yves main though, I feel a bit attacked by that statement, so
hey,
we'll have to
Rashi,
see.
play heroes other than Yves, come on.
I don't do well mechanically, man. I'm too old for this. My nerves, dude. I got tremors in later stages of the game. We'll have to see, man. Bigetron, they banned out the Lapu as well, so they're really fearful of this full all-in dive. But for Rebellion, like Goni mentioned, an assassin can still make an appearance. It could work, but against so much crowd control, it is going to be a risky pick for sure.
Well, let's see. Vincent really likes the assassin. Will they commit on towards the Ling? Taking a little. The Lancelot was hovered.
Jungle. Is it the first time?
No, it was hovered, right? No. Let's see. Lancelot.
Yes, it is.
Oh, Lancelot will be picked up. And who was it performed first? Was it Persic?
No, we've never seen it in the MPL. This is the first time ever for Lancelot Jungle in the MPL. In the MDL, we've seen it a couple of times. Now here, no, not yet.
It was on a Sunday.
It did say it's a 50% win rate though, so I feel like it's been out once.
Lancelot tank.
But if you guys are not, if you guys weren't didn't remember it, it must not have done well then.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I think it hasn't really gotten.
I forgot
any success. That means maybe 50% though.
So twice
was picked up, but Saken.
Well, we were talking about Saken earlier. 4th MPL Indonesia Season 10, first PL President Esports 2022, and first place MLBB Competitive Series Season 3.
The response.
And the response for Bigetron, the Arlot now in their hands with a lot of crowd control as well, by the way, and a Kufra.
Wow.
The Kufra is a solid pick, you know. And
I stood up, yeah.
Melissa with the go away. Remember, the puncture does not go through the go away. Grok's wild charge as well. Now Rebellion Zion pick up an XP laner.
A Yuzong.
A Yuzong is the best option for them.
I mean, canceling the Feather Strike tourism.
Yuzong
might
works the best here.
I like Yuzong better.
It depends on how they want to, what are they looking for, right? If they want to go for a better dive, the Yuzong will definitely be a solid zoning tool. They want to go for more lane dominance, the Terizla could be used, but it's gonna be the Yuzong. So expect a lot of resistance from Rebellion in the neutral objective take. That's only if they can get a lead in the side lanes though. And looking at the rest of Bigetron, the Pharsa roaming around the Arlot, it might be a bit tough for them to try and get a man advantage in those neutral objective takes, especially in the early game.
Composition-wise, I gotta say, I think this might be a clean sweep here, Miracle.
Ooh, big words from the Onyx fan himself. By the way, fun fact, Lancelot Jungle tank was used by Rebellion up against GEEK SLATE, I believe, last week on Saturday when they 2-0'd GEEK SLATE. So this is them saying, we're going back to comfort.
We are definitely going back to comfort here as the 10 heroes will enter the Land of Dawn. Who will grab? Who will win? Will it be Bigetron clean sweeping Rebellion, or will Rebellion force a Game 3, ladies and gentlemen? Land of Dawn, here we go.
We'll see if the early game really favors the side of Rebellion, because they do have options to try and contest, but considering the crowd control and how much damage is available for the side of Bigetron, they need to be very careful not to overextend here, because the current meta just really encourages the roamers to be that much more aggressive, but Bigetron Alpha can really punish that kind of misstep.
Let's see. I mean, taking a look at the composition, spell check and emblem check here. Not a lot of, nothing too significant here. Pretty standard highs though. Please do note that he will bring the Purifier. Oh my god. Top side a little bit zoning there, but it seems like now it's just all early passive. No teams want that fancy early gameplay just yet.
It's super hard, this matchup, by the way, for the Melissa up against the Claude.
And Grok.
You usually want to go for trades, but up against the Claude, when you trade, you just give him free gold, and you can't even go for all-ins because the Claude can just blink away. And here you're already seeing it. Wow, Inspire early on. Janarko not respecting that damage and will pay for it with a lot of his HP shredded down.
That's still a battle spell burned for the side of Rebellion though, so I think it's not a bad situation, but you can see that the wave clear game is where Rebellion Zion is trying to shut down the movement from Bigetron Alpha, right? Vincent, Swaylo, and Janarko has so much wave clear that Moreno has not left the lane at all, and this is not characteristic of a Pharsa that usually likes to abuse the wings by wings, and on the EXP lane, you might expect some aggressive play coming in from Vincent.
Well, yeah, again, you're right. Vincent will have that Demon Slayer, so signifying perhaps, oh my god, Maltine. The first blood will fall to the hands of Rebellion Zion with that proactiveness that they have in the early game. And there you go, Veer no Cure, not even a chance to flicker away.
Yeah, Arla doesn't do really well up against the Yu Zhong here, so Bigetron Alpha with basically a losing lane in the XP lane and an alright lane up top in the gold. Rebellion, though, will have more pressure to play with as they already have placed their sights onto the Turtle. He looking for an opening right now. Dasky the burst down coming in with a Feather Airstrike. That's a Phantom Execution as well. And it's Swaylo who picks up the kill on Zaki. Moreno somehow was able to secure the Turtle away from Rebellion Zion.
It's a tough day for the junglers in the MPL right now, man. These mid laners are stealing these neutral objectives left and right. It's a fun fact though, in his debut, Supercan became the player with the 3rd highest number of kills in MPL ID Season 11, so that's a huge statement on that Fanny. And now on the Fredrin, we'll see if he can have the same kind of success, the same kind of pressure on a fighter jungler.
What is this kid on, right? First game, already 3rd highest kills. And ladies and gentlemen, take a look at Saken here with the MLBB execution. Kaisen, oh my god, mid-side.
The airstrike once again, Moreno with a smack talk before and now with a kill onto Swaylo. Like you said, Rush, he's getting kind of personal, man.
He's getting absolutely personal. Both these teams, man, like we said, they play in a very similar playstyle. And now, it's a bit of deja vu here. At this point, I just want to see an underdog story play out. So, hedging my bets on Rebellion Zion, I do think that the dive is something that Bigetron Alpha doesn't really have an easy solution for. It's still a 50-50, being completely honest, but Rebellion Zion already showing to be matching up a bit better in this game.
I mean, you said it yourself, Arashi. It's a deja vu, so top side, let's see the action a little bit here with Janarko and Swaylo, but no commitments just yet. Yeah, you said it yourself, deja vu, so if same like game 1, Bigetron Alpha should win.
Half deja vu, dude, not the whole way.
Half deja vu it is, so Arashi taking his words back. 20 seconds to the neutral objective here. Wow. Who will win the setup here, looking at the situation?
I think the setup game, Rebellion Zion will definitely have a bit more pressure, and they can actually dictate where the fight takes place a bit more. Bigetron Alpha, though, if they do get all the time required to try and move around and get set up for a good team fight, I think Bear No Cure on the Arlot can absolutely pop off, because unlike game number 1, there isn't a real way for Rebellion Zion to shut down on Arlot that just dashes in and out left and right.
Whoa, Veer No Cure with an amazing ultimate there. Vincent's taken low with a wild charge from Janarko. Once again, that's a steal. The jungler's not having a good time, but Cars surely is with a Petrify onto 2 members. Veer No Cure looking for some damage, but will be forced to flicker out. Cars under the tier 2. Veer No Cure down. Cars still surviving, but will finally be taken down by Superken. Rebellion already equalizing the gold lead here. Saken up top, looking for some damage. Wins out in the 1v1, but now with Vincent rotating up top, he's got to be careful, man. He doesn't have the go away, and it's just a proper disengage from Saken.
The Yu Zhong passive, man, that was really what top side. Oh my god, Vincent making the move on towards Saken here. Nothing much just yet though, but take a look at the gold shift here, Arashi. It's back to equilibrium.
It's a very even back and forth, which makes things very scary, but Ouija, as you can see, abusing the crowd control immunity, this is something that they can keep doing to try and get some intel, get some control. So the Kufra pick from T needs to be a bit more creative with the approach, and speaking of that, they're going silent, going dark, but they won't be able to find that kill. So both teams right here just standing dead even, waiting for the next team fight.
Again, both teams trying to find a play, and with Janarko,
Oh my god, everything in the kitchen sink thrown, and Wijanarko, they try their best to give the kill over to Saken, but Super Ken gets it in the end, I think with his bloody retribution there. Bigetron Alpha now looking to capitalize on the fact over to the top side. Super Ken already zoning Cars and Swaylo away, jumps back in, gets caught in the Petrify, doesn't have the Praises Rapper, will be able to pop it just in time to get a little bit of HP. Vincent now jumping in with the Phantom Execution, but Saken with the turret take will mean that Bigetron Alpha will come out of this one with the better trade by far.
They've equalized. I mean, Wijanarko bit off a bit more than he can chew right there. He can go for those crowd control immune plays, but he needs to make sure that his team is in the area in case Bigetron commit on him regardless. But unless that happens, he can bully Key away just like this. But Saken is there to try and provide a bit more threat, and the rest of the team is too. Wijanarko needs to be a bit careful here. Oh.
Key.
Applause from Key.
He's clapping his hands. He's like, Wijanarko's been doing really good this game. That wow, perfectly timed there. Wijanarko with a two-man wall charge, but will be caught on the top right now. Saken is able to free hit for a bit. Cars now with a defensive Furious Dive, trying to disengage, but will be knocked up as that's going to be the Blazing Duet to the back line. Saken with his fire, still dealing out a lot of damage. Now Wijanarko taken down by Moreno as Bigetron Alpha find the better team fight, but will lose out on that turtle take.
A very, again, quite even exchange there, Arashi. Bigetron Alpha, you're right, wins that team fight, but now, item-wise, is something significant. I mean, Claude now getting that EHS early, so moving on towards that golden staff next.
A key factor here is the fact that Cure has went for the Dominance Ice first. He knows that he's in a quote-unquote losing lane. He wants to mitigate the regeneration coming in from Cars. But Cars is also 2 and 4, so he's been taking a lot of sacrifices for the good of the team. And you have to question that if the Yuzong isn't doing well, isn't on curve at least, can he still threaten the backline of Bigetron Alpha? Because otherwise, there's a chance they can just burst him down.
For the airstrike, taking Sway low, very low. Super Ken still being that frontliner, jumping back in with a dash. That might have been a mistake, and that is Swaylo picks up the kill for nothing. Key now with a bouncing ball, trying to disengage right now as Key pops into Tower's Revenge to get out. That's Saken coming back in. Swaylo going to be taken down right now as Saken pops into go away. Wijanarko look for a re-engage. The Petrify is there, but the go away is massive, and it disengages for BTR. Mid lane for Jungler, who takes it. Key with the Tower's Revenge, popping it up. He wants to look for a play, but will not be able to get as Cure jumps in. Now Saken going to be able to actually escape for a bit. Vincent outplayed in the Tier 1 turret.
My goodness, Rebellion Zion. Oh,
no way.
Almost. But take a look at Wijanarko here, still moving aggressively. Bigetron Alpha, what a reaction. They aren't really there for the fight, but when Rebellion commits on towards the mid side, Bigetron Alpha, their informants came through, and now it's still, again, a dead even match.
Now you have to question in the late game, the range coming in from Bigetron Alpha is going to be absolutely massive for deciding who actually comes out on top. But Rebellion Zion is the team with a lot more dynamic engages, except for Key, right? Key is the main exception here, so I think it's going to be really, really even, and it all comes down to the execution here. So it's going to be a very exciting game all the way through. But of course, I think Bigetron Alpha will be able to dictate a bit more fights, especially once the 10 to 11 minute starts rolling through.
See here again, it's resetting. Will they commit on towards the Lord here? 4 members, 5v5.
Let's see, I think it's a 4v5 for now, but that's going to be the Tower's Revenge connecting on the Wijanarko. A lot of stuns posted, but the wall charge! Finds 3! Saken still free, hitting in the back line, and that's going to be the Blazing Duet, dealing a whole lot of damage. Super Ken taken down, and Highs gets out with a BMI. Bottom lane, that's a tier 2 taken down. Swaylo taking a whole lot of damage, and Moreno jumps back in. Swaylo taken down by Moreno. Cure looking for an opening, looking to reset the Lord, does it successfully. 2 for 1, still in favor of Rebellion Zion, but it's a 2 for 2 just like that in the mid lane. Vincent and Highs looking for it, gets stunned up right now, and it is Vincent who secures it. Disengages the fight, knowing that they have found the better trade.
Bigetron Alpha, they won that trade in what sense? In the team fight sense, right? But take a look at Rebellion, realizing that no junglers, no retribution in hand, they will claim the Lord. With that lead now, Rebellion Zion, let's see what can they achieve with this Lord push, Arashi.
They might be able to get a few more turrets here if they play their cards right. With Jagozen 1v2, he is juking left and right. It won't be enough though. Gets taken out as the Lord spawns right here. Rebellion man, they have a chance here because they do have pressure and engage tools, but against the far side, it's going to be so difficult, and the fight breaks out again!
There we go, that's a redemption. Key finds two, but Swalo is still somehow able to escape. Fear No Cure with a disengage right now as he jumps back in onto the cars. The BMI from Highs now chasing Fear No Cure down. The Petrify and the Furious die, but what? Fear still able to survive! My goodness! It's the Arlet getting a massive play on Cars.
It's the Festival of Blood, Arashi. The Spellvamp is there to save the day for Virno Cure's day. And now with that in mind, with 2 members down, it's gonna be a defense from side of Bigetron Alpha. Arashi, what can you see?
Well, they're gonna go for the side lane, so that's still a good victory for Rebellion per se. I mean, the gold lead also reflects that. But honestly, with the Lord, right, they seem to be just so overeager to prove that they're better than Bigetron Alpha. They keep going for these big fights, trying to prove themselves, it seems like. Whereas, I don't know, against Bigetron, maybe the idea is to slow down a bit because this is where Bigetron Alpha excels, right? Even though they don't win out in the direct mechanical exchanges, they just put themselves up, set themselves up to get successful trades later on. The longer the game goes, right, like even the trade in the Lord, it was beneficial for Rebellion Zion for now with the low death timers. But if it goes down to 20 minutes, like in game number 1, it's going to be a huge mistake that Bigetron Alpha can take advantage of.
See, again, Rebellion here. Minute to the next Lord. The enhanced Lord. Rebellion Zion, they are now leading the fight, and seems like can still play.
Whoa, massive fight. The wild charge connects. Saka with the go away. Hitting them down right now. He's able to free him with the Inspire. Wijanarko taking low. Car's going to be able to disengage for now, but Moreno is down. Tyrant's Revenge onto Wijanarko as Beer looks for some damage, but won't be able to find the stun at all for the resets.
Wow.
That's why the Grok is so good against the Arlet.
The flicker wild charge play was massive, and Moreno was the right target as well. Does not have enough time to use the flicker away as well, and there you go, 5v4. But if you're looking at the grand scheme of things, no real objectives on the board, so Bigetron Alpha can quickly reset.
Rebellion were able to get the mid lane first turret though finally, but it took so much effort, and you have to wonder now, that play took I think, a Petrify, a Flicker, and about 3 ultimates, and yet that's all they were able to get, 1 pickoff and 1 turret. So I do think that at this point, Bigetron Alpha are the ones who can just like play by default, right? And just try and react to Rebellion Zion. Rebellion are the ones that have to try and get something massive, right? It's a big play, a pickoff onto Saken, because as we mentioned, when Super Ken isn't the one in the driver's seat, Saken has stepped up, and he is the one that's just doing a lot of crazy plays in game number 2.
Please do note that Golden Staff has been secured by Saken Hiro, and engage.
That's a lot onto the frontliner. Good dodge from Super Ken right now as Virno Cure jumps back in with that Arlet. Not able to find anyone on the CC just yet. Rebellion still holding on to that 2.3 thousand gold lead with better mid control now. They'll certainly have more pressure again around the Lord, but it's just the Lord dance. Again, resetted by Highs.
Top side though, take a look. Rebellion Zion is low-key winning the lane minions, so perhaps Bigetron Alpha need to equalize on that lane. Let's see though, an engage might ensue.
With a time's revenge there, but will be chunked down. This is bad for Key, but the bad airstrike comes in high. Maybe a mistake there. Saken able to disengage. Virno Cure baited out. 1 HP. Vincent looking for the engage, but Cars finds Key, and Jaspir as well, falling in the back line. Rebellion looking for some damage, and Saken is going to be poked down, forced to back away. Rebellion are back with a 2-for-0.
Wow, what an engage by Rebellion Zion. You must be smiling here, Rashi.
Well, you can consider the fact that the whole sequence was started off by Key going for the engage and not landing it. And we talked about this Kufa pick being so dangerous. It's such a double-edged sword. And in this game, when the fights are just so chaotic and nobody really stays in the same place for a bit too long, it's going to be very hard for Key to find that moment, at least for now.
Okay, Sam's Bijanarko chunked pretty low, but again, Rebellion Zion, this time they've learned from their mistakes. They got the Enhanced Lord, no real reason to overcommit here. You can see the defense already, Arashi. Winner Truncheon by Moreno.
He will need that for sure. Having a Lancelot and a Yutsong just jump at him. But talking about the Lancelot, by the way, it's not going to be a tank Lancelot. It's full damage.
Wow.
So it's good in a way because Bigetron Alpha can punish him. But at the same time, if they misstep, Moreno and Saken, they're at, I don't know, they're in a very vulnerable spot to get dive on, especially on immobile heroes like the Farsa and the Melissa. So now with this Lord, Rebellion Zion will wait yet again for the right opportunity. And if they can keep zoning away Saken from the fight, like they did in that previous fight, and split apart Bigetron Alpha, I think they are doing the right thing right here. But of course, once that has been shown once, like earlier, Bigetron Alpha are the ones that have the chance to adjust and do something different here.
I'm quite surprised actually that the Lancelot build opted for that offensive build. 115 and not clear, not an aggressive one. So I thought he was building tank. Let's see here the siege and as well as the defense from both teams.
Whoa, there you go. That's the conceal for the airstrike as well. Swalo forced to flicker out, and just like that, that's one member very low, forced to back away. Super Ken now jumping onto Vincent. A good zone, but it feels like, yep, it will be the base turret down below taken down. Rebellion have definitely gotten the dub here in the skirmish.
They have to try and they have to go for those like small victories, because at a 7k gold lead, they are strong, but it's also 17 minutes in the game. So Bigetron Alpha have items and they have a lot of long range. So in the base, it's a very sketchy situation. Rebellion will have to wait for a proper Lord fight unless Wijanarko gets jumped on.
No commitments just yet, it seems like here. 7,500 gold lead, but at this point, we are now already reaching almost towards that full item from both teams. So yeah, we'll see here. Rebellion Zion still with the full control here. Base turret bot side has been taken down. Bigetron Alpha, they need to find some sort of a compensation here.
And look at the damage dealt. And Swalo being on top right there, it does mean like he's matching Moreno in the poke department, stealing away the feather airstrike. But at the same time, if the fighting gets messy, there's a chance that Saken can get absolutely bursted down by a late game Valentina. We've seen it happen before. It can absolutely happen again, especially because River and Zion, they're waiting for the purple buff to make a move.
All right, Wijanarko going to the front of it all for the airstrike right there to zone Saken away, but it's going to be a kill over to Bigetron Alpha. Onto the roamer. Wijanarko is down. 16 seconds for the Lord. That's going to be the evolved Lord, man. Rebellion Zion won't have their roamer for a bit. This might be Bigetron Alpha's ticket back to the game.
Also, I do want to note that Lancelot's damage earlier, it was quite low. 28,000, around 30,000 at this point.
It's by going damage.
By building damage, I don't know. Might as well just build a tank right at this point. So let's see. 5v4, will they be able to exploit this one?
They're forcing it. Rebellion Zion now looking for an opening. Wijanarko is back up, but he has to walk all the way. He, with the Tyrant's Revenge, going to be able to connect onto Carl, but he is in Black Dragon form. Now, they're going, still waiting, playing it very patiently. Rebellion Zion have recovered from that. Wijanarko is now back in. Key and Super Ken are half HP. Key with the Tyrant's Revenge once again, now charging in. Wijanarko going to be able to spot him right now as that's going to be Fear No Cure jumping back. Wild charge popped in, that's no CC left. That's Wijanarko down and Key finds the stun. It's going to be Super Ken who finds it. Now with the retribution, Vincent going to be taken down by Moreno. And it is a 2-for-1. What a play by BTR.
Technically 3-for-1, right? Bigetron Alpha got the Lord as well. And let's see here now, Rebellion Zion on the defense. Take a look at the replay here, Arashi.
Look at this replay. Wijanarko trying to zone as much as possible. Stops the feather airstrike, but it's not enough. He actually gets taken out, and without the main front line, Bigetron just sprung into action, goes for the play, and I don't think I saw anybody retribution that Lord. So eventually, Super Ken was just able to secure that, and now with the range advantage, with the feather airstrike, they have a chance to try and turn this game around.
Saken, wow, surviving that one. Now Moreno taking low, Super Ken jumping back in, baiting that Winter Truncheon. Super Ken now caught. Wijanarko has the wall charge, will not choose to go for it as the Evolved Lord has marched down up top. It's going to be the base turret taken down, I believe. It was left so long untouched. It will not find it, but the minions will. Now, they're looking for it. One more hit, Super Ken finds it. Saken now into the mid lane to be able to siege while poking Wijanarko down. Making good use of that second skill. The range advantage is now they're pushing on that bottom lane. This is the lane they need to secure more map pressure.
It's back to an even game, ladies and gentlemen. You're now Bigetron with the control. Can Rebellion fight back?
Wow! Saken!
Free hitting!
With an amazing go away. Key now in the front. No mini waves to play with, but Veer has pushed up top. Super Ken now with a knockup onto Wijanarko. Key with a Tyrant's Revenge. They're looking for the siege. Once again, it's Saken free hitting onto the base turret. No damage from the side of Rebellion Zion just yet onto the members. Wijanarko still holding onto the wild charge. Bigetron Alpha still wants to play with it. Vincent is down to conceal now by Ouija! But Ouija touched by Moreno! It's going to be knock up onto 2 members, but Sakan's still going to be able to free hit in the back line. Now Heis is blazing too wet, but it's going to be the damage coming in. Moreno still has the immortality, and Heis is forced to pop the BMI. Cars in the midst of it all. Sakan with the go away with wall to Cars. Now it's Heis who's doing it, who's dealing damage. Key is 1 HP, and he's still able to escape. Now Veer jumping in with the stun. Heis with the damage and the winner nature, but it's not going to be enough. Super Ken with a knockup. Sway low taken low. Veer no Q with the stun, but he doesn't have the reset just yet. Sway low, 1v2. Now looking for the damage, able to outplay for a bit, but Veer finds the immortality. Vincent responding with a airstrike will be able to seal the deal. What a game!
What a series, what a game! It's still here, Bigetron Alpha and Rebellion Zion Arashi. Talk me through it, what happened earlier?
This is a constant back and forth. Rebellion Zion, they know they have to go for a make or break play unless they get poked down. So Wijanarko engages, but Bigetron were kiting back, but they let High slip through. He does a lot of damage to Moreno, and while they have their attention drawn away by everyone else, Cars was able to survive for so long, do so much damage, knock up so many people, and they were so low. And by the skin of their teeth, Rebellion Zion were able to equalize, but that was way too close. They still have, Bigetron still has the turret advantage right here, but seeing how that fight went through, this is anyone's game right here.
I mean, talk about the battles of the mid-tables right here, Mirko. Bigetron and Rebellion. Oh, very close between these two teams. And let's see here. Will it be Bigetron clinching the clean sweep or Rebellion? Let's see. Game 3 or not?
Ice on the top side though, so this is a window that Bigetron Alpha can absolutely abuse right here. They're going for it.
Wijanarko poked down. That's the Melissa late game damage, but the airstrike to zone Vincent away as they have micromanaged these waves. Top lane Highs tried his best to try to make a slow push, but with super minions, it's always going to be pushing over towards Rebellion Zion. Wijanarko now opening it up once again. Sakan has the go away, needs to position very carefully here. Key missing the Town's Revenge once again. Pure no cure, trying to look for an angle to flank. Sakan needs to wait for the cooldown once again on that second skill. Rebellion Zion have taken control of that mid lane river bush. They're opening up the map once again. They're trying to just look for an opening here. But both teams are doing it really well. Veer no cure gets the stun down, won't decide to go in. Veer is low, has to pop the regen, and the Lord gets resetted once again, Connie.
Goodness me, Rebellion and Bigetron Alpha, they're just trading punches at this point. 23 minutes game time now. Arashi, what can you see? Top side though, favoring Bigetron Alpha. Will Rebellion Zion recover from that?
Bigetron can just keep doing this again and again, reset it, wait for a very advantageous fight. Unless they see a very certain victory, they have no issue letting the top wave shove again and again, and this is the value of taking out your opponent's base turrets. Rebellion is stuck dealing with that again and again, and now this is another window where Bigetron Alpha can go for the Lord or punish the members of Rebellion Zion that are still in the area just in case the seal has been popped.
There you go, Key has gone better position. Wijanarko caught all alone, has the power of nature. Top lane gonna be micromanaged there. High's gonna be caught. That's not Highs, that's Cars. But Wijanarko will lose a whole lot of HP. Moreno with a Predator airstrike, but will not have it now. Top lane is still slow pushing. Rebellion need to make a decision. It's fight or flight. Bigetron Alpha are forcing it. Car jumps in with a petrify, finds Sakan, but the go away. He's ready. Sakan is down, and just like that, Super Ken is taken really low. Hives picks up the kill, and Vincent in the back line will fall as well. Top lane all open right now, but Rebellion Zion will be able to secure the Evolved Lord in the 24th minute.
The Blue Bulls right back here in game 2, and the Red Robots now look lost. Taking a look at the Lord now, it's Evolved. Can they end the game here, Rashi?
40 seconds on Saken. There's a window here that Rebellion can abuse. It's still 5 men all alive in the Land of Dawn, but the waves are really not in their favor. They can get one, but later on with this Lord, they still have to go for a final 5v5, and it's easier said than done. They used so many resources in that last fight, and you can bet that Saken is going to be so much more prepared for a dive in the next final fight. The base is open right now. Rebellion Zion, they go for it.
Yeah, the mini waves are crashing in. Highs now jumping in as well. Looking at the base, everybody's tunnel vision, and Rebellion will equalize in game number 2.
Let's see. Welcome to game 3. the Blue Bulls equalizes in game 2. And take a look at Chico already smiling, focused on towards the next. And my goodness, what a game it was. Game 2. Just, again, trading punches, but at the end of the day, it was Bigetron not able to win the clean sweep. Arashi, I gotta ask you, the man of the hour here. Remember, it was only Arashi voted a Rebellion.
Solo.
The solo Rebellion. He believed the Blue Bulls. He likes.
Sometimes you just gotta have faith, man. Rebellion, they have done it. What a struggle, what a game. I thought it was over, I'll be real with you. But they pulled it out of the fire, man. Woof.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is MPL ID Season 11. Lots of 2-1s here this season. And my goodness, Bigetron, what happened there? Super Ken and Saken wasn't as in sync as they were in game 1.
I don't think it's a matter of sync. I think it's a matter of not utilizing the obvious waves that are always pushing to Rebellion Zion. They still went for a 50-50 commit when they had an 80-20 take. That should have been 80-20. They had the minion waves in the mid lane, but Rebellion Zion were micromanaging it so well. Highs never overstayed.
Yeah, I mean, he was forced to be pulled away, back and forth from the team fight, but I think huge credit must be given to Wija. To Wija Narco, man. Every time the game was in the fire, he goes with a flicker wild charge and saves the game. It happened once in the first base defense. It happened again in that final Lord take.
Wow,
I'm so pumped, dude. Oh my God.
Take a deep breath.
What a fight.
It's
what
still
a game.
1-1. It's
adrenaline, dude.
Get us game 3.
But again, with Janarko, that is why this team revolves around this
Star
guy,
boy himself.
the Star Boy. Without him, he won't even. There won't be a team. So clear, Grok was also just the X factor there, facilitates his team, providing that vision and as well as that peel. Very, very huge.
Don't forget that Vincent also played a huge part in ensuring that following up on Wija's very risky play, but it paid off, man. They picked off Saken before the fight even begun. And in the late game, that's just way, way too costly.
GG, well played. What
game
a
highlight
game.
Here. Shut down Saken.
Yeah.
Heist Cloud managed to turn the tables for Rebellion in the late game. The gold lane is just so important. And maybe this is the lack of experience for Saken, right? This is a different situation completely. So it's not beyond imagination that he would struggle in the situation, right? So he was performing really well all the way, but it only takes one moment, man. This is why Mobile Legends is just so insane. To take a look at the items here, it's a late game, man. It's 26 minutes. Is this the longest game we've had?
I think so far.
We reached 30, no? We reached 30.
Did we reach 30? Well, this is definitely top 3, one of the longest games in the series. And usually, the longer the game goes, the more passive the team becomes. But not Bigetron and not Rebellion, man. In the later stage of the game, it just seems like blood is all they're out for, and they just keep engaging again and again. Both teams, because like as you mentioned, Mirko, Bigetron, all they had to do is play with the waves. Yet again, the same way Rebellion had to do in game number 1. They can just play that macro angle and just go for the guaranteed almost objective play. But no, I don't know, is it ego? Is it pride? They had to go for the fight and win it dominantly. Unfortunately, in the chaos of things, Rebellion somehow pulled through.
It's not ego the way I see it, right? It's hesitation, it seems like. They weren't really, they weren't...
I swear, it's just experience, right? Again,
moving
right?
unit, perhaps that experience, again, perhaps that hesitation, right? That split-second decision-making that can just prove costly. And in game 2, it's clear. Post-game now, still though, the same as game 1. Super Ken on the rich guy, Moreno on the carry, Pagano on key. Sandbag will fall to the hands of Vincent as well.
So it's a Fredrin jungle being the rich guy. This is rare. We don't see this too often. Usually the gold lane will dominate in the income, but I guess considering how actively these gold laners were participating in the team fights, it's not beyond reason that the jungler is the one that's just securing all these camps. We don't see a lot of power farming in the game plan for both these teams. It's all farm for the early game, and then mid-game, it's all fights and more fights, man.
Arashi's all here for it, I guess. he's
violence.
Arashi violence, still... bang, bang.
Arashi's violence, bang, bang. 1-1. How I ask you, post game 1, I'm gonna ask you again, Mirko, post game 2. Bigetron equalized by Rebellion. Take the stage.
We'll get him next time.
We'll get him next game
time.
or next time.
Well, we'll see. Next time is next game, right? Or maybe next time is next match.
Mind blown.
Rebellion might be able to break the curse. Remember, Bigetron Alpha have had Rebellion's number for the past 2 seasons, 3 seasons even. So Rebellion Zion, this could be their first win over Bigetron Alpha in a while.
And break the record, man. Essentially just outsmarting the AI. But look at this gold curve, dude. We talked about how unstable it was in game number 1. It's even more so game number 2.
Welcome to BTR games, man.
Wow.
Look at that spike in another one right towards the end, Arashi.
It's a huge spike. And at that point, it's just a bit too late. It won't even matter. But it's really impressive, man. I really can't stress enough how unexpected this game is going, because I really didn't think both teams were willing to throw hands the way they're doing for the past 2 games. I thought it's going to be a lot more calculative. If it's not from Rebellion, at least from Bigetron. I thought they were going to try and slow it down, you know, you be tactical. But now they're just fighting fire with fire.
Fire with fire, and it seems like it favors the Blue Bulls in game 2.
It favors anyone who picks the Arlet. What's wrong with the Arlet? 0% win rate. And honestly, 0 impact. Like, what was the Arlet doing in both games? Nothing. I did not see a positive impact at all from the Arlet.
Okay, let's talk about Arlet, right? Arashi, what do you think about Arlet? Is it prio? Is it worth it to be prio?
I think that's potential, but in the current meta, it's gonna be too difficult. More on that later, but the MVP for the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G is gonna be Highs on that Claude, man. It was picked up early, and we were thinking like, yeah, a good gold lane is something that they require, and it's proven, man. It absolutely was one of the signature picks here that actually won them the game. But back to the Arlet though. I feel like it's aggressive. It has a lot of potential to set up for combos, but it's just not dynamic, you know? A Yuzong, a Grok, a Lapu Lapu, everything comes in quick. There's a lot of threat coming in. You have to react quick. With the Arlet, you can see him dash around before he even goes in for the engage, you know? And he is forced essentially to play aggressively, so he can't even play fully towards utility. So I think that's the issue, right? He's forced to build a bit more aggressive. Otherwise, he has no damage. And if he's playing utility, there's just so many more useful heroes in the utility department, like the Glue, like the Lapu Lapu, like the Paquito even, you know, to a certain extent. So I think it's just about finding the right position, the right situation for an Arlet to actually pop off in these games.
Yeah, not much flanking potential, right? In a nutshell, Hero Arlet, you can't see him coming. You can't really do flanking maneuvers on this hero, whereas Lapu, Yuzong, insta backline, insta flank with the bravest fighter. And I want to hear your thoughts on this hero.
Yes.
Here we go. Just a slight.
Arlet?
Yeah.
Even in my ranked games, dude, every single time I have an Arlet in my team, it's always a loss, and every single time I have an Arlet on the enemy team, I thank God
a G
for the 3 points.
There you go. Let's talk about highlights here. Arashi, what happened? Talk us through game 2.
It's just back and forth, man. It all depends on how the fight was initiated and which team has momentum, and if they go for a, you know, man advantage. Of course, Vijanarko, even a low HP, this man just finds ways to engage for his team, and this is why I really felt like he deserves at least an honorable mention. But credit to Bigetron, you saw that on occasion, despite blowing multiple ultimates and multiple battle spells, Bigetron were able to stabilize and deny Rebellion any meaningful advantage. And after this big turnaround, Bigetron were able to clear out the majority of the turrets, but then they stayed for the big engage from Vija yet again. And afterwards, with everyone just being so important, right? In the late game, Suelo and Highs both do a lot of damage. You can see that Bigetron were just struggling to effectively just shut down the damage dealers, right? They can do damage, but once the initial spells and skills have been used up, they can't really use any kind of spell to try and chase down the low members from Rebellion, and that is what Rebellion used to try and win the game against them, right? Back and forth maneuvers.
Kiting,
back and forth, and engaging when they least expect it. So I think Bigetron, they might want to put key on something a bit more guaranteed here, because the Kufra, we can see that he tried his best, but it's just too difficult. And even if he does find the Tara's Revenge, he hits a Grok.
You know what would have worked? Lolita, right? We said it.
Yeah.
And again, there's so much to actually shield for, right? Valentina, Claude, even the Yuzong, there's so much value from the Lolita, but they just didn't pick it.
Well, the battle of the mid-tables will ensue after the break. We'll see here, 1-1, Bigetron and Rebellion Zion. Who will grab it? Stay tuned, folks. Gani, Mirko, Rashi will take a short break. See ya.
Dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this.
Ini kalau di sini pencak silat, coba tunjukin pencak silatnya gimana sih?
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah
It's 1-1 between Bigetron and as well as Rebellion, as we are now going to enter game numero 3 in this Red Robot and as well as Blue Bulls fight. Back with us in the English desk, of course, Gani, Mirko, and as well as Arashi will cover the Week 3 Day 1 broadcast. And my goodness, what a series it has been between these two teams.
It's been amazing, man. It's absolutely phenomenal. We're seeing both of these teams go head-to-head, and they're pushing each other to be the best versions of themselves. Now, usually, Bigetron Alpha, when they're caught in this kind of situation, they swap their roster, right? Usually, Sorizo steps in, maybe even Max. But now, I think Bigetron Alpha are going to stick with their lineup. Still, it's the same lineup you saw earlier. Ken and Saken. And even in the XP, it's Fear No Cure.
If you look at the stats so far, the team that first picks has lost, right? Game number 1, it was Rebellion. Game number 2, it was Bigetron. What is that, Mirko?
That's that's a history. Well, yesterday it happened. El Clasico. Football, Barcelona beat Real Madrid.
The real El Clasico.
Wait, what do you mean the real El Clasico?
It's a football El Clasico.
It's a different El Clasico.
Real Madrid's gonna lose.
Real Madrid. Well,
what is it laugh?
Madrid lovers, you have to persuade Mirko. But yeah, back to the match. Back to the game here. Chico still with the low-key headband there.
I think it's a compress, Goni. That's a compress. You think Mensa Ninja, he's just not feeling well, it seems like. But his drafts, though, I think has been really, really good. Yep. Right? Even
he's always been a solid drafter.
Exactly. Massive drafter. You talk about his Arlet just not being effective. In game number 1, there was potential, but it did get countered. In game number 2, it didn't exactly get countered per se, but it really didn't have the same kind of impact that we would expect, right, from a pick that has been making waves in the competitive scene. So we'll see if Arlet makes an appearance again. And here's a fun fact by Grab. With 13 kills, Marino becomes the player with the most kills in one game in MPL ID Season 11.
Not a jungler, not a gold laner. It will fall to the hands of a mid laner, a mage user. And of all teams, it's going to be Bigetron with that record. So let's see, will it be able to be
utilized here in Game 3.
Again in Game 3, as you are now going to enter the drafts. Rebellion Zion will have the blue side matching the color scheme.
Fun fact. Okay, Gani, Arashi. Week 1, Week 2, it's usually blue side who has 100%. The start of Week 3 so far, Alter Ego were blue side in both games against GEEK SLATE. 2-0 win. Here, Rebellion were blue side in first game. They lost. Then Bigetron took blue side and lost. So today, it's red side. And maybe with the Arlet in the fray, you blue side just no.
There you go. Perhaps that's gonna be
blue
the
side
trend.
without the Arlet though might just work out.
Maybe. Let's see. All right, Rebellion now will ban out the Valentina and the 1-1. So they will not pick up the 1-1 themselves, not like Game 1 already. A different approach here from the drafts from Chico.
We'll see if they allow some of the bigger EXP laners, or will they try and go for the roamers instead? The Grok pick has been very flexible and annoying, so I think one of these teams might just try and take that out of the equation. Because both your teams have a chance to try and make that happen, and now you see a bit of a weird pattern here. Usually the first pick team, they don't really ban away the 1-1 and the Joy.
Well, now it is for first pick, I guess. Bigetron Alpha now have the opportunity to either ban the Fredrin or the Kaja. In game number 1, they banned the Fredrin, leaving the Kaja open, but Rebellion Zion had the 1-1 opened up. Now, with the Lolita left open, that was the ban that Rebellion went for. Valentina, Lolita, and Joy. Now it's Valentina, 1-1, and Joy. I think Bigetron needs to respect the Kaja, man. They need to just get it out of here.
Let's see, right? Will they ban out the Kaja? It seems like Aldo is still taking his time, but there you go. You're right, Kaja will be banned out here. Rebellion, they should have seen the scenario here, so let's see.
Fredrin.
Pyramis is open as well, so
I think
it really depends on what Rebellion wants to do. They go for the Fredrin, having a bit more flexibility as always, and it's a solid pick.
38% though.
Yeah, it's a low percentage, but
very popular, very prioritized by a lot of teams, but if we're really taking a look at the win rate, not too fancy, right? Below 40%, let's see. Bigetron with the response, they can go and pick up the Faramis. Remember, Valentina's not in play.
Faramis Grok maybe can be the option here for Bigetron Alpha with the Valentina banned down. I think there's no real reason to not go for the Faramis, but they go for the Farsa and the Lapu Lapu, leaving the Faramis up for grabs for Rebellion Zion. And I think at this point, pick up the Yuzong too. It's the same Farsa, you're up against the Lapu, it's a winning lane for the Yuzong too. Maybe if you really want to go for dive and if you want to melt down the Lapu here, Lunox as well.
Lunox can work. Charisma, we have seen also becoming a very potent counter for a Farsa because you don't have as much tankiness and CC immunity as a Yuzong, but you can definitely burst down any unfortunate backline members. So for Rebellion, we'll see if they go for the same dive in or will they go for something a bit more calculated, because it all depends on the gold lane, right? It's going to be Claude, so it's hinting at the dive in. Will they get the EXP lane first or will they go for maybe the jungler's pick up? So it's going to be a Grok again. A bit of flex in the drafting for Coach Chico.
I mean, Ujanarko performed brilliantly in Game 2, right, on this Grok. Again, being to be able to be the main facilitator for his team. So perhaps he looks for that replication success. Let's see. Response, Bigetron, carry can be the option, or Melissa perhaps.
Brody or Moskov. I think those are the two picks that I'm thinking of here up against the Claude, right? The carry can work. We've seen it work, but up against the Fredrin and even the Grok, carry is super vulnerable, right? So the Brody, a bit more self-dependent in lane, a good lane that's a winning lane as well. Or the Brody, we go for the Melissa instead. Again, they're banking on the fact that the Melissa will win here. Up against the Claude, it's more of a skill matchup rather than just a full bully, but we'll see how this works out for Bigetron this time after Game 2.
Wow, Rebellion though, now having the experience from game number 2, they will certainly want some tools available, because for the longest time, Saken was untouchable and they barely edged out the victory there in that last stage of the game. Now, Bigetron has the chance to ban out the Yuzong and ban out perhaps one more assassin to try and mitigate the dangers that can be used against them on the Melissa. When there's a ban on the Diggy here, so it might just force Bigetron into an Atlas ban.
They don't need to. They can first pick in the second phase here. This Diggy ban might actually be bad for Rebellion Zion. Maybe they're hinting at the fact that they can pick the Akai in the jungle and then move Fredrin into XP.
Interesting. Might be mind games and play.
Wow. Yeah, I guess it's I don't think Bigetron wants to play the Atlas here, sure. It makes sense, but yeah, with the ban, I feel like Aldo is not convinced, or Atlas is just not prio up until now.
Might be a bit too all in, right? We've seen these fights be so sporadic and so back and forth. Maybe a hero that just relies so much on the ultimate might not be the best thing, right? The Kufra can still go with the Tyrant's Revenge if the ultimate isn't available, but Atlas cannot. You can't say the same thing about an Atlas, so maybe that is what they're looking for. Maybe something like a Cho?
I think Franco.
Yeah, Franco, there you go. Ban towards Focusly, mainly towards Ski here. The Roamer, it seems like 3 heroes for the Roamer position has been opted out. Bigetron with the first pick, looking at their comp, right? They have the DPS, physical DPS, they have the burst. What should they go for? They could add more peel. Honestly, a hero
Lolita.
Lolita, yeah. Why not take away Wijanarko's Ruby? Would that work?
Ruby?
I don't think I mean, it can work against the Claude and the Fredrin, technically. Yeah, it can work here if they really want lockdown, right? They can respect it with the Ruby, but I think the Lolita just suits Key a bit better. And there you go, that's the Lolita pick. Still sitting in a 100% win rate for Key, okay? So Rebellion now have the chance to respond to the Farsa. Lunox, I honestly feel like this composition is really good for the Lunox. You can burst the Melissa down despite him having the go away as well.
Depends on the Lolita though, right? Lolita can block down those Chaos Bolts. But a fun fact here for Vincent. Vincent is a Rebellion lineup who previously played in the MPL with the IGN Walrus.
He played it before, and well, I want to touch on Lolita here. Very vulnerable against Ruby, can be cancelled out. Remember, with the skill 2, second skill that Ruby has, or even the third skill, his Lunar Blast technically can be cancelled away. So Let's see. Yuzong, well, not Yuzong. Yuzong and as well as Ruby might work, but no, another Arlet will fall here. Picked up 2 times, 0% win rate. Will we see that win rate elevated?
Wow, that's a very bold pick, I feel like, because there's less synergy. There is still a Fredrin and a Grok, but overall, right, there's not a lot of things to try and, you know, bank off. So maybe we'll have to see again how this Arlet is played in, because Cars on the lead song, he was a lot more sustainable. He can stay in the front for longer. But Bigetron, now with this Fanny, dude, this is dangerous. They don't have a lot of counters here.
I thought the Grok can be flexed towards the XP, but no, they do not pick up the Ruby. Fanny will be picked up. Not a good lineup here, I gotta say, for Rebellion.
Honestly, I just don't like the Arlet. Everything else I really like. The Fanny is going to be very scary because there's no real lockdown, right?
Fredrin Taunt is, I guess, the best they have.
Can't catch it with cables. I mean, you gotta be really lucky or really good at predicting, because the taunt, it's not reliable at all. They don't have a real single target lockdown here. No Cho, no Franco, no Kaja. The Lunox is the only real way to kind of counter this, like we saw in game number 1, with him just bursting the Fanny down.
Let's see here the conclusion of the battle between the Blue Bulls and the Red Robots. Land of Dawn, here we go. Who will grab it, ladies and gentlemen? Show your support, comment, and spam in the chat. Who will take this game?
As Rebellion learned from the first game here, they need to get Super Ken under control. They cannot let him snowball the same way. We've seen that play out. They were able to try and recover from the situation, but that is the last thing they want to try and gamble on, especially now with the Farsight and the Lolita. There's a lot more solutions from the side of Bigetron and how they want to deal with the composition and the projectiles flying around from Rebellion Zion.
This is a smart way to take it, right? Grab the winning lane in your lane and get it snowballing. Just like you guys can grab the discount code here, 90% off your order with grb.to/MPL. Super Ken already playing it a bit aggressively, jumping onto the Lethal Wanderer and securing it for his team. Unless the Grok has something to say about it, nope. Just going to be an easy secure from Super Ken.
Well, it seems like here, Janarko will again, emblem-wise, nothing out of the ordinary here. Janarko will have to pull yourself together. Key will have the tenacity here. Very, very popular in this current patch where tanks usually build opted for that tenacity, for that extra physical defense and magical when HP is below 40%. So clearly they want more team fights, they want more extra security.
Well, Key with the Lolita has the extra burst coming in from the Bulwark. And Asuelo gets jumped on. It is over. First blood picked up by Moreno yet again.
2 games on the Fanny. He just really hates Suelo. Moreno too, man, with that comment earlier as well. No Sakan in the 1v1. I don't think Heinz wins this, but in terms of gold, he does. He gets a whole lot more value with those kind of trades.
Well, we'll see here now again, already Turtle being filled in that vicinity by members of both Rebellion and as well as Bigetron Alpha, but it seems like that Fanny will rotate towards the orange buffer, so letting the first neutral objective go.
Veer once again going for it, but Vincent will be able to secure it. Now Veer stunned up, chained down. Cars picks up the kill. Rebellion Zion back with the gold lead.
That's a very bold move coming in from Veer, going in 1v4 without any real follow-up. Attempting a steal, perhaps. I'm not sure what was the idea there. But with the gold lead now in the hands of Rebellion, this is what they want to do, right? Keep the game a bit slow and make sure that the roam score from Bigetron won't be an issue. But with the ultimates available right here, they need to be more careful than ever and just prep for a big team fight because they're going to need to try and shut down Super Ken here. This will make or break the tempo of the game.
The purple is buff setup here, Mirko.
Okay, Vincent with their praises, Brad dealing a whole lot of damage. Super Ken forced back away. Janarko did not have the wild charge, but Key is going to be locked down here. The recalls come in. Key, in desperation, looks for a stun. They're trying to give it over to Heinz, and they will be able to. Look at Janarko falling all the way under the tier 2, chasing him down, not letting him recall.
I gotta say, a good setup, but a better response from side of Rebellion Zion. The setup was Lolita and Moreno in that purple buff, right? But Super Ken came a little bit late, and just the response from side of Rebellion Zion was just immaculate. Now, it's a reset, 40 seconds on towards the next turtle. It seems like Bigetron Alpha slightly behind here, Rashi.
There's a lot of cables coming out, and the XP lane though, Veer gets jumped on yet again. He will flicker out, and now the counter.
Wow, just the feather airstrike here. Nope casualties at this point, right? Bot side. But now, looking at the rotations here, Mirko, what do you see that stood out?
Well, honestly, what stands out right now is the fact that Bigetron Alpha aren't playing around the Melissa, right? Again, this is a winning lane. This is the only winning lane that they kind of have here. Arlet versus Lapu. So far, we've seen the Arlet do a bit better in the trades. So Bigetron just not utilizing this Melissa poke and Melissa killing pressure in that lane. The Fanny's been rotating towards enemy jungle as well. Pretty interesting moves by BTR, but Rebellion, I think they're happy with it. They can always just punish them.
See here, Alpha, they're just a bit more reluctant to try and get into fights right here, especially Super Ken, because you can see how much burst damage was available to Vincent when he was trying to go for the purple buff. He will go for a trade right here. So Rebellion Zion having some tempo in the early game, already a huge improvement from how they were doing in game number 1.
Very good compensation here, very good trade, right? Super Ken taking the orange buff, but losing out that turtle. Let's see here with that orange buff, what can he create? But take a look at the top side here. What will happen? It seems like Bigetron, they are still holding their ground here, realizing that no enemies are showing the map. They are just playing this under the turret.
Both teams kind of also to die. What will happen in the XP lane for Cars?
Good displacement there with the ultimate. Veer not able to connect on the stun. Meanwhile, top side, you can only see the response from the side of Rebellion Zion. The Sakin tries to poke them down. Key left all alone, isolated, will fall. Flickers out. Interesting move by Key, but will still be caught. Now Super Ken has rotated up top. Gonna go for some damage right now as he is gonna be able to find a cutthroat to take Legion Narco down. Turret still falling though. It's a trade from Bigetron Alpha. Bottom lane tier 1 for top lane tier 1. High jumping back in. Vincent with the cut. Sakin taunted down, taken out. Super Ken with a play, but will be caught. And he will fall as well. These calls not working out for Bigetron Alpha. Veer, interesting move here. Jumping in, gonna get cancelled out. Flickering back to safety. His cars are gonna be stunned up now. Taken down with the Raven Spider, but will be able to flicker out just in time. Now it's a damaged card with the outplay and the Appraiser's Wrath by Vincent.
What is going on? The Blue Bulls now in game 3. They are just outstanding. Bigetron Alpha getting outplayed. Whoa, Super Ken though will get the kill in the mid side, but still overall Rebellion Zion still dictating the game.
Wow, this man isn't snowballing and he's still able to just completely one-shot Swalo. So it really does seem personal, but you can see that the response from Rebellion Zion is so much better now. Having a Grok at the walls to disrupt the cables, and of course having the farm, but look at the XP lane.
Car still able to escape for a bit right now, able to outplay for a bit, but the Numenon Blast stuns him up for Super Ken to pick up the kill. Now Sakin finishing up the DHS. They're going back. It's still not a bad lane. Well, what happened there? Vincent able to steal it, but Moreno is caught. Hello. Heis picks up the kill off camera, but Super Ken gets another. It's a good trade in, but I didn't see it.
Wow, that's a mistake. That's a huge mistake here, right? That's almost a shutdown kill, and on towards Super Ken. So again, that was the equalizer from the side of Bigetron Alpha.
The gold lead is still in Rebellion. Wow, deja vu, guys. Today does not change. I believe, man, at this point, I feel like, honestly, Bigetron's graph is a bit more dangerous, but I think in the right circumstances, Rebellion Zion has moments, windows in the game where he can actually succeed, but Super Ken now getting pushed away.
Very good engage, I guess, but now with the concealed play, let's see.
Key gonna be locked down here, is able to dash out. Legion Arco with a flicker there, gonna be able to catch Key, but that is the Guardian's Bulwark, dealing a lot of damage, soaking a lot of damage, baiting the entire team in. Legion Arco's down, the stun not connecting from Veer, no cure. Unfortunately, no more commitments. Key is in the bush, do not blast, charged in! Key! El Momento, what a move to take Heis down once again.
Flickering backwards to secure the stun, and just the outplay. Their Heis gets taken down twice. Item-wise, what do you see?
Well, you can see that the gold laners are equal right now in gold. The core items, the Demon Hunter Sword and the Golden Staff has been purchased by Highs, but he seems like a bit too overeager to actually take control of the game, and it's costing him, man. He needs to play a bit safer because Bigetron Alpha, they're not that far behind. They are definitely still in this game. They're not done just yet, so he needs to respect the damage potential.
They're really not, right? I mean, First Lord will spawn and has spawned technically. With this gold lead, yeah, it's an even game. So let's see here. Bigetron Alpha has equalized. Moreno now with the setup with the wings by wings. What can they achieve with the setup? Let's see.
It depends if Moreno can actually get picked off. Vincent already spots him away, but Bigetron Alpha has control here. They do have the range and the burst damage to make things happen, but oh, Supercan flies away, and it seems like Rebellion Zion, they might be trying to set a trap or maybe trying to bait them into a fight without Supercan, one of their main weapons in this early stage of the game.
And they're trying to catch Supercan now. He's using the steel cables, but might be caught with Visionarco. That's the engage. Look! Cars finds the kill. Vincent is going to be able to secure the Lord, and it's a disaster for Bigetron Alpha. High's now collapsing on the key, who's going to be left all alone. That's a double for Cars. What an amazing setup from Rebellion Zion. Again, catching Supercan in his own rotation.
We bullet Arlets, and it seems like Cars on this Arlet just proved us wrong. Now they're looking for another engage here perhaps, but no. Mid-turret first will be the first target. Bigetron still on the defense.
Cars, oh what a play by Cars. Just smacking Moreno into place for Suelo to pick up with a flicker. Bigetron Alpha now 5,000 gold behind. It's Rebellion who has all the say in the game.
Now that they have an advantage though, they have to take it slow. They have to ensure that now that they have a Lord, they use all the waves to its maximum potential. They have the early game, and honestly, the crowd control coming in from the Arlet is it comes up pretty quick, so it's something that you don't really expect, but that is also unexpected. That's a wild charge!
That's the combo! It's a wombo as well! Key! Rhythm now Blast will not be able to find it! He gets walled! Now the Feather Airstrike comes down. Vincent going to be stunned under the tier, the base turret, but he will not fall. What a brilliant set of plays by Rebellion Zion. Supercan needs to escape here. Doesn't have the purple buff. Can't say much in the skirmish. 6,000 gold lead for Rebellion Zion. Vincent jumping in with a taunt. Fear no cure! Almost fade away kill. That's Suelo who picks it up. Fear is 0-3-0 in game number 3.
What is going on? The Blue Bulls, Arashi, they are just unstoppable at this point. And Saken now, even though finally got his golden staff, we'll see. Will it have an impact here in this game? Cars, 4-1-3 and Ken. Oh my goodness. Ooh. No energy though. Oh, still enough time, perhaps. Fredrin and Lunox on the manhunt.
Oh my god, hold your breath. Oh, Supercan gets canceled out.
Fadeaway.
It's a fadeaway for Suelo.
My goodness, what a game. The Blue Bulls now still in the lead, 8,000 gold lead. And what can Bigetron Alpha do at this point, Arashi?
They have to bank everything on Moreno and Saken and play this defensively. They need to also be aware of the flicker timings on Rebellion Zion unless they want to get engaged on yet again.
For the airstrike, Visionarco has the wild charge, but will not use it just yet. Fear with the bravest fighter now down below, gets the stun down only onto Vincent. Saken following through with it. Key with the Numenal Blast now jumping in, gonna be able to get the stun onto 2 members, but they need to be careful. It's Visionarco still with the wild charge. Now Bigetron Alpha resetting once again. They're able to defend, and at this point, they gotta be happy with it.
Oh my god, are we going to witness another reverse sweep against Bigetron Alpha? Things are looking bleak here for their side with the Lord up here, Arashi. If and only if Rebellion gets the Lord, can Bigetron Alpha defend?
Can they defend? I mean, Moreno, look at his items. He only has the Lightning Truncheon. That's not really enough against a team that's so ahead that can just dive towards him. And if they want to rely on Saken, he has damage, but he is so vulnerable. No defensive items available, as Suelo has a Holy Crystal. Every single member of Rebellion Zion can completely burst him down. They take the Lord without any trade. The top turret, I guess, is taken by Supercan, but he is struggling in this game, man. So many counters, all the crowd controls, and Ouija with the walls. Rebellion Zion has found a way to counter this family for sure.
I don't mean to be harsh here, but Virno Cure, Virno win Is it going to be true? Oh my god. Let's see here. The offense and defense by both teams. Top side, though, has been relieved by Kev.
Magic Sentry, Wijanarko with the conceal once again, forcing Sakin to back away. The barrier has been placed as well to zone Sakin away from the team. Veer with the Brave Spider once again, Super Ken low. Wijanarko with a flicker wild charge onto Moreno. We're still going to be able to escape as a Numenor Blast connects onto the members. This might be it. That's a team fight coming in. Sakin going to be able to free hit in the back line. Fear no cure jumping back in. Vincent's taking low. Wijanarko with the barrier. Cars with some damage. The answer is yes, Bigetron can defend. Wow.
Wow, 2 members taken down. That's a huge blunder by their side. And now Bigetron Alpha looking to find more plays outside of the base.
Wow, what was that? Out of all the members possible, despite the positioning from Rebel and Zion, they lost the mid lane and the gold lane. So 2 of the most important members gets taken out. Bigetron Alpha, that's a huge moment, and that will put them better in the game. But look at the instant replay right here. All starts with the Lord. Wija goes for this engage onto Moreno, and everyone just follows up a bit too late, and that Luminant Blast really shuts down Highest in the situation, and Sway Low just got a bit too overzealous. Like I said, they need to respect the potential from your opponents right here.
Bit of nature.
It's been baited out technically here. It's going to be down for a while, but will Bigetron Alpha be able to find that opening with that timing?
Let's see here. Item-wise, okay. No Immortals yet. Perhaps on cooldown here for multiple members, but yeah, quite standard if not.
Right, it's a tank built out as well, so not as much damage. But you can see that if Wija makes a big play, Cars can very easily follow it up, and that is way more than enough time for Swalo and Heist to decimate the whole roster of Bigetron Alpha. So they need to be very, very careful right here. What they did earlier was great, right? Put Key in the backline instead, so they can counter-engage and threaten away the dive using the Luminant Blast. But here's the thing, it only works when you're in your base. So until that moment comes back again, Bell and Zion are the ones dictating the kind of team fights they're gonna have.
Okay, another reset here. Wija opening up map here. Providing vision, Super can move on to Wijanarko, but overall, it's just still Rebellion. Zion leading the map control. Top side though will be the target by Super Ken. No commitments just yet though. So it's just another reset for the Lord dance, but I feel like Bigetron Alpha can gamble this Lord. Why should they?
Honestly, looking at it, they just have no say in it. Okay, they're going to force it. Veer with the Bravest Fighter, Key with the Luminant Blast here, going to be cancelled out, and Key is isolated from the team. This could be disaster, but Rebellion do not want to force it. They want to utilize the lead that they just got with the Enhanced Lord. Now, with the Enhanced Lord, maybe for the Evolved Lord, they need to fight it, right? But with the Enhanced, honestly, I think they can give it away. They can still give it up and defend like they did earlier.
I thought that with Key being so out of position, they're going to pursue that a bit more. But I just mentioned that they have to respect the potential for Bigetron Alpha to come back. Carsdo goes in.
Oh! What a kill! The solo kill? Arlet! Doubt Arlet and Cars will prevail
Carlet!
Carlet!
The caster curse strikes again.
5v4 defense here. 5v4 defense. Can they do it?
Veer, what? He just popped the Bravest Spider. Goes for the stun. Gas! Oh my god, Swalo is down! That was it. Now Wijanarko moving forward. That's Sakin who gets caught in the wild charge. Still has one nature, buying a little more time. High's gonna be taken down. Minion wave crashing in. Rebellion with a reverse sweep. The Rebels have done it.
The Blue Bulls is angry. Is now charging, and the red robots have no say. Game 3. Wow. Finally, Arlets with the first win in this season, in today. 3 times being picked up, twice 0, but now it seems like with Cars, they can win Arashi. Woo! What is going on?
Mirko, Gani, hate to say I told you so, but Rebellion has done it, man. They have
lost to Arashi.
We all lost to Arashi.
Wow.
He believed in Rebellion, and Rebellion believed in him.
I think that's the main factor. That's the X factor.
So you're not an RQ fan anymore. You're Arashi Zion.
But hold on, wait, hang on. Let's not get ahead of ourselves right here.
Arashi Zion.
Arashi Zion, ladies and gentlemen.
Whew, what a match.
What a match, Connie. You're absolutely correct. That was just so close. And we thought that, okay, wow, finally, if you're made a play, Suelo is out of the picture, but the Arlet, man, you doubt it, and it just pops off, Mirko. Like, what is this caster curse?
It always has to happen, man. The Arlet was doing so bad in Game 1, Game 2, and even the curse, the first pick curse has been broken by Rebellion Zion. So they have broken the Arlet curse, the first pick curse, and the caster curse.
And again, with this game, right, Rebellion tainted Super Ken's debut.
Oh yeah, 100% win rate? Nah.
He was crazy on that
Suelo. Highs, cars.
0.
Boom
Done.
bang, bada bing.
Boom bang, bada bing. But now on that note, let's take a look at the interview. Bude Clara, take it away.
Inilah dia Rebellion Zion. Kemenangan yang bisa membalikan dari awal. Gimana cara kalian ngereset dari game pertama, lalu game kedua ketiga menjadi milik kalian?
Tes.
Tes, aman.
Cara kita ngerisetnya yaitu dengan kosongin pikiran.
Kosongin pikiran.
Biar fokus untuk next game-nya.
Meditasi kah?
Ya, dan kebetulannya game 1 kan kita kalahin nggak kebantai kan. Jadi lebih gampang untuk resetnya gitu.
Oh wow, cara meriset yang sungguh unik ya.
Maksudnya game 1 kalahnya agak late game gitu kan. Jadi kita bisa resetnya lebih gampang.
Oke, dan kalian berhasil untuk lakuin itu bersama-sama. Dan ini juga menarik banget ya, dimana kita tadi ngelihat ada cuplikan juga. Suelo, CBY. Kamu CBY. Nah, katanya tadi banyak yang tanya nih, juga ada cuplikan pakai hero mekanik dong. Udah dipakai tadi ya Lunax ya?
Oh itu kata Moreno ya?
Iya.
Oh tadi lawan Moreno.
Loh, lawan siapa dong?
Oh nggak tahu. Kayak, oh iya Moreno. Kayaknya lupa inget. Sorry. Ya.
Iya Moreno, katanya itu udah hero mekanikmu belum tadi, Lunax?
Gak tahu sih, yang penting mah do the best aja. Mau apapun yang di draftin ya pasti pakai mekanik dong. Masa main asal? Mikir.
Dan menurutmu sendiri hero apa sih yang paling high mekanik deh untuk mid laner?
Hero paling high mekanik?
Iya, untuk
di
mid
mid
laner. Iya.
Mungkin mau nyoba Layla mid sih. Itu perlu perhitungan ya semuanya. Jadi mekanik semuanya harus diperhitungin.
Oke.
Ya.
Kita nantikan ya. Awas ya Suelo kalau nggak pakai ya.
Yoi.
Tapi ini kita penasaran juga Vincent. Kamu menghadapi 1 jungler dan bahkan 2 core dari tim Bigetron yang udah, kalau yang mungkin yang dinantikan adalah dari Super Ken. 2 tahun dari Bigetroopers, dari Super MPL juga kita menantikan banyak sekali yang ingin melihat performa dari Ken. Dan pada akhirnya dia bisa bermain, dia berhasil untuk juga melawan kamu. Dari kamu sendiri ya, ngelihat Super Ken tuh gimana sih? Karena kamu satu orang yang baru ngelawan dia loh.
Ya jago sih dia, cuman kebetulan kita lebih mainnya lebih teratur aja.
Lebih teratur ya, lebih teratur. Dan gimana kamu ngelihat dari Fanny-nya? Ini dia udah pakai signature hero dari Super Ken. Apakah dia menjadi memang top jungler dari kacamatamu? Kacamata beneran sih.
Mungkin sih bisa jadi, cuma tadi kan Fanny-nya lumayan kita bisa counter lah. Tadi game 1 kan kayak agak kaget ya mungkin ya, cuman game 3 kita bisa kontrol Fanny-nya sih.
Gak takut ya kalian? Sengaja melepas?
Biasa aja.
Wow, biasa aja. Tentu dari tim Rebellion juga mereka bersama-sama. Dan mungkin apakah benar kunci kemenangan kalian adalah berlima ini solid?
Apa?
Solid berlima?
Iya, pastilah solid.
Apa sih yang kalian lakuin? Karena setiap matchnya dan setiap minggunya kalian kelihatan betul sih team play semakin kuat.
Mungkin ke warkop bareng-bareng kali ya.
Oh, itu ya?
Ya mungkin.
Siapa yang paling suka mencairkan suasana di sini atau yang paling ngerangkul sih untuk kalian?
Siapa ya? Kars.
Oh Kars.
Ya, Kars.
Kars ya? Yang paling lucu ya?
Iya dia kalau misalkan ini masih malu-malu, cuman di luar dia ini kok seru orangnya.
Seru ya? Tapi ngomong-ngomong untuk half season bentar lagi akan berakhir dan lawan kalian kebetulan adalah top 2 dari regular season. Kalian juga akan menjadi salah satu penentu untuk 2 tim ini menjadi puncak klasemen. Untuk kalian sendiri, punya prediksi nggak sih siapa yang kira-kira bakal menjadi pemuncak half season?
Pokoknya kita fokus sama tim kita aja sih, kayak di setiap game terus all out segala macam gitu. Tetap kasih yang terbaik lah buat tim kita.
Terima kasih yang terbaik ya, tapi Onyx sama RRQ akan menjadi dua lawan kalian juga di half season ini kan?
Iya.
Ada nggak sesuatu yang spesial untuk kedua tim ini?
Apa ya, mungkin...
Suelo mungkin mau ngomong ya kayaknya atau WJ ya?
Kalau masalah lawan Onyx sama RRQ ya tetap harus respect lah satu sama lain karena ya mungkin dari segi pengalaman mereka lebih, cuman kita juga ada chemistry dan percaya satu sama lain sih.
Percaya satu sama lain. Oke, kalian boleh rangkul-rangkulan, boleh. Dengan kemenangan yang begitu dramatis, inilah dia Rebellion Sion. Dan kita akan nge-breakdown gamenya lebih dalam. Ya, Profesor KB.
Wow, thank you so much Rebellion Zion and Bude Clara, but my goodness, what a series. Arashi holding his ground. 3 games, Rebellion Zion alone, isolated. But he prevailed. But post game 1, I asked Mirko post game 2 as well. Before we dissect here, Arashi, I want to talk about Mirko. Just small, yeah. How are you feeling? Mirko out. Mirko has left the chat. But on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to see game highlights in a bit. So Arashi, walk us through what happened in that game. You're so passionate in that game, so I want to see some passion when you're describing in game 3.
I don't know if I have any energy left, man. I was so hyped.
Was that a whole match, man?
Oh, you're right. Oh, well, take a look at this moment right here, right? Early on here, it seems like Super Ken was trying his best to try and beat that force, but with the taunts coming in from Vincent, with the walls coming from Vijanarko, and of course the stuns coming in from Cars, it's a completely different game for him to try and style in, as opposed to game number 1, where all these threats were not present for the side of Rebellion. And afterwards, after they shut down the jungle threat, they're just able to just keep going in aggressive like this, and having 2 engage tools means they can cycle it, and look at this combo, dude, that is devastating. The wild charge into that massive slam. It just comes out so quick.
This one, the solo.
And this is a solo play for the ages coming out from Cars on the Arlet. Carlet. Of course, in the end, they're able to get Sway low here, but at that point, it doesn't matter. Everything is just pushing towards them, the Lord included, and the rest of the members available can just go for the definite end. You can't, some people are saying that maybe it's a bit of a mental issue, right? Definitely losing a comeback victory and also losing their steam, their momentum, their weapon in the early game, right? For Bigetron, must have been a tough situation to try and deal with, but it is what it is, man. They have to try and get back to the drawing board and figure out how they want to do this next time.
They really need to reset, right? Bigetron, not a good trend here after week 2, but take a look at the MVP.
Woo! It's the Arlet.
Hero that we just technically bullied, Arlet. Proven by Cars here, Rashi.
Samsung Galaxy AS23 Series 5G. My bad. Yep, he is gonna be the MVP right here. The kill participation is kind of low, but in that final game, considering how well he was doing,
the impact, bro.
We were talking about how weak this hero was, but when he was actually on curve, he was just pressuring just fine, even getting a solo kill, drawing pressure again and again. Soon, we'll take a look at the mic check and let's hear what they have to say.
Let go. Gua mati. Lunok mati sih. Nih, matiin Lunok, man. Mati kan Lunoknya? Gak ada kuning. Nice, man. Awas, one di atas. Aman. Last scan. Gua tarik. Mati dia. Nice. Ini dulu. 15. Kayak bersakai. Gulti. Nice, scan. Perang. Nice, guys. One. Nice.
Balik dulu.
Gua ada ulti kan, Hati Lunok.
Lunok. Diubus. Gue liat.
Gua tarik.
Gue yang atas.
Gas.
Woi!
Santai, reset lagi.
Ya, guys.
Kalem.
Nice.
Kelas, Fredlin di gua. Kufra masih ada skill ya.
Gue bisa ambil mid, guys.
Kufra join ke lu.
Boleh. Gue bisa ambil mid.
Ya. Oh, semua mereka. Daripada lu, Pit.
Nice.
Nice, Melissa mati. Pelan-pelan. Depan dulu. Awas kena skill Parsha.
Bukain kan.
Nih, Melissa dapat tuh.
Melissa lihat. Mati.
Nice.
Orangnya. Mati kan mati.
Nice.
Aman. Gua end.
Parsa ya. Boleh end. Nice.
End. Nice. Pelan reset lagi.
750. Eskars gua OTW ya.
Gua pegangin.
Gua mid.
Boleh.
Fanny no buff, itu ada merahnya.
Kalau mau.
Tutor lampu deh. Sabar. Nice.
Dek.
Turret. Gua biru ya.
Turret. Ngapain Moreno?
Gua ambil buff gua.
Kena.
Mati.
Sabar, pelan. Pani di bawah.
Sabar, Hais bisa.
Mati kah? Bisa mati. Udah won. Lihat badan lu, bisa end gak?
Minion.
Tower. Di trap.
Rebellion Zion, well deserved.
Wow. I love it.
It's
so passion. Cars.
It's so good. Cars finally, with the confidence that he builds from week 1, he was a shy person, but then again, in the land of Dawn, different man.
He's a Chad in the land of Dawn.
Just like Arashi when he is casting for Rebellion Zion games.
Not sure if the same comparison, but
maybe it's the energy from Cars. He transferred his energy to Arashi.
He's channeling my inner Cars.
This Chad energy from Cars yelling at BTR, it's in Arashi. And both of them believed in each other.
I wonder if it's like Rebellion, they heard the taunts come from Bigetron and they just come back stronger, or if that's just how they were planning on trying to dominate Bigetron. But wow, it has to be a mental hit, dude. That was loud. The keys to success though for Rebellion, utilizing Wijanarko's concealed plays to bait and counter engage, and of course engage as well, I would say, and disabling Super Ken's mobility and taking advantage of the 5v4 situations. That's just how they play, right? They go for the dynamic plays, get a pick or get a big combo, and then they go from there, right? They use that advantage to try and get something more. And that formula seems to be working so well, because even when they are behind, they're just able to find a lot more of these moments compared to Bigetron. So Cars here is the highlight player, and honestly, in all 3 games, I feel like he did have a lot of impact, despite the fact that you know, sometimes it didn't seem to be.
I think it was just the first Arlet game that he really didn't, you know, do.
He was shut down.
He was shut down though.
Game 2 on the Yutong, I believe.
Wow.
And then last game on the Arlet.
He got Zaken in game 2, the winning fight. That was him on the Petrify Furious dive on Zaken.
Yep. That was a huge game. That was a huge match. But on that note, ladies and gentlemen, you should also check out Indomaret Poinku. Why? You can't be a member. Take a look at the booth.
Whoa.
Take a look at Arashi. Take a look at the girl. Indomaret Poinku is the loyalty / membership app to get the maximum benefit and best deals through every purchase in Indomaret. By becoming Indomaret Poinku member, you could get points for every purchase exclusively. Great deals for members and even free products or special members presents. Download the app, be a member, and always use Indomaret Poinku. Arashi, I know you just love this app.
Oh yeah, no, the app is amazing. I thought you were talking about something else, but the app is great, man. Indomaret is all over the place, so it's always the most convenient spot, right? Let's be real here. So
Arashi's.
You gotta get the app. What are you talking about? So you get the app and get all the benefits, all the convenience. Don't miss out, man. Indomaret Poinku.
Indomaret Poinku.
The app, all right? We're talking about the app here, just to be clear.
All right. Arashi's a Chad. But yeah,
he's a Cars Chad. He's a
Cars Chad. 2-1.
2-1.
Well, 2-0 first match, but 2-1 second match. So, third match, what will we have?
EVOS Legends takes on
the
Aura Fire, the powerhouse.
The powerhouse indeed, but before that, on that note, let's take a look at Max Stream, right? For those of you who love MLBB, MPL 2023 is also available on Max Stream. Max Stream is an app that combines many OTT channels so you don't have to switch between apps. Don't miss out on cool and exciting shows. Watch only on Max Stream. Check it out. Check Indomaret out. Check Max Stream out. And of course, check Marashi out. But in match 3, you're right. It's going to be EVOS Legends taking on Aura Fire. The trend here, Both teams losing streaks. Gani, Mirko, as well as Arashi will have a small break. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, for the last match of Week 3, Day 1. Let's see.
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. It's incredible.
Attention passengers. Final call, flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti geek. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Os! 決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Baker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti geek. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Os! 決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. Incredible.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti geek. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Os! 決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ
邪魔だ
虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. It's incredible.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti geek. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Os! 決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. Incredible.
Wow.
Attention passengers. Final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli-beli.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss, we all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this.
A rumble in the jungle. The two beasts, the red dragons, will take on the white tigers for our closing match of week 3, day 1. And my goodness, we are ready to witness it in hand. It's gonna be me, Gani, Mirko, and as well as Arashi accompanying for the broadcast. My oh my, match 1, 2-0, very, very fast. Match 2, different story. Match 3, what do you expect?
I think we can expect same, bit of difference, but same.
Okay, well, on that note, we have to thank our sponsors. MPL ID Season 11, powered by Moonton, presented by official tournament phone Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, official mobile internet partner by Telkomsel, official gold partner by UBS Gold. We have partner in Esports, Dunia Games, Grab, Secret Lab, and Bleebly. Official broadcast by Maxstream as well. Broadcast partner by TVRI Sport, partner Indomaret and Point Coffee, supported by PBESI. And ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be again EVOS Legends taking on Aura Fire. So Arashi, let's dissect here. Dissect in a bit though, because we are going to witness here. Take a look at the crowd. It's almost full house. So perhaps next match you can join us offline. Where? Buy tickets to watch it offline live. Bleebly. Scan the QR code below, Rashi. Right here.
Right there is where you need to scan to watch these crazy games. And on that note, Gani, Arashi, we got a big match here. EVOS Legends, right? They are on a pretty okay route to get to that half-season champion. Maybe back-to-back. Season 10 they did it, maybe they can make it here, but they need to win 2-0 up against Aura Fire. Now, maybe on paper, it may look easy, considering Aura Fire's track record in Season 11, 0-5. Thing is though, with L's, They can take it in two ways. They can take it in the losing way, where it's just, all right, we're pretty bad. Or they could take the right way, which is learns, right? Those L's are learns, and it's stacking up here for them to come back.
So after that, though, Arashi, remember, EVOS also is on a losing streak here. Losing twice in a reverse sweep fashion as well.
Who do they lose to? Who do they lose to? Bigetron and RRQ.
Forgetting about, oh yeah.
Well, it's a 3-season rivalry between both these teams, so who can steal the points right here? That is the main question, right? Since season 8, I believe, where Aura just out of nowhere just started improving really, really well. There's been a bit of a contest because they become the people's champions, and against EVOS, right? The people's favorite, one of the bigger fan bases. That becomes like a bit of a debate here. Who is the team that actually has the support of the people?
Support of the people, we'll see here who can snatch a point. Take a look at the roster, take a look at the history here. It's quite even. It favors Aura Fire.
Well, in season 8, day 1 of the playoffs, EVOS was able to actually succeed against Aura, but after that, in the next season, until now, Aura has been just too flexible, too confusing for EVOS, who plays in a more calculated fashion. So now we have to see, with both teams having drastic changes, right? This season is a season of drastic changes. We have to see who can actually come out on top here. Will it be the confusing, flexibility of Aura, or will it be the new blood, right? The new tactics and new mindset of the new generation of EVOS?
Aura Fire, last week, they promoted one of their junglers from the MDL, Van, from their MDL team up until, promoted him to the MPL team. Now, so far, we haven't seen him in the jungle, but I think everyone here on this desk, we have been speculating when, he got promoted. We thought it would be Van in the jungle, Godiva roam, and Kabuki going back to the gold lane in his rightful place as the main carry for Aura Fire. They didn't do that. They went with Kabuki in the jungle, high roam, and Chayat in gold. And I think after the results of that lineup, it's time to make some changes again, right?
They need to, right, Arashi?
If it doesn't work, of course, they have to try and adjust. But here, a clash of two teams, both in crisis. Who will rise up to the occasion? Aura on a 5 lose streak is definitely a painful reality for them. But EVOS, as you mentioned, haven't been doing that well as well. So both of them really need a victory here to try and turn this franchise around.
Yeah, I mean, Aura Fire is still stuck in that 8th place, right? So they are desperately in need of a win. Meanwhile, EVOS Legends, they are aiming for that back-to-back half-season champion. So to be on and to achieve that status again, they need to really win this match. If possible, 2-0. How do they do that, Arashi? How do you think EVOS Legends can exploit Aura?
They can try and exploit the mistakes, because for now, with the new members coming in, with the new strategies they've been trying out, there have been plenty of loopholes or holes in their defense, in their game, that EVOS has been known to try and figure out. I mean, they have great minds behind their team, and so they identify those weaknesses, and they can just take full advantage, especially if Aura is slow to adapt. So I think it's gonna maybe begin with Aura gaining some steam, but afterwards, if they are not careful, that is where EVOS will catch them completely off guard. Tigers are more deadly from behind.
Ooh, the flanks can definitely happen here for EVOS Legends. Maybe they go for an all-dive composition. We have seen them go for that even up against RRQ. Now, I think for me personally, up against Aura, Kabuki, right? That's been their strongest point, the strongest member in their lineup, and possibly the only member who's still shining in a 0-5. Can you imagine it? Just you will not expect a member to be performing at the level that Kabuki is performing on a team that's going 0-5. You would expect the whole team to just be really bad underperforming, but Kabuki is that glimmer, that little glimmer of hope, the last hope for Aura Fire.
And that hope is important, because if you look at a team head-to-head, it's a bit of a dire situation here. EVOS both more, having better stats and also more balance, right, in multiple directions. For the side of Aura, it always seems to be only on the GPM and in the average kill, so it also points towards the gold lane. So I think for Aura, Kabuki going back to the gold lane will be a good decision, especially because they're up against EVOS with brands, right? The king of the marksman. That title does not come cheap. Very
low data there from the side of Aura Fire, which means, they're really underperforming, not just as an individual, as a team, which I feel like in this week, they aren't really there to repair it. So hopefully Kabuki, like you said, Mirko, can really shine against EVOS Legends, who is technically very, very strong. Anything is possible. So perhaps with that being said, let's see the highlights here from side of EVOS.
Well, the highlights here shows how EVOS working together as a... EVOS working together as a unit. They just know what to do right here, right? Allowing Brands a lot of coverage here, and even Psycuts and everyone else trying to support him to get him that damage dealt. And of course, it results in a Maniac here. But even then, during the bigger team fights where things get messy, you see that even Hijime, all these members who can occasionally just step up and be a carry for the team, they know when to hold back and now put the pressure, not the pressure, but let Brands do his thing, you know, especially in the late game when the marksman becomes the key to victory. They just know at which particular time, which particular power spike Brands is online, and at that point they're like, alright dude, you're up.
Let me cover you. Let me cover Brands, and perhaps that should be replicated by Aura of Fire. I mean, Kabuki being the main man in that team. But again, let's talk about the head-to-head here, which is, we pretty much covered it.
Show it again, just because of how different it is. And on that note, looking at the other side of the equation here, you can see that for Aura, it's not that they have been having games without any highlight moments here. Boost tries to go in for a big play, but Aura, in true Aura fashion, somehow, someway, kite back around it, maneuver around, and in these messy team fights, they're always known to just somehow come up on top. So this is where they shine, right? When things are so chaotic, and most teams just don't know what to do, but chaos is where Aura thrives. That is their environment, their habitat. So we haven't seen as much of that in the drafts and in the game so far from Aura. We have to see if they can relive their old identity or come up with something even better.
I think the chaos strategy that they had in Season 8 all the way to Season 10 would work if it was still the same Aura Fire in Season 8 and Season 10. Now, unfortunately, this is not the same Aura Fire, right? We've seen changes from every single one of them, underperforming, not performing to that level of form that they showed in Season 10, Season 9, when they were able to consistently finish 3rd place in MPL Indonesia, only losing to Onyx and RRQ, which is an incredible feat, right? Staying that consistent with Onyx and RRQ, the top 3 remain the same for Season 9 and 10. Thing is, though, it starts with the draft. Like Arashi mentioned, he hinted at that point earlier, and the drafts have just been literally one-dimensional. I think if we were to choose weakest draft out of any or all the MPL teams right now, we have to say Aura Fire. The drafts have just been in shambles all over the place. No coordination at times, no synergy at times. And it's reflected by how the players get really confused in the game as to how they want to pull this off. The win conditions are everywhere, and I think we can all agree on that.
I mean, technically, right, let's dissect it a little bit more here. Why is the draft horrible, quote-unquote?
What happened?
I feel like mainly it's because of the limitation of the hero pools per man here. From side of our Fire, Godiva can only play, what, 3-4 heroes. Kabuki as well. I mean, he likes to play the Yuzong, just the EXP in the gold lane. It's just, again, just a readable, predictable draft that is just exploited, capitalized by the other teams.
I feel like teams are just wising up to the fact that Aura, they're not exactly flexible. They're just really unpredictable with their picks, but they're not that flexible as well at the end of the day. So the keys to victory by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G for EVOS is ensuring that Brands and Hijime can deal free hits during these big team fights, right? They are a great team fighting team. They can understand priorities in the middle of a very chaotic situation. And of course, along with that, disrupting facehugger's movement and rotations, because that man, he is just one of the main enabling tools that Aura always relies on, right? The utility, the burst, the setup, and especially when the games get confusing, like we mentioned, when he's on a Valentina, on someone that can do multiple things at the same time, that is where Aura really starts to shine. So if they can stop that all the way in the beginning, in the mid lane, that also just makes the other win condition, right? Having Brands and Hijime just output the damage like they need to do, like they usually do, without interruption. It just all ties into each other.
Take a look at your screen. It is going to be the main man from Aura of Fire, but take a look at the roster here before we talk about the roster. Keys to victory here from Aura of Fire.
By the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, is targeting targeting Brands as EVOS' main damage dealer. It's almost a no-brainer at this point, but that man cannot be left alone. Afterwards, finding their tempo with a new lineup composition, and to add to this, also ensuring that they have enough patience to try and weather the confusing moments until they can find a good chance to try and make things as chaotic as they would need to try and maybe target Brands in the middle of all the chaos. So I think the discipline here needs to be spectacular from Aura, because otherwise EVOS has gone against teams that are just, a bit rash and a bit coin flip. They just take really huge risks, and I think they usually come out on top. So Aura needs to be very careful with which gambles they take in the game.
We saw it up against GEEK SLATE, right? GEEK SLATE, very chaotic in their team fights, kind of similar to Aura Fire in that department, but EVOS were able to just weather the storm, play it the way they like to play it, just front to back, where Hijome and Brands are always in a point where they are all right. And main point being Brands. Now, if Brands does well, it seems like the team does well. In the gold lane, this has to be the main win condition as well for EVOS Legends.
Main point, gold, right? So you too should be your main point in life, main focus in life. Invest in gold.
That gold.
Where? UBS Gold. Why? Coming soon, limited edition. UBS Gold merch collection X. MPL Season 11, so they're going to collab MPL and as well as UBS. So get your from where? UBSLifestyle.com or UBS Lifestyle e-commerce. So back again, gold lane, main focus Brands and as well as Kabuki. You should focus on UBS as well. Arashi, any more final inputs here regarding our closing match of week 3, day 1?
I feel like it's a bit similar to game number 2, right? There's going to be a lot of aggression in the early game. I only question if it's going to translate the same way to the mid game, because in the previous match, really, that mid game was crazy, right? Back and forth, back and forth. I feel like Aura wouldn't mind doing so, but for EVOS, I think that if things get that hectic, I really think that they actually start struggling a bit, because they are a team that's tactical. They like to make use of the waves, of the vision, of the unexpected nature of Mobile Legends. So, if Aura wants to try and make the game go like that, I think Aura, EVOS will try their best to try and deny that.
On that note, let's take a look at the official team lineup, because I saw someone earlier from Aura Fire that isn't too familiar, but there you go. EVOS Legends still with their main 5 here. Hijome, Psychots, Brands, Towns, and as well as Dreams. And for your information, Psychots, Brands, and Dreams, they made it. They got selected to represent Indonesia in the upcoming SEA Games. But Aura Fire,
whoa, you're right. There's a change. Van in the jungle high, staying as the roamer. So we were almost right with our speculation. No Godiva though. Godiva is not the roamer. Kabuki back in the gold lane where he can really shine. And this is where they can pop off. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, the Indonesian Dragons, Aura Fire!
We'll see here what will Van bring to the table on his debut. They desperately need a win here, Arashi, and Aura Fire. Can they withstand the White Tigers?
You have to try and find a way to confuse the Tiger.
That's a great jersey. Oh my god.
Whoa.
Right?
Agreed. That is a very cool design. And maybe they are feeling cool inside as well. Calm and calculated going up, because their opponents right here are no pushovers either.
Speaking of cool, calm and calculated, that's the captain for this team. Psychos leading the pack, ending it with Brands walking in. Welcome, your IESF World Champions, EVOS Legends.
The White Tigers, they are ready to take on the Red Dragons. And my goodness, with this championship lineup, they are, I feel like they're going to be merciless. Let's see though, Psychots being the captain. Last time around, remember, Season 10, they lost to a backdoor split push by none other than Kabuki. Will it be repeated?
And last match, RQ, Skyler did the same thing. Now maybe
they need to focus, man.
Maybe it can happen again, Aura Fire's sister org also did this a couple of times with Benny QT at the world stage. So Aura, Echo, these two teams really like split pushing, man.
And you can't argue with the results, right? It just puts so much pressure on your opponents in ways that they're not really used to, right? It's a more low-key strategy that hasn't really gained a lot of traction in the MPL so far. So abusing it right here could be the key. But of course, it all comes down to the coaching staff. Coach Parlevi has a lot of work to do here, but of course, he's had time to try and adapt and come up with something amazing, something epic for us.
Well, let's pause on the teams, right? Let's talk about the phones. Take a look at the clean, sharp phones. Classic design, and with this, right, the new Samsung Galaxy S23 5G, it's an epic smartphone that makes you, well, technically auto-win in every game. It's equipped with the fastest processor, equipped with RAM up to 12 gigabytes, memory up to 1 terabyte, so the screen is dynamic AMOLED 2X. That's a 120 hertz refresh rate, makes all gaming get smoother, and the battery is 5,000 mAh, so it allows you to push rank all day long. Check it out at Samsung.com/ID for more info.
Wow. I mean, you can pre-order now until the 23rd of February and get an installment starting at 500,000 per month, seems like. But I feel like that's past, huh? So unfortunately, you guys were a bit too late. But now, don't forget that if they're too late for that, this offer is still absolutely on the table, Gunny.
Wow, Dunia Games. So again, you can watch your favorite team play. So with that, you have to have enough quota, if not more quota, before playing, before watching. So take a look at Dunia Games, right? So you don't run out of data in the middle of the match. This is going to be the perfect time to check the promo from Dunia Games. Get up to 3 gigabytes of quota free every time you buy items for vouchers or Mobile Legends using what? Telkomsel. Hurry up and buy it on duniagames.co.id or in the Dunia Games app.
It's a lot of data for such an easy condition, you know, so don't miss out, because especially for matches like this, right? With so much at stake here, the tempo, the swing of how they're going to perform in this tournament relies on this match. So you definitely want to have enough quota or get somewhere with coverage, man, as soon as possible. And now, look at the drafting phase. I like the discussions, right? You see some thumbs coming out towards that Aura, and let's take a look at some of the audience comments here. I hope EVOS can win against Aura. A lot of people probably agree with you, man.
Yeah, here too, EVOS versus Aura. Good luck, EVOS. I hope you win and not be map blind anymore. Hashtag EVOS Roar. It's good to see that the EVOS fans are aware. They're self-aware. They understand exactly what made EVOS Legends lose against Aura Fire in Season 10 and even against RQ just last week.
Oh, the lack of map awareness in a way, but it's not really fair to say that. I mean, it's not like it's a very obvious and easy solution, right? They're also put in a very tough spot. I think it's only about making those decisions in tough situations, right? Because that actually comes with experience. And if you look at the roster, it's no secret that the majority of them have less experience, right? It has been like a new blood EVOS Legends. So hopefully with time that has passed so far, they can actually come up and have sharper decision making, because we are we're going straight into the drafting phase.
We're straight and go.
We're straight and go.
It's very important for EVOS Legends to not get tunnel vision in their, I guess, task, right? Aura Fire will have the blue side now for the first game. They're gonna ban out the carry, Eve, and as well as Valentina. So a lot of Prios ban out, also respect there. But EVOS Legends responding with a 1-1 Enjoy ban. Seems like they're gonna take their time for that last ban.
Super fast bans though. Aside from the last one here, it's just the template, right? We see the Fanny, Eve, Valen, again, these heroes that we expected to be a bit different now. We saw the match earlier, Bigetron Alpha versus Rebellion. They had a completely different perspective as to how to take the draft. Here, it's literally the standard. 1-1 Enjoy always in the red side. And it's going to be the Fairness ban. The last ban here. It can actually enable a glue that can be picked up first by Aura Fire, but I think with ban in the mix, they should just pick up a Fredrin.
Fredrin can be flexed around, and you know, flexing has been the identity for Side Aura, and as you know, as predicted on cue, the Fredrin makes an appearance right here. So already a bit more in tune with the old Aura, but for EVOS, now they have a few options to go around with. If they want to try and go for those chaotic fights, some crowd control, something strong, the glue, as you mentioned, or Yuto maybe. Signature heroes for Psychots, the captain.
Well, we saw it multiple times where EVOS Legends, they like to prio for that EXP. Pick up the Lapu sometimes for that first pick, but they also like to prio Hijome's hero in that first pick. So let's see here. Perhaps with Paramis Ben out, they might actually opt for a Farsa here. Farsa and a hero for Brands, perhaps early Claude, but no, it's gonna be Glue, and as well as the Kaja. I forgot about the Kaja here, so no Farsa, and a quick response, Farsa and Claude. I thought that these heroes were gonna be picked up by the EVOS side, but no, RFI will pick that up.
That's a solid backline here, technically backline, but the Claude is multi-purpose, and we've seen it, Kabuki can do a lot of work on this Claude. Very flexible in his approaches as well. But Facehugger on the Farsa, that is the main concern right now for EVOS. They can dive towards him using the glue and using the Kaja, but of course, Facehugger is usually very elusive with his positioning in the jungle.
Interesting take here from Drian. Actually, it's not Aura Fire that's underperforming, it's just the other teams that are developing and prepared better for the season. Very well said. EVOS Legends security hero here for Brands. With this Brody, yeah, Claude is gonna have a tougher time in that gold lane. Especially, we can see here the Kaja and Brody combined. They needed to find the synergy here for High.
There's a lot of stuns, single target stuns, targeted stuns that can be just placed onto that Claude. So Kabuki has to be very careful, and on top of that, here, they're already banning out the Atlas, right? They're targeting the Roamer. Now, High, sure, he has a lot of heroes in his arsenal in the jungle. As a Roamer, we've only ever seen him on the Atlas, right? That's about it. I don't think we've seen much more. Maybe Kufra, but yeah, very limited. And I think EVOS Legends are playing into that. They know that High might just be the weakness point in the drafts where we can actually just target him down. That's what they're going for right now.
For EVOS though, they still have to secure a strong mid laner as well to try and shut down Facehugger, because as much as Brands will struggle, as much as Kabuki will struggle against Brands in the gold lane, there's going to be a lot of assistance coming in from that mid lane roam of Facehugger. So banning a strong laner in the mid with a lot of wave clear can be a solution, but the Lolita is what EVOS opt for.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Mirko here. It seems like they are going to target ban towards High here, especially in the second phase, saying, what are you going to play? They eliminate the quote-unquote big crowd control heroes, and RFI responds with an Akai ban. So again, EVOS, let's see, phase second phase, what are they going to pick up here first?
Martis is an option to take here if they want to go for utility jungler for Taz. They can even just, honestly, this comp is pretty good if you want to set up for a Fanny, but pick it last, just like Bigetron Alpha. You want to just pick up your mage here, honestly, with the Kadita banned out here, you can still go for like a Eve. They go for the Kagura, very interesting. Speaking of Kagura, Lemon, of all the XP laners you faced, where does Psychots rank? The answer is, I don't know, maybe below R7.
Below R7?
Wow.
That could mean, that's a pretty wide
that's
margin.
exactly, that doesn't say a lot.
Well,
but
for the
there you
Aura,
go.
though, that is the Terizla. And honestly, the Kagura pick, we haven't seen this in a long time, but considering how much early game pressure EVOS has right now, this could work. Obviously not as dangerous as the Fanny. It can still come up. But with the Grok and the Terizla here, a lot of crowd control. And if they go for the Fanny has been banned out actually for the side of Aura. So for EVOS, it's gonna be the Roam pick here. The Grok is no longer available.
No. Jungle perhaps.
Jungle, Martis maybe.
Jungle. Martis can work.
Honestly, if they really want to dive into that backline, the Ling can be a pick, a solid pick. Lancelot tank has become pretty popular as well. These are all options for Taz to go for.
Let's see.
Martis is the safest.
You know what might work? Yi Sun-Chin? Can Yi Sun-Chin work?
No way. No way they pull that off against the Terizla Grok.
Okay.
And a Farsa,
takes a little more time. But yeah, I like the head-to-head here. Kagura, and as well as, Kaja Jungle. Digi picked up. Very, very interesting here. But yeah, head-to-head, right? Farsa, Feather Airstrike, Kagura can just pop that yin-yang overturn. So head-to-head in the mid lane, I can see, I understand. But again, Kagura, his requirements are, they needed to have an early snowball. Take a look at the audience prediction. EVOS Legends, they are leading a quarter here.
75%. And honestly, this is an interesting situation. So EVOS, they want to try and dive all in and go towards the Farsa. So for the side of Aura, they have to try and secure some mobility, because otherwise they will get completely overrun by EVOS Legends. So it's a bit of a unique win condition we haven't seen from a lot of other games. But both teams will have to try their best and see who comes up in the upcoming chess match in the Land of Dawn.
Let's see, folks. Match number 3 of the day. Game 1, Land of Dawn. Here we go. Will the White Tigers strike first, or will the Red Dragons, with that desperate win, are able to find and squeak that give the first game? Ladies and gentlemen, Land of Dawn, here we go.
Ooh, off the bat, it's gonna be an Avarice Diggy, so a lot less damage focused, because we've seen it being played on with a Impure Wrath. That will not be the case for this game. And for Fluffy, it's standard, right? Having the Festival of Blood right here will allow him to be a lot more aggressive later on. But already, look at this roam coming in from Facehugger. This is what you have to expect. And Psychots, even on the glue, respects that and backs away as High gets chunked down pretty low.
Yeah, the kill pressure that they have in this gold lane is going to be pretty massive, considering the Kagura and this Diggy has been picked up. But hey, ladies and gentlemen, support the Indonesian team as we have officially announced the rosters. Psychots, Vin, Albert, Brands, Dreams, Sans, and Keyboy for the Indonesian national team in the 2023 SEA Games.
3 EVOS members, 2 Onyx players, and 2 RRQ players. We'll see here them in action, of course, during the SEA Games 2023. Let's check it out. And well, let's focus on the game again. Take a look at Dreams and High there. It's going to be very interesting to see this Diggy last pick. Will it have that impact?
It's an interesting situation for sure, because you're not really sure what the idea is, right? There's a lot of pickup, a lot of burst damage already. So the only thing that makes sense is that EVOS Legends wants to rush all the way towards Facehugger using the time journey later on. But that means in the early game right here, he's just stuck opening some vision, pestering the members of Aura Fire using the time bombs. But with the turtle coming up, we'll see if the lack of a utility, huge engage roamer can be fatal for EVOS contesting this turtle.
Aura Fire with better control, High with the barrier, locking Dreams out. Psychots trying to find an opening, but it will just be Van securing the turtle for free. Now, fun fact, Van, #1 most lords and turtles secured in MDL.
In MPL, that's the big bracket underscore
Underline.
italic. Exactly, that's the main point right here. And look at the mid lane though. It seems like EVOS Legends with a lot more pickoff and early game aggression. They're just waiting for the level 4 for some ultimates perhaps. But this means Aura Fire has the proactive maneuvers. But look at that passive play coming from EVOS here.
Uh-oh, Highs with the flick. Oh, High with the flicker there. Using the wild charge as well. Man, that could have been real bad. Taz, luckily for Aura Fire, no flicker on this Kaja. I think where muscle memory is just flicker Kaja, right? But that's 2 flickers burnt in less than a minute.
Wow. With that in mind, right? I guess with Kagura, it actually, the mid lane clear for side of EVOS Legends isn't too strong, which perhaps can be exploited. But take a look at Fluffy here.
Psychots on Fluffy, Facehugger, rotating up top, just dishing a bit of damage to Psychots, but he will actually lose a cannon minion, the XP cannon minion up top there. So he loses a bit of XP, trades it in for some damage, winning in the trade.
On the note of Psychots on the glue, he has that sprint, so again, reinforcing our assumption that they're gonna try and outrun Aura unless they strike first.
Another airstrike, and it's responded with the time journey. Now again, I don't think EVOS Legends have been properly utilizing this Diggy, right? They haven't been placing the Diggy in the gold lane, so Kabuki's been free farming. He's actually, I think, pretty equal with Brands, and that's concerning because the Claude is not early game. He is not an early game hero.
I mean, Claude scales much more, deeper if you compare it to Rhodey, right? So let's see here, will that be a problem? But one thing for sure is with the turtle bot side, EVOS Legends might have more control in that gold lane. Let's see though.
You do see that Dreams is spending a lot more time in the mid lane, just contesting that mid clear and ensuring that Hijime on the Kagura does not get dived on. High is very low right now, so EVOS Legends, they have a window here. Ultimates are available, except for the time journey.
Time journey not up just yet. Yang overturn, bringing it back. That's the Divine Judgment as well. Now Psychops moving into the frame, but Van with a solid retribution secures it. Fluffy with a penalty zone as the Blazing Duet comes in. Onto the back. Tog's gonna be taken low. Fluffy picks the kill up. Appraiser's Wrath dealing damage onto 3. Psychon still on Van right now as Fluffy tries to deal damage back onto Psychon, and that's enough. Psychon's going back, but will be slain. Fluffy with a double kill. It's a 3-for-0 trade.
My goodness, Aura Fire proving the doubters wrong. Take a look at the first 5 minutes. It's just Aura Fire leading in objective and as well as teamfight here, Rashi. What happened?
They were just overzealous and going for that engage right there. The time draining was not up, and considering the amount of crowd control Aura Fire has available, how they can counter-engage so efficiently, that was a very dangerous gamble. Buki will be able to escape from that situation. So we've seen this again and again though. Aura Fire has always had the mechanical skills and the dynamic playmaking to get an advantage in the early game. Later on though, that is the question. Can they maintain this lead? Ranger Mas on the Indonesian desk certainly believes so. Deja vu for match number 2, question mark.
I think if we look at it now, it's already really bad for EVOS. Remember, they don't scale well. Most of their heroes actually fall off, and Aura Fire actually have the scaling comp. So, Ranger Mas, this might be a good thing for you, buddy. You might actually get this.
Maybe he's on to something, right? I mean, EVOS Legends now, they're behind 2,000 gold. And take a look at the setup. They're already like looking for 5-man setup to find the compensation to find and win the team fight, because nothing much that they can do here at this point. Aura Fire, they're leading. They already got the bot turret, and perhaps the top side turret should be their main goal. So let's see. Aura Fire, can they stay proactive?
EVOS, they're grouping up together, but they're also leaving a lot of space for Kabuki to farm up. We've seen this before. He'll just keep farming until he can get like a clean 4-kill maniac when he has the right item. So this man does not mind having this opportunity at all. Cyclops now will try and deny that from him. We'll see if that plays out though, because he can just get out like that. But on the other side though,
that's high. Picked off. Hijime finds the kill. The Feather Airstrike was popped in. Dreams is looking for an opening here, but it will just be Van securing another turtle once again. Van, again, he's, you know,
100%.
100% neutral objective rate. Highest neutral objective secures in MDL. Amazing player.
Perfect turtle, but take a look at the in-game equipment here. Arashi, what stands out?
You can see that the Radiant Armor has been finished by Van, so he wants to stay in the front and tank all this magical damage. It's only going to be in the hands, the cards to try and take him out is in the hands of Brands, but even then, he's on a burst hero, not exactly a shred marksman. So, he's kind of set up to be the main frontline for the late game, and it seems like Hai is going to try and follow suit. So, the one-dimension kind of like situation for EVOS Legends is something that Aura Fire is really trying to capitalize on.
For the airstrike, dealing a whole lot of damage. High with a wild charge only onto Dreams. That's the Blazing Duet to the back line. Kabuki to be able to dish out so much damage. Brad still surviving. How is Brad alive? High with one more hit gets him, but he made so much time. And it's EVOS Legends who are able to find an equal trade. 2 for 2. Now Fluffy cutting the waves. Taz gonna be able to find the retribution, but actually no, it's Van who takes it away.
He was 1 HP for a very long time there. Aura Fire finally got the kill though, but they need to. Yeah, they lost Kabuki as well, so technically it's an even trade with both gold laners taken down, and Aura Fire now still holding on. Well, not holding on, trying desperately to keep that gold lead.
Aura Fire has no issue just scaling like this, but EVOS Legends definitely want to try and get something else, but they don't have any kind of real reliable engage tool. The only real way they can force a fight is to just send Psychos to just try and dive in with the sprint to ensure that he gets onto someone's back, but even then, that doesn't even guarantee a fight will break out. Van now with the Sky Guard and helmet, he'll be permanently visible, staying on the map, and maybe this is exactly what he requires to get the 100% yet again. Might even get the rich guy if the game just progresses towards a more team fight situation.
Well, let's see here again. Van still with that perfect turtle. It seems like EVOS Legends, they're struggling here on this Kaja to secure the neutral objective. They need to change their approach because now it's not a turtle, it's going to be the Lord. So let's see. They need to fight back more, and You can see here the setup already very, very different as it was before.
Remember, if they go equal, it favors the team with better late game heroes. Now, with Hijume, a good read there. Hijume going to be able, oh man, in the map, you see that. Fluffy now jumping with the penalty zone onto Braz, but will have the time journey to help him out. Now Braz dealing a whole lot of damage with the Divine Judgment to lock Fluffy down. Side cross now mounting Van! Hijume with the Yin Yang overturn, but the Blazing Duet is here from Kabuki, dealing out so much damage, but not able to finish anyone off just yet. Braz going to fall right now, as that's going to be Van now on the retry, winning it out against Taz. EVOS Legends, 4-man strong up against Van, who's solo. Dreams flickering out to safety. EVOS Legends disengaging from Van.
Goodness me, Aura Fire. Technically, they lost the fight there, Rashi, but by God, Van still 100% on their retribution.
We are memeing it a bit, but it's still 100%, so we'll see if he can maintain this very impressive number. But for EVOS Legends, that is what they wanted to do, right? Get a decisive fight. But unfortunately, they just didn't have enough to trade back after the Blazing Duet. Just take a look at the replay right here, where Brands was able to kite back with the assistance of Dreams as per their win condition. And afterwards, having that engage was so good, but Hai and Kabuki, the dynamic duo, goes towards that back line after everything was already used up. And they can't even outrun him because Kabuki is also running the sprint battle spell.
I love I love Vance's impact already in game one, man. I can see Aura Fire finally in game has a clear plan, has a clear ambition within this inside of the game. And take a look at EVOS Legends with this Kaja jungler. I gotta say, they look lost.
I think it's just them not utilizing their winning lanes. We've said this so many times, but they had the Brody Claude lane, yet they did not utilize it. Dreams wasn't in the gold lane for some reason. Always in the mid lane now. The airstrike comes down. Brands is taken down so low. And just like that, they're going to be able to utilize this to just pick up a tier 2 down below. No more for Aura Fire. And I think the wave management from Aura Fire is just caught lacking here, right? They should have been able to punish with more, and maybe they can. But it doesn't look like it. Van all alone. The taunt onto Taz. Needs to be careful. Divine Judgment onto Hai. Out of all people, that's a 5-man penalty zone. But it's also a time journey. Responded back into Kabuki now with a Blazing Duet. Dealing damage, but won't be caught. Buffy going to be mounted as well. Brad picks up a double. EVOS Legends win out the fight. Aura Fire with a dive under the tier 2.
Oh my God, the White Tigers, they managed to stay composed in that fight. And take a look at them just again giving out pressure now. Aura Fire, 1,000 gold deficit, well, gold lead now. Let's see, EVOS Legends with that exchange, they look to equalize on that gap.
This is the mid game where they have a bit more power, but it took them long enough to try and go in, and they are a bit more careful with the expenditure of their skills right there. Kabuki goes in for the same exact play, but he gets immobilized, and that is all that is needed for EVOS Legends to burst him down. It's essentially a 3-4-0, despite Aura Fire being at a 2k gold lead earlier. So that is exactly what EVOS Legends have to do, because right now Aura Fire has the Holy Crystal in the hands of Facehugger. The burst damage is only going to get more and more painful, especially Hai can find a huge engage with the Wild Charge.
I mean, take a look at Hijume, right? 306 already. Debuting, I mean, Kagura debut in MPL ID. Take a look at now, they engage.
Hai burst it down, torn apart memory, and the Divine Judgment was popped in. Amazing value, just like Dunia Games. You guys can get quota with every purchase of items and vouchers in Mobile Legends using Telkomsel. Scan the QR code for more information. EVOS Legends looking for more information as they open up the map as well.
They have a man advantage here, so they can actually go for a big fight. One for Psychots, he will be the man that's going to try and engage everything, because Taz will be focused on the Lord, but look at this damage coming in for Facehugger.
The time journey, man, it actually takes away from the penalty zone. Buffy going to be slain right now. Taz looks for the retribution. He finds him with the Divine Judgment, locking Van down. Now, it's a double kill for Hijume. Looking for a triple as Van jumps in with the Bracer's Wrath, dealing some more damage, but Hijume won't just be able to do it. Van caught all alone, isolated from his team. Hijume looking for one more hit, but in the other side, it's a kill over the Brands. Van getting out to safety, the only member left. EVOS Legends has completely turned the game around.
4 4 minutes ago, it was EVOS Legends losing 2,500 gold lead. And take a look at them now. The White Tigers look for an end.
Van 1v5, the only member left. He gets slain. Facehugger's back up to put the airstrike in the penalty zone right onto 2. The mid-waves is still there. Gene's gonna be taken down. That's the immortality promise. The blazing duet comes in from Kabuki onto Dream for the time journey. He's able to buy some more time. Psychos with a split, stunned up and taken down by the wild charge. That's the Lord up top, gonna be cleared out as well from the side of Aura Fire. But High's looking for more. The barrier not gonna be able to lock anyone in. And it's EVOS Legends with the disengage.
Brilliant defense from the Red Dragons under the pressure. But man, take a look at them. EVOS Legends now, they need to reset item-wise here, Rashi, please.
Wind of Nature completed for Kabuki, so a lot more outplay potential available. High as well has bought the Athenas just in case he gets bursted down. It's going to be onto Brands to try and take him out. The issue right here is that EVOS Legends got a bit too overzealous, a bit too greedy. They could have gone for more base turrets, but they tried to go for the end, knowing that Facehugger was up along with Fluffy, and without the time journey, that penalty zone, you can really feel the impact. So without the time journey available, it seems like EVOS Legends cannot take any kind of fight. This is a bit of a chess game, a chess match here. Who will show their cards first? Who will use the ultimates first will usually lose out.
Let's see, right? I mean, it depends on the impact, right? Sure, you can go for that ultimate, but until play.
Taz looking for High. High's gonna be stunned up. Divine Judgment, turn of our memory as well. Hijume with a flank. Just like you said, the Tigers do better from behind.
My goodness, that was also the reason why Kagura picked, right? Facehugger just doing nothing. Feather airstrike here, very, very static. That is just the Kagura's job, Hijume's job to exploit that fact.
That's the second time that has happened. In the previous fight, Facehugger similarly was just completely taken out, and this is a fresh strategy. Usually it's going to be a fighter, it's going to be an assassin diving in, but we haven't seen the mid lane take over that role. Hijume 6-0-8 on that Kagura is absolutely lethal, and EVOS Legends, overall, their position has so much pressure built in that Hijume has been able to just find these flanks without being completely contested because everyone was just scrambling to try and find High, to try and save High from the clutches of the Tigers.
My goodness, gonna be another reset though. But now, earlier, during the Lord Damage, it was Aura Fire, low-key leading the gold. But take a look at now. EVOS Legends, will they commit to this as Aura Fire? Oh.
Divine Judgment right onto High. The wild charge connecting onto 2. Brad's gonna be taken low, flickering out just to safety. Psychos now in the back line, trying to zone Facehugger away. Van doing the same thing onto Dreams. As Dreams is forced to use the flicker. Penalty zone, knocking him down, and that's the damage to take him out. Dreams gonna fall in this fight. Meanwhile, Van jumping back in. Fluffy losing immortality, but Kabuki jumps in with the blazing duet and with the Wind of Nature. Taz is gonna be slain as well. That's a double for Kabuki in the mid lane. Hijume is the only one left to defend. Psychos now mounting Fluffy up. He's trying to buy some time. He will be able to do so, but not for long right now as the damage will come through. Psychos gets away. The Lord still at full HP. Aura Fire, what do they decide to do?
Looks like they're gonna push the mid here as Hijume not fast. Oh my god, they're gonna force the end here.
It looks like it, man. Psychos all alone. Immortality gonna be popping here. Psychos jumping in. Yang overturn. Almost finding a lot of members. Psychos Immortality will fall. That's the wild charge as well. Brands is up in 4 seconds. Dreams is back up. Aura Fire with a decision that can cost them the game. They did not take the Lord, and guess who's up? Taz and Brands.
See here, Aura Fire still with the man advantage though. They're gonna clear this Lord, no problem.
Wow.
So practically it's a win, right?
It's a win, it's a massive win.
Turret. Yeah, they got the base turret. Psychos gets taken down, and they still got the Lord. What do you see, Arashi?
EVOS Legends, man. The Lord was already up, but they went for the very aggressive play right there. And like we mentioned, if your ultimates are not available to counter, it's almost like a very close boxing match here. Who makes the big move first usually gets punished completely afterwards. EVOS went for the fight, and they didn't have anything left to try and stop Kabuki going into the back line. Now with the Lord in their hands, Aura Fire has a lot more range, a lot more combos to work with. And EVOS Legends, with their composition, they can't defend that well.
Van just takes all the time bombs now, moving forward to taunt in the penalty zone, locking Taz up. Taz with the Divine Judgment on the high. The Torn Palm Memory comes in, but the Bracer's round seals Taz's fate. Kabuki in the back line, gonna be stunned up here as the Time Journey gets popped in. That's Kabuki taken very low. Hijime in the back line, trying to look for a flank, but Facehugger will be able to escape. Van with Immortality, Dream's gonna be taken low. Brad still kiting away, but the feather airstrike dishes out so much. Lord has been slain. Midway's coming in. Hijime is godlike this game. More minions coming into the fray. Three-wave pushing in. Torn Apart Memory was used up. Psycho still buying some time. Dreams flickering forward onto Kabuki. Gets his immortality down. Brands doesn't have the flicker to go for more, but he will be able to dish out damage. And High will lose his immortality. EVOS Legends with an amazing defense.
Spectacular defense here from the White Tigers, displaying the offense and defense from both teams. Arashi, what a crazy opening game on this match. What else can you read?
EVOS Legends, man, they're just so good at moving back and forth. The previous generation of EVOS Legends is known for doing this, but now you're seeing it again coming in from the new blood in the game. Hijime in particular has spent so much time in the back line. He was just determined to find a massive union overturn, and he did. And it just screwed over everything that Aurafire was trying to get in that fight. And with the kiting back and forth from EVOS Legends, they're just able to find a winning fight somehow. Even Dreams was flickering forward on a Diggy, and he was able to make the play that just worked out. And now it's back to an even situation, but keep in mind, with all the base turrets down, Aura has a bit more macro advantage to play around with if they choose to do so.
Remember, EVOS Legends.
Brands, what?
2 times lose streak. Now, EVOS looking for an engage.
Further airstrike. Dreams all alone, doesn't pop the Time Journey.
Wow.
That might have just been a mistake. EVOS Legends losing their roamer and their real reason as to why they haven't been able to get dove on. Fluffy with the penalty zone. Taz gonna be locked down. Brands in the back line, dealing some damage as Taz is able to disengage.
Okay, Aurafire now realizing that the Lord will be up in 10, so they will disengage from a fight. It's a 5v4. Can Taz steal this one away?
By the way, keep in mind, look at Hijime, his positioning, and the positioning of his umbrella there. He was just putting it, placing it in the front, and just denying everyone, especially the Squishy members, from going in. So now, they're separated, but EVOS Legends are on the back foot. Taz is getting jumped on.
All alone. Taz still able to escape for now. The Divine Judgment brings High back right now. Brand's going to be able to free hit. Torn Apart Memory going to be able to play popped in. Hijime in the back, looking for the kill. He finds Facehugger. Oh my goodness gracious. The winner Truncheon and the immortality, but Hijime buys the same thing. Now having the immortality, buying some time, but will be shut down in the end. EVOS Legends forced to disengage, but they have reset the Lord. Taz is down, it's a 2-for-1, and it should be a free Lord over to Aurafire.
Aurafire, the Red Dragons are not backing down now, and now Taz is still down for 30. Looking like the Lord, possibly, potentially the last Lord, will be taken by the Red Dragon side now. Aurafire. Minute number 22, let's see, is this going to be the last Lord push?
28 seconds for Hijime to be back on the board. It was a great try by him to try and delay the Lord and confuse the members of Aurafire on where the fight is happening and where they need to focus. But now with Facehugger and High all available, all the tools available to try and go for this last fight, it's gonna be an all-in team fight, 5v5, and Aurafire definitely have the combo advantage. EVOS Legends will have to play this perfectly if they want to delay the game any longer at all.
Let's see again, potentially the last defense in the first game. Can EVOS pull it off? Take a look at the time bombs already. Let's see already the offense and defense.
Fluffy has used the penalty zone. That might have just been a mistake right now, as that's going to be Psychos jumping with a split, dealing out some damage and also sustaining back up, but Feather Airstrike will be able to catch on to him. Immortality's pop, and it's a brilliantly timed Feather Airstrike, that final shot. Dreams now bringing Kabuki back with the reverse time. The Torn Apart Memory gets popped in as the Time Journey will be there as well. Taz forced to back away. Bang going to be slain right now as Hijime is dealing out a lot of damage. It's still a defense. Hijime with a yin-yang overturn. Jumps in a bit too far. The blazing duet from Kabuki wipes Brands out. It's a double kill for Facehugger. And it's Dreams all alone. Aurafire secure game number 1.
Hey, Turner, that's for you. And Aurafire, the Red Dragons, strikes first in our closing match of today. And goodness me, what a display from the 5 members here. Van, his impact in this first game, it was impeccable, Arashi.
But overall, Aura, so much more disciplined, so much more decisive in which fight they have to take. and that definitely played a part in how they're able to come out on top here. The draft, like we mentioned, favored their late game, but they did a great job turning it around, finding moments of opportunity where EVOS were the ones who were caught off guard without the usual discipline we've come to expect from the White Tigers.
My God, what an open! Oh my God, facehugger. Yeah, walking
He's still
slowly.
healing. He's still healing, man.
Hey, come on, he's the captain. Please assist him. My goodness, teammates. But yeah, overall, what a spectacular game from both teams, I gotta say. Both teams displayed both great offense, also great defense. Remember, early game towards the mid, it was EVOS Legends with the momentum build. But again, Aura of Fire managed to just stay composed.
It seems like their execution just wasn't quite enough. Like Mirko mentioned, the Diggy pick didn't really amount to anything too significant. Yes, it helped with the vision game, but that's not what they were trying to get. They were trying to get snowballing, and you can see that the moment Hijime starts picking up some kills, 1 or 2 kills only, it allowed EVOS to be that much more aggressive, and they just required that a bit earlier, and they needed to make sure that they maintained that lead all the way towards the end. Their decision to try and go for the end early on in the game was what caused Aura Fire to be able to just turn it around.
Wow, what an intense first game. I can't wait for more. Thank God it's a best of 3, but goodness me, can Aura Fire now? I know this is just jumping into like, sorry, Mr. Analyst, but can Aura Fire, with this heavy, big momentum, can they win Game 2?
I think there is a big possibility. They're a team that runs on momentum, and guess what they have in their arsenal right now? Momentum. They have got it in the bag up against EVOS Legends, one of the favorites here in MPL Indonesia.
75% odds. Everyone's supporting EVOS Legends, but they proved the 75% wrong.
For now. It's game one. It's game one now.
It may change.
It may change, but let's dissect here. Game 1 also. Walk us through the highlights here. Game 1, what really happened, Rashi?
Well, the
so me some
here.
passion.
Anticipating Hijime's flanking, Aura's disciplined gameplay, right, is what yields them the victory in game number 1. The fact that they were able to delay the game so far, and then once EVOS had momentum and was cruising, just running full momentum towards ending the game, they're able to stop them in their tracks and then turn it around. And even then, Hijime, still on 0 deaths, was making all the problems in the back line, flanking around, confusing Aura Fire, and yet they're able to persevere through that and finally pick him off. And the late game composition, they were just able to use to its full potential. It's a 23-minute game. Look at Facehugger. He sold the Winter Truncheon for the final push, but initially that is what allowed him to survive for the initial burst and denied Hijime the initial big burst that he's always had in the few fights that EVOS won decisively in the mid-game. Aside from him though, you cannot take any credit away from Kabuki on the Claude. Yes, he was playing really safe, but that's how he has to do it, right? He just played all the way in the back line, doing damage in relative safety. But afterwards, he comes in with the Blazing Duet, and that was just devastating, man. Whenever Bruns did not have the stun to try and stop him, it was just game over for that team fight.
A very, again, sharp execution. I was just looking for that replay earlier. What happened? What happened? What were the mistakes, the main crucial mistake that EVOS Legends, I mean, yeah, I think it's just started from the mid-game, right? They lost their momentum, they lost their footing, and it was all because of Van, I feel like.
I agree, right? I mean, the early game, the reason EVOS weren't able to snowball was basically because of Van. Van kept them at bay on the Fredrin with his retributions and his neutral objective conversion. My goodness, we thought it was just, MDL stats. Sure, buddy. Ken was 100% before he stepped foot in MPL. Sure, buddy. No, Van, he's still at 100%, man.
Looking at the stats right here, the carry is still going to be Brands, who has tried his best to try and output that damage in the late game as a Brody, but it's not enough. Kabuki was able to farm so much, and we talked about this playstyle coming in from the gold lane, and even then, honestly, looking at the drafts, Taz on the Kaja, right? Taz is a man who likes making plays, and here we saw that the only real target for the Divine Judgment has been high on the Grok, And it's not a bad situation, but eventually Aura Fire just caught on, and they just made sure that once High just took the brunt of the damage from EVOS, they just come back and engage on EVOS Legends, who've emptied all their ammunition onto the Roamer.
Wow, what again, just a very well-detailed analysis there by Arashi, and I can't wait here. You know what, I'm sorry Arashi, but you know, I Mr. Can't Wait, and I just can't wait to watch Game 2. I want to see Aura Fire. Come on, are you consistent? Because that's just the true, like, testament,
Was
right?
it a fluke?
Was it, yeah, exactly. Was it luck, quote unquote? Or are you now with Van really stronger?
I think the drafts, right? That's what we've been heavily criticizing, have improved so much. They were using the flex picks so well. The Grok to the Fredrin to the Claude to the Farsa. These picks are all just so solid for the team. And the bans as well. The target bans in the end to ban the Kadira and the Akai. Such a smart move. And guess what? It worked out with no Akai. They were forced to pick up the Diggy for Dreams. And they had to flex the Kaja into jungle, something we haven't seen in a long time, Arashi.
It didn't work out at all. And look at the cold curve. You know, we talked about just huge fluctuation. We're seeing it yet again. And I think it just shows that these teams right now, they're just getting better at team fighting and making those micro decisions. Because even EVOS, right? We talked about how their composition does not scale well into the late game. And yet, even if in the right situation, if they get the engage they require, they're able to come out on top. So that's just showing how the gold lead isn't just the only factor in the current meta of Mobile Legends. So I think it's going to make for more interesting games, and it's only game number 1, so we are still on track to possibly a full 3-game series.
I want that. Honestly, I really low-key want EVOS Legends to win, but take a look at the MVP here. Presented to you by Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, the main man. The man that just, without Kabuki, what is Aura Fire?
Well, we don't know that quote. We don't know the answer yet because we've never seen him out of the roster. Well, we have actually last season, and they always lose without him. Anyways, MVP presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G has to be the man, the myth, the legend. That's what he's saying. That's what he's saying to all the haters, all the doubters. To all them doubters, say what you want now.
He's not scared of anyone.
In the jungle and the gold lane, always performs. And it's amazing. 0-5, right? That's the record. And Kabuki, in terms of statistics and individual performance, is still up there. You can compare him with the likes of Brandon Skyler. That's crazy.
Considering like the context, right? It's impressive enough that he can secure a Maniac, if I recall correctly. But even in the current situation of Aura, he was able to actually get ahead. And this is the 5 to 10 minute heat map for Kabuki, and you can see that he's just all around the map, usually on the side lanes, creating pressure, and then afterwards just swooping in to go for those big team fights. Let's take a look at some of the highlights on that game, and there were plenty. In the early game, despite the best efforts on EVOS, they're unable to actually execute on the plan to counter-engage using the Diggy to try and counter the penalty zone. And here is that impressive play being made by Brands, where he's able to survive for so long and somehow turn the tides for EVOS. But afterwards, though, in the neutral objectives, you can see that when the team fight just goes, I don't know, very aggressive like this, when Aura can get to counter-engage instead, they're the one who comes out on top. So it becomes a battle on trying to bait each other to engage first. And this is the moment where they all go for the end, even though Facehugger and Fluffy were up. And that just costed them their lead, and that lead is so important because of the composition. And afterwards, when they're on the back foot like this, they don't really have the resources to try and keep Aura at bay. They get completely overrun, and Kabuki just goes completely out of control. And despite the best efforts that they have done, right, to try and counter around and adjust how they approach these fights, at this point in 23 minutes, it's a bit too late, and Aura get that victory. So EVOS has to adjust. We'll see if Game 1 was an experimentation, and of course, we're gonna see if Aura can stay consistent with that kind of performance in game number 1.
That's the question, right? That's the $1 million question there. Can Aura Fire be consistent? Because MPL ID Season 11 especially is all about consistency. Bringing new creativity is also in a huge factor, but staying consistent should be more grabbable.
Grabbable.
That's a word.
That's a word.
All right.
Achievable, grabbable. So on that note, you should grab as well because it's very grabbable.
Wow.
MPL ID Season 11 begins and grab promos are ready to be enjoyed. For no users out there, enjoy a 50% discount at Grab Food to power you up.
Whoa.
There you go. There you go.
He levitated.
Elevated your game with Grab when watching online with the MPL IDX Grab promo code. So you can get also a 90% discount on Grab Bike or Grab Car watching matches offline at where? Menara Kuningan Ballroom Sanctuary. So would you just be interested to download Grab? The answer is you should.
You should. Scan the QR code over below Arashi Hoshi or
for more details.
Arashi Zion.
Earlier.
Arashi Zion.
Rewind.
Is that a thing now?
Arashi Zion. I like it. Arashilian.
Let's not do that. Let's not do that. I tried to mix Rebellion and Arashi.
I tried.
Well, you know, you don't need to try to combine anything or to swap between channels when you have Max Stream, right, Gani?
Also grabbable as well. Max Stream MPL 2023 is also available. So Max Stream, that is an app that combines many OTT channels, so you don't have to switch between apps. Don't miss out on cool and exciting shows. Watch only where? On Max Stream.
What kind of shows, Gani?
You really ask.
There's Love
I just
Coach
showed you last
with
night.
Rachel.
There
There's
you go.
The One Believe. There's
Exactly.
Russia, the Wonder Kid, and Kolak Express.
With Janarko, the Starboard coming out soon, perhaps.
Maybe.
Produced by Gani, executive producer.
Maybe.
ASG.
ASG, let's see. But yeah, Max Stream, grab it. Earlier, the application, grab as well. Both applications grabbable. So now I want to see Game 2.
Grabbable. I just love that we are... I thought it was just a meme at first. He literally...
Wow.
He's putting it in his vocabulary, man. It's a new word in the dictionary. You guys can find it later on.
Exactly.
Props to Gani for making that word for...
It's an urban dictionary now.
Oh, yeah.
It's grabbable.
Grabbable, dude. What does it mean? You can grab things. Anyways, back into the topic here. EVOS needs to grab a victory if they want to stop this from the, from the lose streak. If they want to stop the lose streak from continuing here.
Yeah, the lose streak is the last thing that both these teams want to, prolong, right? Because the longer the game goes, the more difficult things become for them to try and turn things around. If they want to still be the, try and get a chance at being the mid-season champions back-to-back, especially for EVOS, right? Because for Aura, it's already a different situation.
That's an achievement, though.
Yes.
If Aura beat EVOS Legends 2-0, does that wipe the chance of EVOS Legends winning the half-season champion title?
I think it might cut it slimmer,
I think it's done.
It's done?
It might be done.
It might be done.
So it's either Onyx or RQ, or it's just Onyx.
I think it might just be Onyx. But Onyx, RQ, those are the two contenders for now. If EVOS
and
lose.
EVOS, yeah.
If EVOS win and reverse sweep Aura Fire, similarly to how Rebellion Zion, a blue team, reversed the red team in match number 2. I don't know, man.
It was really close to begin with. I believe that to get that position, they had to hope that RRQ and Onyx also lost their next few games. So I think it's going to be a bit of a stretch for them to go for that.
Arashi, remember, EVOS' next game is against Onyx, so they have a say in it.
Oh, all right. We'll see, man.
Spicy. The spices.
The battle of the beasts.
MPL ID Season 11. That 11 stands for spicy. Don't ask me how.
How?
I just said don't.
Arashi.
Listen in,
You can
Arashi.
say it all you
Come
want,
on,
but
man.
you have
Come
to
on now.
explain how that works out, bro.
Well, let's see, right? I mean, again, let's focus on to our second game here, Aura Fire, and as well as EVOS Legends.
You want the fire?
I'm always
Ask for Aura Fire.
Hey, Aura Fire fans.
Right now, the momentum is surely on them, but clear mistakes were made by EVOS Legends, forcing a lot of these crazy picks in the draft. The Kaja pick. We thought it was just going to be Dreams on the Kaja. Then they picked up the Diggy, which was, again, very weird. The Diggy can work. I'm not saying...
I feel like.
Yes,
well,
I agree, but
work,
wait. Ladies and gentlemen, if you guys have your significant other and you guys want to watch MPL, get a discount code. Here it is. You see this couple right here? They definitely used MPL Date. That's the promo code, MPL Date. We are encouraging all you gamers to touch grass and to find women, okay? Find a partner, because here it is. You can utilize it with MPL Date.
Ooh, there you go, MPL Date again. I mean, yeah, getting a date is grabbable, don't you think, Arashi?
Oh, grabbable. Excuse me, Gani. Gotta relax.
Arashi.
Gotta relax, Gani.
Arashi, do you have a date right now?
What do you mean right now?
You know, the man you see on screen has a date. Look, he's having fun with his date
Smiling,
here.
all smiles.
Seems like his date is a bit embarrassed as to what he did earlier, but it's fine, my guy. You are a
chill.
Chad. You are a real Chad.
It's chill, yeah. It's chill.
Well, the audience sure seems very cheerful in this current situation. The audience comment, though, let's go EVOS. You can do it and become the champion again. Hashtag EVOS Roar. A lot of hope here coming in for both these teams. So really shows you again why at one point this was the battle to decide who was the people's champion, right?
Yeah.
People really like supporting both these teams because they do have a very fun playstyle. But finally, we are back in it already, though, through the first batting phase.
Wow, yeah, enough intermezzo. Drafting phase of the second game. Or Fire still with the blue side. Wow, picking up that Fredgen early again. And this was the... Farsa and Claude was the initial guess, right? For the side of EVOS Legends, which they wouldn't pick up. And there you go. Now, it will fall to the hands of EVOS Legends, Farsa and Claude.
Farsa and Claude, so are they just trying to use Aura's weapons against them, kind of? Oh, we'll have to see, man. I mean, it's a tough situation if they want to try and go for something similar. It's a whole bit different playstyle, though.
Kaja,
so
right?
I think that it's quite interesting.
Well, Boots here says that it's going to be tougher for Aura of Fire, but you need to trust the process because they have experiences before. And yeah, Lilia comes through, and as well as Grok. Very, very strong early game. I do understand why Lilia, because take a look at the bans, right? Firemis, Valentina, Yves banned out. All heroes for Facehugger, so they need to secure that hero for Facehugger to have more impact.
Keep in mind, if they're against a Farsa, you need to try and control the waves and shove it to ensure that the Farsa does not become a huge problem that can spill over to the other lanes. That is something that EVOS is very adept at doing, so denying that possibility is going to be very important for Facehugger. And he is also a Farsa player. He will know how to counter this pick efficiently.
Also, why he picked the Lilia? He banned out his own heroes, and EVOS Legends picked the Farsa. So that's it. Lilia, Yi, Valentina, Farsa. That's all we've seen him play for now from Facehugger. EVOS Legends, though, I think Kanja is just the right option to go for here. They ignore the Kanja completely and go for the Kadita instead. Pretty interesting move by EVOS Legends here. No Kanja.
Well, but we do know that Dreams is a very aggressive roam player, though. He even was flickering forwards on the Diggy, so on a Kadita, he can do a lot more work, and given the right situations, Facehugger might not even get a chance to pop the black shoes. Of course, we fully expect him to come into the game with a Purify, but that can still be timed.
Let's see indeed, and take a look at Psychot, the man, the captain himself, has a saying here. EVOS performance is already great. Our performance in Season 11 can even be greater or better. Take a look at the bans now. It's going to be Brody banned out from the White Tiger side, and Aura Fire still similar bans here, and Nikai ban.
I have a very good feeling about
Tell us.
Look what's banned out by EVOS Legends. They pick up the Claude, they ban the Beatrix and the Brody. These are 3 of Kabuki's heroes.
Okay.
If you try to corner a dragon, he'll just be a dragon. That's the Yuzong gold available, and up against a Farsa,
a Claude.
It works. And they can just pick it up here to say, hey, it's just flex, right? It can always go to the XP lane, and they wouldn't know. Maybe Aura Fire can even go for some Cho in the gold lane. They're banning out the Lapu and the Akai, 2 heroes that are pretty good up against that kind of dive. So let's see, EVOS, they read this out, that they pick up the Yuzong before Aura can pick it up for themselves.
On the flip side, though, what will Aura try and get? Because knowing that they want to try and keep the aggression of Aura at bay, they could go for some frontliner will be required here. Someone can stop the majority of Aura's aggression from spilling over to the back lines. But at this point, I'm not sure what could be used, because they still want to have some engage for sure, but they do have the Kadita already.
All I'm seeing for now,
Blue's open, actually.
Blue's open, but I do prefer a Martis, but no, it's gonna be the glue. So a securing hero for the captain himself here. Yeah, Yuzong definitely can be picked up here for, not for Fluffy, actually. Can be picked up for
Yuzong to Rizla, go full dive, man.
My goodness. But then again, Diggy's open though.
Diggy is open, but after that game, I think they're gonna say, you know what?
Don't need
Go for it.
Okay. Let's see. Will it come through? Yuzong and Terizla. Will there be enough damage? Questionable, but I guess that is going to be, just the approach.
You know, they can always also go for Paquito Dairoth.
If they really want to. I'm thinking now they want to try and deny Psychots on the blue any kind of target to try and pressure away. It's going to be a Aerith and a Benedetta, though. Very aggressive, a good AoE, but with a Harith, I think it's going to be a bit difficult unless they really get the mid lane and jungle going.
Well, let's see, right? With an APC here carrying the game, technically two very bursty mages with Lilian as well as a Harith. We'll see how EVOS Legends can respond with this. You know what? I think they should just pick up an assassin here. Ling might work.
You know, aside from Ling, maybe the Hayabusa or the Lancelot tank again. Very good picks up against this kind of composition. Let's see what they go for. And it is an Arlet jungle for EVOS Legends. Wow.
That's interesting. We have not seen the Arlet in the jungle just yet. There's potential though. If he wants to be aggressive early on with this pick, it has a lot of crowd control that can be used to gank very, very efficiently. So Aura now has a bit of danger to be concerned about in the early game for sure.
Yeah, Aura jungler. Debuting in MPL Season 11, but in the MDL, it actually was performed by who? By Ken, and it was a win. So let's see, can he replicate that fact, or will Aura Fire clean sweep the White Tigers here from the 8th place? My goodness, it's gonna be intense, just like Game 1. Land of Dawn, here we go. Aura Fire takes on EVOS Legends. Potentially the last game. Can EVOS Legends force a Game 3, ladies and gentlemen? Let's see. I want to see some support for both teams in the live chat. Let's go.
Let's enter the Land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 2. Aura Fire on the blue side, EVOS Legends on the red side. Both teams already playing a bit aggressive here. Fluffy actually rotating to the mid lane. This is what Aura have been doing the past 2 games. Clearing out mid together and then rotating to XP. Even Facehugger follows.
You know what? Fun fact here. I think this is the least flicker in a game. Only 1 flicker brought. I mean,
wow, you're right.
2 purifies, 3 purifies total, but take a look at top side.
Psychots needs to respect this 2v1, man. He doesn't respect it in time, and it's just going to be a shove here from Aura Fire, who are playing it like this. Hijume dealing out some damage, getting the stun, but not really grabbing anything. But you guys at home can grab food or bike or car with the discount code 90% for your order, grb.to/MPL.
On the topic of the battle spells, considering how game number 1 went, I think there's a lot of emphasis in like how they engage and how they're able to kite to and away from a fight. So having more sprints, more purifies, more petrifies just means that you have more tools available that sometimes might catch your opponent off guard because they can't really time it like an ultimate. So I think it makes sense for both these teams, and Van was still able to get the mutual objective. Like I mentioned, is he still staying on 100%?
He didn't use the retribution, but bot side, Kabuki 2v1. Pops the purify. Goodness me, yeah. I mean, speaking again with the battle spells, right? I just wish didn't bring the flicker. I just wish just no flickers just for the sake of the lulz. But now, 5 seconds to the first neutral objective. Let's see.
I think Psychots on the blue will try and dictate what's going to happen, but against a Lilia and a Benedetta, that's a lot of damage and a lot of punish available as Fluffy goes in.
Uh-oh, Taz here going to be caught. That's going to be the damage coming from Fluffy as that's first blood over to Aura Fire. Psychots now dealing some damage, bringing Fluffy back into the fray right now with the rough waves connecting. Hijume rotating back. Van still sitting at a 100% in neutral objective takes.
Ooh, very, very sharp deja vu perhaps. And what did you see here? How did Aura Fire get that turtle, Arashi?
Just zone the way EVOS Legends as much as possible, and then afterwards, it's pretty simple, right? With the damage coming in from Fluffy and Facehugger, in the early game in particular, you're able to just catch EVOS Legends off guard, and with a man advantage, and without the retribution available because they took out Taz, they just keep going for the turtle and get it virtually uncontested. And now it's back to the laning phase, where Aura Fire, their focus really seems to be just shutting down Facehugger and his roams.
See, again, seems like EVOS Legends, they are slightly behind here. We're talking about gold lead. Aura Fire, though, can they expand That's the question, of course. Now, it's going to be the main focus here. It's going to be the gold laner. Let's see here, what will they brew up from both teams?
Looking at EVOS Legends, you see 2 Avarices and 2 Magic Warships. So there's a lot of DPS that comes unpredictably from the Kadita and the Farsa. So they are expecting a lot of pickoffs to happen. But so far, they have not been able to find those pickoffs due to the purifies that Kabuki as well as Facehugger has been preparing for them. And now Aura will be the ones making the first move. But EVOS, once again, are just a bit too passive. They kite away from that situation.
Oh, Farsa.
Oh, Hijime with the purify is still able to escape. But that's the power of nature and a big smack from High to pick up that kill.
Very good, straightforward. Oh, you need to grab for Dreams. Will pop that pure Petrify.
Ooh, High actually locks them in place here. That might just be good for the side of Aurafire. Dreams getting the passive all the way back up to full HP. Van still chasing. Taz not going to be caught in the final blow. And Aurafire gets it. Van still chasing for Dreams. And he gets the kill. That's 2 for 1.
Wow, Aurafire here. This is what I like. With their momentum from game 1, it's clear that the early game now, they are dictating the game, and it's going to be a second neutral objective clear in this game for Aura.
For EVOS, it's just so tough right now. You can see that Taz is absolutely struggling with the lack of mobility in that Arlott pick. Usually the jungle picks will have a bit of a dash, a bit of escape tool, but not the Arlott. He can only jump onto targets, and even afterwards, his crowd control is also a bit less reliable. So now Psychots going aggressively with the help of Dreams. They're going to go for Fluffy.
Oh, Fluffy with the plays, with the maneuvers, the jukes, getting out of the rough waves combo there. And he just survives. Aurafire still leading with that 1.3k gold lead.
A very good response right now. It's still 2v2, perhaps potentially top side with Van jumping. Oh, yeah, bot side.
Uh-oh, Kabuki pops the pure. Oh, fancy feed, man. Fluffy and Kabuki.
He even feints and pushes Hijime away, thinking that, you know, he was moving forward to try and threaten that he was going to commit onto Hijime. But now let's take a look at the Talon's prediction right here. Only one Aura vote on the English desk. Let's see if that pays out, Gani. Because Ranger Amas himself has switched his vote.
From, okay, Gani. Caster Curse is real. So you should be able to win this one.
Right. In theory, right? Logically speaking.
Pattern-wise, it's when it was one caster who voted the team. They got the dub now, let's see.
Oh, Kabuki. Oh, wow! High cancels out the rough wave! What an outplay! But Taz gets a 4-man in the ultimate with the displacement. Kabuki, what? He's still able to kite away despite EVOS Legends doing all that. Fluffy. And it's still Aurafire with a dog Facehugger now looking for some more. Fluffy! Jumping back in. That's going to be the Petrify. Fluffy not able to find more. But Aurafire will definitely be happy with just a turret take.
Oh my goodness, Aurafire still, technically, they won that trade, right? They got the turret bot side, they almost got a kill, and still just in a very healthy lead. It seems like Psychots, yeah, got out-rotated here by this Fluffy,
Can you even call it a trade? It seems like Aurafire just went for the dominant play, and they're able to get it without losing too much.
Remember,
keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen,
3 EVOS players are in the Indonesian national team. Psychots, Dreams, and Brands. Up against Aurafire, 0-5.
Interesting. Well, let's see if that is how this match plays out. As for Aurafire, the fact that Fluffy now has the Bloodlust Axe will mean that he can be a lot more obnoxious, and it's going to be a bit harder to shut down on top of having a bit more damage. So it's not going to be a full tanky build of Benedetta, but Dreams now stuck in a weird spot behind enemy lines, but Taz is the main target.
He's knocked up and he's going to be comboed down. Taz still able to survive. Whoa, Taz doing the stun, taking the resets, actually surviving for so long, but will be caught in the end. Fluffy now jumping onto Dreams. Dreams able to escape. Aurafire, Fluffy's still looking for Hijime. He's hungry for it, man, but it might just be the mid lane tier 1 here. As Psychot tries his best to maybe clear it out. Jumping back onto his slam. Is playing it pretty well, just waiting. Trying to force that wave to stay in place. Not letting it crash into the turret, and it's well played by Psychots.
Yeah, and it bought enough time for Farsa, for Hijime to come and clear the wave, but another dub for Aurafire. And take a look at the gold lead, almost 3K with that win. Now, mid-side can be vulnerable, but again, a perfect, good defense Top side.
Okay, well played, Kabuki. Did you see that? Wow. Dreams was in the bush. He didn't have the Petrify, but Kabuki with a crazy reaction time.
Wow, EVOS Legends right now are being punished for the lack of mobility. We talked about how in game number 1, their strategy was to outrun, just overrun their opponents, but in this game, it's the exact opposite. Whenever Aurafire wants to commit to a fight, they don't really find a way to get out, and now Fluffy once again outmaneuvers 2 members from EVOS Legends, gets back out. This is a lot of pressure that EVOS Legends really have no answer for.
Yeah, I mean, even though the final blow was cancelled twice, he managed to get away. Another turret take top side, and just slowly but surely here, Mirko, Rashi, Aurafire, they're really dictating the game. Now, if we're talking about really late game, EVOS Legends, they can find the job in the team fight, but take a look at him inside.
High with the wild charge, Taz still able to reset right now, beating Hall on abilities, but High with the cancel with a barrier. Kabuki now with that Zaman Force just going crazy. Did you see that cancel? Beautifully placed by High.
It's perfect timing by High, showing again his knowledge of, I don't know, tempo, of how the flow of the fight is going, and reading out the movements of his opponents. It's working well so far, and with this Lord, Aurafire, they're not stopping anytime soon. Fluffy is still showing no respect at all. Dreams is forced to watch as he takes out the majority of the jungle camps.
Who let Aurafire cook?
No. Ban, my God.
What was that?
What was that, Rashi?
That was you, Connie. What are you talking about?
Mid lane tier 1 taken down. So a lot of structures will be taken down now, it seems like, with this first Lord. Let's see, though. EVOS Legends now behind in equipment. What do you think, Rashi?
Well, Hijime only has a lightning truncheon, so it's not exactly enough to try and deal with the wave clear, especially if the members of Aurafire are just waiting on the sides, trying to punish just like this.
Ban, well played. That's the knockup, but Hijime answers it back with the Purify. Wait, what? That was one basic attack from Kabuki onto Brand. It took him down to a quarter of HP.
Oh, take a look at Kadita.
Oh, that Dreams knocked up. Chain, oh my goodness. You thought Dreams would get the better in the flanking position of Aurafire, but nope. Aurafire says, we have more CC, we'll knock you up. Stay on the diggy.
Stay on the diggy and take a look at the final blow.
That's the Petrify. Taz gonna be knocked down now, but that's gonna be damage coming from Brands with the Blazing Duet. Kabuki still able to sustain for a bit, but will be slain by the turret there. That's a shutdown for Brands. Facehugger gonna be taken low. Facehugger 1 HP, and he will be slain. That's a triple for Brands. He's walking back with BMI, walking High down, but that's the flicker from High. Van walking alone as well. Chased down by Psychots. But that's a 3-for-1. Aura needs to stay calm, stay chill. They're losing their lead here.
I mean, technically, they got to base their bot side, though. Yeah, sure, Aurafire, they lost 3 members. But overall, Rashi, do you think that it was a loss for Aurafire?
Definitely was, man. If you take a look at the fight right here, they were trying so hard to dive and zone away the members of EVOS without recognizing the potential for them to try and dive towards the backline. Instead, Brand's got a fully channeled Blazing Duet right there, and after most of the resources were used to try and zone, they have none to actually participate in the fight. It's a bit of deja vu, weirdly enough, from game number 1, where EVOS Legends lost the mid laner and the gold laner as well. So Aurafire, they're trading on dangerous ground right here. They need to try and maintain that discipline, which was what allowed them to actually turn around the game and get that comeback victory in game number 1.
Brands was so behind, man. So behind, and just like that, he's equal. He's even in gold against Kabuki. That might have just been the biggest blunder here. Aurafire need to stay calm and collected. They need to play it disciplinedly. Brands has hit his power spike now. Dangerous.
He's hit the 2 item power spike, and now I think he's going to get a bit more. We'll have to see if it's going to be defensive items or a bit more damage, because depending on the situation here, he might not have a choice but to actually go Glass Cannon and try and outmaneuver around the members of Aurafire. Right now, though, with the pressure still, with a 4k gold lead and the bottom wave constantly shoving with the help of Fluffy as well, Aurafire has full control, but Hijime strikes back.
Black Shoes, though, Facehugger able to get back to full HP. Taz gonna be zoned away by High as he jumps back in right now. That's an amazing knockup from the side of Taz. That's Brand jumping with a Blazing Duet. It's a disaster for Aura Fire. Like I mentioned, they gave Brands room to play, and you do not do that against Brands.
Aura Fire, they lost their composure, and there you go, EVOS Legends capitalizing on that mistake. Let's see here, 5v3. Is this the right move by Fluffy? Oh my god, the damage. He's low, but take a look at the engage from Ban. Perhaps he wants to steal.
He does want to steal. He's going to be walking up there, but he will not be able to make it in time. Psychots gets him out. And EVOS Legends disengage. Aura Fire left with only a 1,000 gold lead.
Wow. The shoe's on the other foot right here. EVOS are the ones with the Farsa, with the long range. So Aura Fire, they've been on the opposite side of this equation. Will they be able to come up with a solution? Because EVOS, we saw how hard they were struggling against the high ground pressure. With Aura Fire being so melee orientated, we'll have to see as we take a look at the items right here. Facehugger with the double wand and the Enchanted Talisman will be doing a lot of damage, particularly to Psychots. But against the squishier targets, right, he won't have nearly as much burst damage. That role falls onto the shoulders of Kabuki, who already has a full inventory slot, and the Holy Crystal. We saw that one basic attack was able to chunk Brands down to half HP, so he can definitely try and catch EVOS Legends off guard.
With the Oracle as well, right, from Kabuki, it just helps him to add more regeneration shield. So a very, again, crucial item for a Harith here when he pops up that Shaman Forceman. But now it's just a reset here. Oh, take a look at Fluffy backside.
Buying some time right now. Taz with the damage comes back in with Vengeance as well now.
Cancel.
Fluffy gonna be able to escape for now. High now, caught very low. Taz has the final slash. Will not utilize it just yet. Hijume all alone in the midst of Aura Fire. Gets caught. Taz jumping back in. Now with the Vengeance, but now with the final slash as well. Taz gonna be taken down by the Appraisers. Rad Dreams jumps back in. He gets taunted. The Rough Waves is there. The Petrified defensively, but he gets bursted down by the likes of Facehugger. 3 members are down. Brands and Psychots all alone left to defend.
Let's see another engage here.
Brands with the blazing duet now going to be bursted down by Kabuki as he tries to buy in some more time. Now backing off with the BMI. EVOS Legends have defended for now. Fluffy still micromanaging the waves coming in. And it will be the tier 2 down below taken down.
Psychots was able to block the waves, do a bit of damage, stop everyone in their tracks, but that's only for now. Facehugger has completed the Divine Glaive, so any kind of similar attempts will be met with a lot of burst damage that EVOS Legends might not be able to take. Now they have so many more threats to watch out for. The Lilia, Kabuki on the Harith, as well as Fluffy, right? He now has the Hunter Strike as well as a lot more tanky items to try and withstand that burst damage. And in the back line, if he does not get stunned up with a reliable source of crowd control, he can completely shut down any kind of counter offense coming in from EVOS Legends.
Fluffy with the play as well, bot side just to clear, but yeah. Also do note that earlier Facehugger has not completed his Divine Glaive now with that extra magic power. It's gonna be nasty during team fights, during clumped up team fights in particular. EVOS Legends, how will they respond with this 2v1 bot side? Is this the right move?
Oh, that's a lot of damage. Wait.
Wow.
Fluffy might actually be taken down here. Eye for an eye, buying a little bit more time. Fluffy with... Oh my god, Fluffy gets up for a bit, but Brands is chasing him down. That's a kill! Down below. They need to force this right now. Taz or Van. Who will it be? It's gonna be Van, who secures it for Aura Fire. Psychots in the midst of it all. Dream's gonna be forced to back away. Now Kabuki jumps in on his Mount Force and the damage onto Taz. Taz still able to actually sustain, but Kabuki slays Hijume in the back. Taz isolated from the team. Facehugger dodging away from the snare, but that is going to be the final slash, stunning him up one more time. No Vengeance left. Kabuki losing immortality, going to be knocked up as well and slain by Dreams. Aura Fire still looking for the fight, despite having the Lord.
Oh, stellar performance here by both teams, and look, they want more here. Psychots mounting one member.
Jumping onto Van, bring him back. That's the immortality. Popped in, that's the last slash. Van walking back, one more hit, but Brands buys the immortality in time, and EVOS Legends have won the team fight.
Wow, again, stellar performance here. EVOS Legends, even though they lost the Lord, Aura Fire slightly overcommitting that play, Arashi. It might cost them the game.
They just kept going for the fights even though they were separated, and the front line and the back line were not working together in unison. Now with the Lord walking up, EVOS Legends will be able to clear it out, but look at the other side. Fluffy tries to make an attempt to try and take Dreams out. He is making good work right here. Will it be enough?
Dreams seems like trying to run away. Fluffy misreads it. That's the concealed. Dreams gets out.
What a juke! What a juke! Even though a lot of resources were popped, but still, right? I mean, at this point, you go down for 30, it seems like. So, a very, very well spent resources.
Now it's a bit of a complicated situation here. Both teams have equalized on the goal difference. When it comes to objectives, it's not too far different, right? Only several turrets available, except for the bottom turret of Aura Fire taken out by bottom turret of Evo is taken out by Aura Fire. But now it's a matchup between the range and burst damage against the DPS, right? The Farsa against the Lilia. So if the fight gets sporadic and a bit long in the duration, Aura Fire definitely has a bit of an edge, unless, of course, Brands, with the highest damage dealt so far, can decimate the whole team with a single blazing duet.
Yeah, I mean, also on that note, right? I mean, quite surprising, Facehugger quite low in the damage dealt area. Realizing that he has already Divine Glaive, he's a Lilia, but even so, it seems like the damage isn't just coming through for him. So let's see, though, perhaps that should be the reparation here regarding the positioning of Facehugger himself.
Hijime has also finished the Holy Crystal, so the squishier members on the side of Aura Fire need to be a lot more careful. We don't see a lot of Athenas, only an Oracle in the hands of Kabuki. Maybe the ability will carry him, but look at the basic attacks. Brands once again just shows that you cannot let him get close.
You really can't.
Yeah, man, you really can't. I mean, look at that. Just, what, 3 basic attacks, I think, was all he needed to deal that much on Fluffy. Sure, he's not the main frontliner. He built mostly damage, but it's still absolutely insane to be melting someone like that. Van has started the lore, though. Claude is all the way in that top side. Dominant's Eye is being built up by Taz. Claude is still up top. This could be a disaster right now as High jumps in. Taz gonna be knocked out by the wild charge, but the timing is not right. No, Taz gets it! What a retribution! Kabuki falls and Taz goes haywire on the back. Look at that top lane. It's still the Claude. EVOS Legends have gone at 4v5.
Oh my goodness.
A mistake from High. The wild charge not timed well enough with the Lord.
What is going on? Aura Fire, the moment they really needed to end the game with that Lord, Taz jumps in and says no. Now, what do you think about this Lord push and the item change here, Arashi?
With the truncheons being completed for both mid laners, understanding the risk of the dive, Brands with the Has Claws and an Athena trying to withstand the burst damage and sustain back up in the middle of the fight. He wants to stay involved and he does not want to get zoned away. But now with the Lord coming in, it's going to be the range being abused by Hijime once again. This looks like the beginning of the end for Aura Fire.
Let's see if they can defend this right here, right now. Brands gonna be able to take that base turret down. High gonna be melted down by Brands as well. But he decides to go back onto the BMI. Conceal play, Kabuki left all alone, but he dodges away from the breath of the ocean, still keeping the Lord at bay. Meanwhile, Fluffy in the back lines, looking for a flank, just constantly lingering in the flanks to make EVOS Legends think twice before they do anything, before they commit onto anything. For the airstrike gonna be popped there, that's gonna be the pressure fight from Fluffy. Now with the eye for an eye, gets out, stunned up, Immortality, there was the last flash! Fluffy loses Immortality, that's gonna be the backup coming in as Fluffy jumps back out. Now Taz walking back onto High, both teams still able to disengage.
Wow, what a defense by Aura Fire. Sure, they lost 2 base turrets, but EVOS Legends, they are struggling to find, they struggled to find the right opening there. Aura Fire managed to, again, displayed a brilliant defense, but they're maintaining pressure.
Taz with the last slash onto Kabuki. Right now, he pops into the Bond Force, able to sustain for a bit. The Immortality will be popped. Now his Dream jumps into the back line. That's the winner truncheon, bought in time. Kabuki might just be able to survive this right now with the shielding, but that's Hijime who picks up the kill. Psychons and Taz, though, caught under the turret. Taz still able to buy the Immortality in time, and that's going to be Psychons who buys the winner truncheon. That's the winner truncheon by Taz as well. well. The mechanics in display, but Taz will still fall. Fluffy jumping back in. Brad's going to be able to actually lose out on that immortality, but look who's chasing. High with a big smack in the power of nature. That's Brand's down.
I got chills, and now they're still on the manhunt here. Hijume will be safe, and as well as Psychots. But what the heck happened there? Again, Aura Fire manages to defend, and Arashi, what do you see?
So many items, man. What the heck, Arashi?
So many swaps in the middle of that long engagement, and EVOS Legends once again. They have the range advantage. They could have waited and controlled the game, but no. They wanted to go for the determined, for the definite end right there. It did not pay off. Aura Fire somehow kept their members alive. And now with Brands down for 20 seconds, this seems to be an uncontestable lord. Aura Fire will be able to get. And afterwards, we have to see how well EVOS Legends can defend.
I mean,
my God.
Composition-wise, right? Feather Airstrike, Blazing Duet, we got Dreams. I personally feel EVOS Legends might be able to defend this one. Let's see though, execution-wise, right?
They need something surprising from the side of Aura Fire. They cannot allow Hijume and Brands to get their damage out. They must go for a big engage. But keep in mind, having it purifies is also a big factor, as the purple got stolen. And now Aura Fire, they're moving in for the kill. They're corralling EVOS Legends back into their own base. Don't get the end right here. They will still be able to get at least the base towers for sure. They are manipulating the waves as well as possible, trying to use the Lord later on to possibly go for the end.
Conceal up top, that's gonna be the last slash, stunning both of them down. Ban and High, gonna be able to find a wild charge right there. Fluffy jumps in, distracting any members. Kabuki now with his Zaman Force still able to buy some time. Dreams doing the same thing, distracting, and all the Aura Fire members are low! That's another defense for EVOS, and the game keeps on going.
2 members taken down, and it seems like with that being said, EVOS Legends, they will definitely clear the Lord, no problemo. Aura Fire now, they're in the back foot, 3v5, and take a look at the death timers, 40 seconds, that's gonna hurt.
What a match.
Woo! Even the Lord, it's 100 seconds until the next Lord spawns right here, and while waiting for that, it's always a game of cat and mouse. Can EVOS Legends go for the flank? Can Fluffy be annoying enough? Right, the Dreams get spotted, but it won't amount to anything. With 2 members down, Aura Fire will be just waiting around, and EVOS, they opt to just wait for the right opportunity. They are not going to try and force for a fight with the numbers advantage.
Yeah, I mean, no clear objectives right on the board. They are going to wait for that next Lord to spawn here. Conceal play though, front side of Aura Fire. Let's see.
But the airstrike canceling that concealed play. That's the cancel by High, but it's a bit too late. Base turret, final one, taken down in the bottom lane. This will ensure EVOS Legends has more lanes to play with. Aura Fire needs to get one more base turret. Now, it comes down to setup. How they micromanage the waves for that final, maybe final Lord.
How well can they mind game the EXP laners? Once your EXP lane is supposed to go back and forth from the Lord all the way back to the EXP lane, that is a long route where you can just lay down the traps, the assassins, the DPS members, they can just melt down these tankier members.
They lost 300 gold in the Lord power play.
The Lord power play. So, for Aura Fire, they have Fluffy in a more, I don't know, outplay-orientated EXP laner, so they can try and use that to their advantage. But of course, we saw that Brands has no issue just melting him down bit by bit. And in the vision contest, High can try and abuse this vision control, but it won't be at 0 risk. It's anyone's game at this point.
It is anyone's game. I mean, take a look, only one last base turret stands there from side of EVOS Legends, and surely that will be taken down very, very soon, and especially if EVOS Legends makes a mistake. But now take a look at the setup here from Kadira. Will this work?
We're seeing this more and more often right here. 3 members on the Lord, 2 members away from them. Fortunately for Aura Fire, the mid lane is the one with the turret still standing. They can easily rotate to the mid lane, back to the Lord pit. And I think both teams understand that something's off right here. They only see 3 members. Something is not right. And they read each other, I don't know, very carefully, because at any point, one moment will decide the game right here. It's at 27 minutes. Even a single member taken down will be out of the game for about 60 seconds right here. Any mistake was going to be costlier than ever.
It is going to be costly here for the teams that might make the mistake. It's just a reset now, slow paced. Both teams trying to wait out information as well. And take a look at the rotation from side of Aura Fire already entering the Lord's vicinity. And we'll see here, will they commit on towards a fight? Realizing that technically on the map, it's a 5v4. Ira though will move and rotate towards that area as well.
On paper, EVOS Legends, they have a lot more ways to engage, right? They can use Dreams to go in, they can go with Taz, with his signature combos, Psychots sprinting towards the back line. So, Aura Fire, you can see, they're a bit more confused and trying to predict where the assault is going to come from, but no, they go for the top side. Hijime is the main target.
That's the Purify for the Wild Charge Ban with an amazing sandwich maneuver. Hijime going to be slain. That's the immortality. Does Hijime buy the Winter Truncheon? No, he does not. Down the mid lane, you can see Branch trying to buy some more time by clearing out the waves by Psychots, trying to stop Facehugger and Kabuki from recalling. Both of these members are now pinned down up top. Taz looking for the last slash. Kabuki still able to kite away. Psychots brings... Oh, nope. Facehugger actually goes with the Winter Truncheon there. High now, taking a whole lot of damage. The last slash brings them back to the blazing duet. Kabuki still free, hitting onto the Mount Force right now. With Psychots going to be caught all alone. Isolated from the team. Van going to be able to find the taunt right now. Fluffy jumps into the back line, but will be caught in the Petrify. Psychots buys the Winter Truncheon, but Fluffy gets out. It's a 2-4-0. 70 seconds on the death timer.
Oh, that's going to hurt here. 5v3, and take a look at Aura. They're going to commit on towards the Lord, but they need to make sure the mid lane pushes, right? And they need to recall forward now, especially Kabuki and as well as Fluffy. What do you see, Arashi? Can EVOS pull this out?
Well, can EVOS go? If High gets taken out right there, this might be a chance, but no, they get counter-engaged on.
Taz with a vengeance, Brands with the blazing duet. But Facehugger sustains back up. Kabuki in the back line right now. Taz is going to lose his immortality. That's the Winter Truncheon bought in time. Brands dealing damage on killing Van. Now Taz, oh my god! Taz with the play of his life finds the kill, sustains and outplays Aura Fire.
What is going on? What is Taz on right now? 30 minutes into the game officially, and this is EVOS Legends with the win. 50 on Van, 55 on Kabuki. Can they end this?
They have all the tools required. This is a 13-minute game, and EVOS Legends will secure a free Lord with 40 seconds still on the clock for Van to be back in the Land of Dawn. So much time left around. Aura Fire will have to use everything at their disposal. They have to cut the waves. They have to delay as much as possible. Use the barriers. This is the last stand for Aura Fire.
This is going to be potentially, again, the last push. Can Aura Fire defend with 3? Can EVOS Legends push with 5? Let's see.
They're going to hope for a miracle here for the airstrike, and just like that, Facehugger is out of the play. Dreams now jumping back in, Facehugger with the black shoes, buying some time, but that will ultimately be him slain by Dreams. That's a double kill, and that's EVOS Legends securing game 2, equalizing it 1-1.
Saying hello to game 3, ladies and gentlemen, and my goodness, what a match again. It's just a full action-packed match we got here today. 3 matches, and it's just crazy to see EVOS Legends just withstanding, defending most of the game. At the end of the day, it was Aura Fire creating that last crucial mistake.
With 60 seconds somehow on the clock, somehow EVOS were able to turn it around. It's a 13-minute game, boys. That is insane. With the halfway point of MPL ID Season 11 coming soon, it seems like these teams are so eager to just change the course of their run in the season. These two teams do not want to back down, man. All the way down to game number 3. Let's go.
Let's go, indeed. And my goodness, what? I'm still speechless here, Miracle.
It's not much to say,
Crazy.
man. It's 30 minutes, and with the members at advantage, the item switches being used, everything, man, was just pulled in together for the best performance both these teams can possibly create for us today.
What a play. A save by Aura, then a save by Taz. A mistake by Hijime. but the team saves the game. 70 seconds on the death timers, yet EVOS Legends were able to cycle that properly. What a game, what a series this will be. 22 minutes in the first game, I believe, 24 minutes. And here, I believe it went all the way 30 minutes.
Finally, I think this is now officially the longest game
of season 11.
Of season 11. But man, the trend of season 11 just keeps on. It's just, I mean, it's just intensity. It's just so intense. Every game, every match, it's just every game is just like a playoff game.
They're fighting for their lives, it feels like.
God, the back and forth rally, man. It feels like at this point, right, with the conditions so dire, 2 men down, Lord coming in, most teams would be like, all right, it's GG, but no, these two teams, man, they don't want to back, they want to prove who is the people's champions, who is the superior beast among the tiger and the dragon.
And it seems like it's even.
1-1, back to a best of 1. The lead that Aura Fire got in game 1, nope, doesn't matter anymore. It comes down to one last game. Will Aura Fire break their lose streak, or will EVOS Legends break their lose streak?
I don't know, man. This game can go either way. We've seen We've seen the comebacks get comebacked and then get comebacked again. Ask at the desk right now. We're running on pretty close to low, but there is one more game to be done. So we are going straight for it, man.
The adrenaline is pumping, man. Not just for the players, but also for the casters on duty today. What a match, what a game. Arashi, I don't know what you can analyze about a 30-minute game here. Probably all the item changes last minute. So many winners, so many mortalities, bro.
I think you can just speak more about how Facehugger, right? His role in this fight isn't to try and melt down tanks and poke around, it's to completely burst down the priority members from EVOS Legends because of how aggressively they are maneuvering. So going for the glowing wand doesn't really fit well with that win condition. Maybe something like a genius one would really help a bit more. It has more synergy with Kabuki as well. So I think that is something that they can improve on. But at this point, we're just nitpicking because, you know, you can argue with the results. This game was a real back and forth. I don't think any real big mistakes were present in the itemization at all. And even if it was, it would be replaced by the 30-minute mark. And here is the game highlights. Aura's overcommit starts EVOS' epic comeback.
God.
A similar story to how game number 1 went. It just went even longer.
I mean, yeah, Aura Fire, they need to have that composure department intact.
Discipline, man. The discipline.
They need, they are running on momentum. They are running on adrenaline, but also very important, they need to reset. They need to, take a breather. Let's chill. Let's tone the tempo down a bit and just again see the opponent's mistakes. Wait for the opponents to make that mistake and capitalize on it. But let's take a look at the post game here. It's just again a similar trend every time EVOS Legends play.
All right. Brands was behind. Aura literally gave Brands the gold necessary to go even against Kabuki on a silver platter. That's where discipline comes in. Aura just kept fighting. They didn't use their lead, and it ultimately became their downfall, Arashi.
The carry, 236,000.
What the heck, man?
Have we seen a number this large?
No.
Not in a long time, at least. So Brands once again shows his marksman prowess. The sandbag is going to be Van, and unfortunately no longer at 100%, I believe, because Taz was able to get the steal on that Lord as well. The forgotten one is going to be Facehugger, trying his best to provide utility, bait out spells. At the end of the day, it all came down to very select moments, man. You can't even blame the draft at this point because it both worked at its time. As you mentioned, Mirko, the discipline is definitely something that both these teams need to pay attention to in the final game because both these teams were able to get the early momentum going on, get pretty close to getting a decisive win, but then have everything crumble because of a single mistake.
They had an 8,000 gold lead, Gani. They threw it away with that team fight diving in, and this is the chart.
Look at the chart.
6.5k. All right, not 8,000. 6.5k. But that's still a big lead. You gave Brand so much to play with.
I don't know. I don't know about this game, man. I mean, Aura Fire, they should have just, but then again, the high ground composition, Hijume, Brands, and as well as Dreams, it's more than enough to clear the Lord. So they're utilizing it well. Again, composition-wise, the team that drafted Farsa and Claude won in the series.
True, it just gives them a lot more options to try and defend, because the Lilia from Facehugger, as we can see in the final sequence, he was just completely rushed down by all the members of EVOS. They understand that they cannot let him output his damage. Range is definitely a big factor, but the gold chart just shows again that sometimes, even in the latest of games with a Farsa and Claude, if you have the right engage, if you have the right setup, right? We talked about setup, you can still get an advantage. It's just up and down in the gold chart. And soon we might take a look at the highlights. And in a 30-minute game, I wonder how long the highlights are gonna be.
30 minutes.
Also 35 minutes.
35 minutes. Oh man.
35 minutes, because you're gonna pause, Arashi. You're gonna explain.
Is there even time though? Before that though, let's take a look at the MVP by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. His Brands on the clock, 7-1-6. 30-minute game, 1 death on the marksman that has been pressured again and again by the aggressive team composition of Aura. That is performance, man.
The only thing to say after looking at this performance is GG, well played. Well played,
GGWP.
well played. These are the highlights, Arashi. Take us through it.
We begin at 11 minutes here, where Aura
Is it a triple
goes
kill?
in aggressively, and Brands, right, with no threat left from the side of Aura. Everything used to try and zone instead of to try and fight EVOS. They just lost out in that fight, and that just marks the beginning of the comeback. And of course, it doesn't mean that the game is over. There's still moments where Aura were able to turn it around, and it's always during these base takes. Here, EVOS also committed completely to try and end the game, take them out of the long 22-minute game, but instead, they let too many members fall, and they only take Kabuki as an answer. It's just not the ideal result they were looking for. They lost
really
several immortalities, several winters as well. And that is where Aura has a bit more control. But afterwards, there was this really, really chaotic fight with EVOS losing out 2 members originally, and yet somehow they were able to maneuver around all the damage. Taz was able to survive in the midst of all that, and with 2 members down for 70 seconds, it's just no way they were able to defend.
Taz, he was the difference maker in that last play.
Doubt the Arlot.
I mean,
he comes back.
Remember, right?
We did not doubt the Arlot this time. Taz just popped off.
We learned our lesson from match number 2.
Remember, last play, it was Hijume caught early top side, right? The Farsa popped the Purify, still caught Immortal down. But after that, it was just actually Taz with the calculations, understanding this hero, this new hero very, very well, and managed to get almost the triple kill. So
almost.
Very, very close. But my goodness, 1-1. We'll see you. Game 3, Gone Mirko and Arashi will have a small, short break. See ya.
Dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi.
Another 1-1 match we got here for our closing match of the day. Now it's just between EVOS Legends and as well as Aura Fire. The White Tigers still holding that game 2, taking and equalizing, forcing game 3 in the hands of Red Dragons Aura Fire.
In a 30-minute slugfest. That's what happened. It's a slugfest. Arashi, we saw both teams just go full, crazy,
boom, boom, boom.
mechanical. Let's fight. Let's just fight.
We saw pickoffs, we saw full-blown team fights, we saw split pushes, we saw outplays. I mean, everything you would want was in that game. And now the question is, with us being semi-drained as well, you have to start to wonder. These players, they played a 27-minute game in game number 1 and a 30-minute game in game number 2.
So let's go for 50 game 3.
If it goes that long, you have to question the mental strength, right? Can they stay consistent, stay calculated for this long? The pattern is that usually, once you have 2 very long games, the final game becomes very, very swift.
Remember, in the morning, right, in the first match rather, I said I'm ready to cast
11 games.
11 matches. Best of 24, 50s even. And boy, woo, we got it here.
We got it. We got what we wished for.
Right? I mean, let's go. 30-minute game time. And okay, a minute to the draft here. Any expectations from the draft? Should they ban the clock early? Should they ban the fire start in the first phase?
I think stick with both of the draft. Just stay disciplined. My goodness, right? I mean, again, we need to talk about the elephant in the room. 6.5k gold lead. And they give that bounty to Brands. They're like, hey, Brands, you need some gold? Here, have it.
We saw a similar story in the previous game as well, where so the other side, right? It's when EVOS were winning, and yet they gave away the shutdowns for free as well. So that needs to stop happening. Yes, the games are fun. Yes, the games are insane, but if they try and do this against a team that's a bit more disciplined with a lot more calculations, they will not go nearly as far. So this game will really be quite decisive. And I wonder, will knowing that there's been a solid back and forth, will the teams opt to go for something guaranteed in the late game, or are they going to go and try to go all in the early game aggression and try and end it before 10 minutes for a change?
It's a good question. We'll see in the draft, right? It comes down to who holds the early game power and if they are able to utilize that. Because in game number 1, it was actually EVOS who had more early game presence. However, they weren't able to utilize that early game and they brought it, well, Aura were able to force that late game to happen, therefore getting the dub. But in game number 2, completely the opposite, right? Early game pressure went from Aura Fire onto the hands of Aura Fire, and they actually got it. They got it. EVOS, though, they were able to push all the way to 30 minutes.
Keep in mind, game number 1, despite not having all the action in the early game, EVOS were able to actually have a very solid, decisive mid-game using brands on the Brody, but after attempting to end the game too prematurely, they get punished as well. Like we said, a bit of deja vu, but what you can also re-experience is the MPL date promo code from Blee, man. 20% on a minimum of 2 tickets on a purchase and a maximum of 4 tickets to get a total of a 80,000 IDR discount. So redeem only on BleeBlee.com, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, come over and watch all this unfold live.
Date with Arashi. Right, Tom,
why do you keep bringing me into this,
Arashi?
We got everybody here dating, man.
It's time to stop. Arashi is up and available as well. Check his Instagram out, and perhaps you can use the promo code MPL Dates.
With Arashi.
With Arashi, none other.
It works up to 4 tickets, so you can go on a double date, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe with Arashi and Gani.
And
but
Arashi.
Let's take a look at the drafts for game number 3. Back at it again. It's EVOS Legends now.
Okay.
We've taken first pick.
Has the pattern actually
No,
been...
this game, Aura, 2 games, the first 2 games, Aura were first pick.
Right, so the pattern has already been shattered, and now it's going to be a bit of a switch, right? In the game number 2, Aura were the ones on the left. So now EVOS, they have a chance to try and secure something very solid in the early game, but Aura can respond with 2. So they have to try and pick their poison very wisely here.
They need to pick their poison wisely, and it is Frederick banned out, and as well as Fanny for that last ban in the first phase 4, the side of the White Tigers. But Aura Fire here, they are in the hot seat here. What are they going to commit to? The way I see it, they just should ban out the Feramis.
I think banning out the Feramis is a wise option to go for. I mean, again, though, they are going to be leaving the Kaja open for the first pick. That's a pick that I think, well, actually, both teams kind of ignored it completely in game number 2, so it might just be left open again here by Aura Fire. 1-1 Joy. Yeah, why not Feramis?
Well, if they go for the Feramis, that also opens up EVOS to try and go for a glue. It doesn't mean nearly as strong, as decisive so far, so it might not be a bad idea, but they go for the Kadita ban. They really felt bothered by Dreams and his potential to just try and combo the rest of the roster, and maybe they want to have some freedom in picking a different battle spell, because being forced to use a Purify is definitely not a fun decision.
And take a look at the response, right? EVOS Legends saying, yeah, we do not prio the Feramis, we're just gonna opt the Claude instead. Remember, in the series, right, game 1, Claude was in the hands of Kabuki, won that game. Game 2, it was in the hands of Bruns, and they won that game. So it's still 100%, but let's take a look here. Aura Fire, they should pick up the Farsa. And the Yuzong, yeah, Farsa and Yuzong, there you go.
Wow, Farsa Yuzong. This time the Yve isn't banned out though, so we can just see that normal Yve come back for EVOS Legends. It's also a signature pick for Hijime, but he feels like he wants to go for something crazy. He can always just pull off the Kagura once again. He popped off on it, even though they didn't win. It's still them popping off on it.
If they go for the Yve, keep in mind though, the counter essentially has been selected by Aura already. Having the dive potential is going to mean that the Yve will be zoned out from a lot of engagements. But of course, that depends on how the EXP lane plays out. EVOS is willing to try it out against Aura right here. One more pick.
Kaja?
Could be the Kaja if they want to, but I feel like they want a bit more teamfight prowess here, considering the amount of fights that we've been having in the past 2 games.
I think they might just want to stay away from these fights here, but nope, they want to face Aura head-to-head. Fight fire with fire. Wow, Lapu into the Yuzong. Picked up already. Up against the Forza, you need to pick up something like this, right? It's going to be banned out for sure from Aura Fire in the second phase. If you don't pick up an XP laner that can dive into Aura Fire. And knowing Psychots, I don't think we've seen much of his Benedetta in MPL, so it's a good option to go for.
Well, we'll see if the Benedetta is being used by Fluffy as well, because the Yuzong can be flexed technically, but it's going to be a bit bold. They might get the Benedetta in the... I don't think we've seen it in the jungle though, so the Akai will be picked up to try and mitigate some of the dive potential. But of course, on the Claude, it's not nearly as threatening, but the Lapu will have a lot of struggles trying to get to the back line.
So, at the second phase here, it seems like Aura Fire, they will try to limit that option for that jungler, realizing that Akai has been picked. And I do see, right, Aura Fire, they might ban the Diggy last, just to secure that heavy spin in a significant fashion.
The heavy spin.
Yeah, Diggy ban might come through.
Very versatile, right, in how it's used. Especially for Aura Fire. They can use it to try and spread out EVOS for a team fight. They can use it to try and pin someone down. They can use it to protect the Farsa. So adaptability seems to be something that Aura Fire likes to try and play around with. So that's a possibility if they want to try and go full in on that and try and deny the card control immunities. Grok is still on the table though, so if Aura really wants to go in that direction, they can ban that away.
Yeah, but you never really know what Aura Fire are cooking, right?
Yep.
That Yuzong, I smell a flex pick. Even the Akai, I smell a flex pick here.
If there's a time to bring it out, this is it,
This is it, man. Diggy. Just ban out Diggy.
They go for the Grok man here, so they want to face the Diggy head on. That's what they're saying right now. And EVOS Legends will most probably ban out the Brody. That's the other hero. That's the only other hero.
Will they pick up the Diggy themselves?
What?
Will they pick up the Diggy themselves?
They can, technically. They can. They
Is it
definitely
worth
can
it,
pick up the Diggy. But I've never seen high on the Diggy.
True.
We'll see if it actually comes through. Again, it's a question that we are going to be throwing out there.
I mean, if there's a jungle that you can count on to go for those weird picks in the final game of such a competitive match, it's gonna be high. Usually, but you know, exactly.
Ooh,
the Harriet will be banned away though for Evo. So I respect Kabuki's prowess here, already targeting technically 3 heroes towards him. He will have a pick though. It's gonna be the carry.
So carry picked up, and yeah, it seems like they are not going to be afraid of that Diggy here. EVOS Legends, what are they going for now? They need a hero for Dreams, and the jungler, I don't know, not a lot of options here up in the board.
Yeah, I mean, the Martis was banned out. I think Benedetta jungler could definitely work here up against the Akai. It's something we have seen, but maybe if they really want to get creative with it, the Lancelot jungler tank can work. It provides pretty solid dive up against these 2 backline members from the side of Aura Fire.
They can go for that. They can go for something like a Cho as
go
well.
for Arlet again?
Oh, the Arlet, right. Taz was popping up on that, but it's going to be a Lolita. And a surprise Ling.
There you go, the Ling. My goodness, what?
It's going to be weird, man. They're going to be diving in, but Hijume is going to be left behind the back. Obviously, on the Yeve, he still has the option of building in a more defensive fashion with the items, so that might be the flexibility that EVOS is trying to use to get a bit of an edge on the side of Aura Fire.
It has to be Kaja, right, Arashi, by the way?
They need something to suppress, to stop the Ling, lest they want the backline to fall victim again and again. So the Kaja comes to mind, the Cho can still be used as well.
Ruby.
All comes down to their personal preference. Ruby as well could be a choice.
Yeah.
It's gonna be the Kaja though. Oh, it's a tough situation, man. For EVOS in particular though, the Lolita is gonna be so susceptible to just getting dove on, getting bursted down by the members of Aura. But with the Bulwark though, it's a good counter towards the carry damage.
Well, let's see. That is going to be the 10 heroes that are going to be set entering the land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, it's gonna be the last game. Aura Fire 1, EVOS Legends 1. Who will grab that last final game? Remember, both teams on a lose streak. Who will break that trend? Let's see. 10 heroes sent. Land of Dawn. Here we go. Last game of the closing match of Week 3, Day 1, MPL ID Season 11. Let's hear it. Let's get it. Ladies and gentlemen, show your support.
One last time. Both of the compositions set. Aura Fire or EVOS Legends. Welcome to the Land of Dawn for game number 3. 1-1, back to a full best of 1.
This is where it gets a bit sketchy here. The early game can be so much more volatile because there's so much at stake here. Taz, though, on a assassin, he is known to be a huge Fanny player, but on the Ling, he can also be as deadly given the right circumstances. So the backline for Aura Fire needs to be very, very careful.
Let's see, Will, with this, well, a different approach here if you compare it to game 2, right? A lot of flickers now in game 3, so let's see already. Wow, High and Facehugger here, stealing away Lynx's jungle, Lynx's camp. Will that have an effect in the early game? We'll see.
Definitely, right? It kind of stops Taz to get that level 4 early, but if High dies here, might as well be for naught. But yeah, High is able to escape, still has the flicker as well, just pops the regen. Now Brands, though, canceling it out, poking him a bit, but both teams are still just playing it very passively early on.
Aura Fire has a lot more playmaking tools right here. They are in possession of a roaming Farsa, and they also have a very good gank in the form of the Akai. And keep in mind, they still have the Kaja, especially once the level 4 starts rolling around. So EVOS Legends have a bit more damage and mobility. They have to try and make sure that they don't get caught off guard, out of position.
Taz actually went for Demon Slayer on the Ling. Usually when we see Lings, like on Kyrie, he goes for the killing spree, not the Demon Slayer. So he's opting to go for more farm to get more items a bit faster instead of that snowball route where he goes for kills. He's a farming Ling, not a ganking Ling. Psychots, though, maybe a bit of a mistake there, dashing towards the enemy team. Meanwhile, Taz still waiting. Yep, counter jungling again. This is the main way EVOS Legends gets out of the early game. They want to just counter jungle constantly because they know they won't have enough pressure for the neutral objective take, but Psychons is going to be pinned down to the wall. So has the Bravest Fighter still able to sustain for a bit. That's the stun onto Van. That might just be it. Taz rotates back in. The pitch poise, getting him back. Not attempt to blaze, popped in by Taz. Still able to escape for now. Those are fast hands. Taz gets out.
Ooh, what action here already early, and we can see that Aura Fire actually, even though they got the trade, but who do you think they got the turtle? Who do you think has the favor? Who won that trade?
Taz getting the first blood as well as securing the purple buff of his opponent. I think it's a great outcome. But now EVOS trying to get the play onto Fluffy.
Goodness.
It is gonna be a full comment by Psychots, shutting down the Yutong, ensuring that later on the Black Dragon will not soar and take over the game.
Or a signature pick, the Dragon, like you mentioned, Arashi. Meanwhile, you can already see some movements here from the mid lane. But the Ishrak to be popped in, they might actually be able to force that Retribution out. High now backing off. They've got what they needed, but what was that for? Why did they bait the Retribution? I guess it's just to buy a bit more time and to force some resources away because they're not really utilizing it to do anything on the map so far.
So far, you do see that Aura Fire, they like being so aggressive, but they do get kind of stunted against EVOS Legends, who are playing it very, very safe. Even the risky maneuvers, like when Taz went to counter jungle, it's done in relative safety. And now we have a bit of a mismatch here. One member from each desk voting for the other. So it's going to be in English against Indo in the prediction?
No, I voted Aura.
Yeah.
Right, except for you guys.
Are you Eterna? But yeah, game 1, it was Aura Fire alone. Slowly but slowly it develops.
Is that how Eterna does it?
What?
Yaoi?
Yaoi. Interesting there. Well, for Aura though, they have secured a 1k gold lead. So far, the winning lanes definitely have a bit of an impact. We did talk about how Aura Fire used to have this identity, right? Winning in the side lanes and then ganking around, but Taz right here gets jumped on. It seems like they really want him, but he is so slippery on the lane with the Finch Poise as Psychots goes in.
Whoa!
The Black Dragon from his use as well.
The Bravest Fighter as well. That's the flicker out from Facehugger. He's zoned completely away, and that is Van securing the retry on to the Turtle. Taz has used the Retribution, but Aura Fire did not utilize that to push in and invade because EVOS Legends have rotated brands all the way to the mid lane to get more farm.
Wow, what a crazy engage there by both teams, actually, right? Aura Fire, though, with a healthy lead in the early game. As predicted, they might get early, but take a look at this. Claude and Carry. Who scales better here, Rashi?
I think in the pure basic attack situation, I do think the Carry has a lot more to offer, but honestly, against a team that's this squishy, maybe the passive of his kit, the percentage HP damage on the wheels might not be used to its full potential, but on top side, there's going to be Psychos jumped on.
That's a gank, but that's a stun as well. Psychos going to be able to kind of enable Taz for a bit there. Fluffy going to be slain here with the RWM, dealing a lot of damage, and Taz, whoa, he just flew across the place there, all across the board.
Styling around, but the mid lane without Hijumi there will be taken down actually very early on from Aura Fire. That means they have a lot more vision, a lot more control to play around with. And you know what? Hijumi now has the Ice Queen's wand, so he can actually slow down any kind of aggression or even catch members of Aura Fire if they don't respect the potential crowd control, especially if Brands later on makes the corrosion side as well.
Item-wise here, take a look. Fury Hammer already secured for you, Zong. Wow, early Clock of Destiny here for Farstar as well, but take a look at Claude here, on his way very well to Golden Staff. So perhaps after DHS and Golden Staff brands will be activated, and perhaps we can see EVOS Legends be more proactive on the map.
For Hijime though, this is a common theme we see right here. Going for a bit of mana regeneration, but afterwards, without completing the Enchanted Talisman, going straight for the wands. It is pretty efficient, and considering that he has the Mystery Shop, he has to be a bit more careful with his mana expenditure, but if he does that well, he's going to have a lot more impact in the earlier team fights. But with Kabuki building and finishing the Golden Staff, that's a lot of damage. So has Brands though, so it's an even matchup in the gold lane.
Here's a fun fact here.
Okay, what's the fun fact?
Bot side, okay, Taz escapes. Yeah, fun fact. Game 1, I voted for EVOS Legends. Okay. Aura Fire won. Game 2, I voted for Aura Fire. EVOS Legends won.
Who did you vote for now?
Game 3, I voted for EVOS Legends. So,
all right, that's a wrap. No, I'm joking. Anyways, maybe, right? The caster curse is strong with this one right here. ASG in the middle.
Let's see.
But EVOS Legends are looking for that top lane. Fluffy will give it to them, just conceding it because they have found a trade down below. There's no reason for him to force that fight.
Well, both teams are trading out. It seems like EVOS Legends would happily take that trade, but Aura Fire with a gold lead and with what we assume was going to be a roam lead, it seems like they're not actually putting their burst damage to good use.
Oh my god, high with the Flicker Divine Judgment, bringing Psychots back. That's just the frontliner though. Now is the Bravest Fighter used defensively. Kabuki going to be able to sidestep that for a bit. Dreams taken low. Getting run down by Fluffy. One more hit is all he needs, but he will not be able to find it. Meanwhile, in the back line, you see the Blazing New Weapon inside of Braz, zoning everyone away, isolating Fluffy, and taking 1-4-0. Kabuki waiting, forced to flicker out.
Excellent response from EVOS Legends, right? What it was initially EVOS Legends on the back foot with that Flicker Divine Judgment play, but EVOS Legends managed to scrap that one out and take down Fluffy.
They have to pay attention to the counter-engage potential. If they go for Dreams, but they don't secure him instantly, he has a chance to turn around with a Numenon Blast. We take a look at the gold difference right here. Kabuki and Brands. Kabuki is definitely farming much better, but on the flip side, Taz is also farming up a Storm. I do think that if this goes on, though, it's going to be a bit more on the favor of Aura Fire. But of course, with the Blazing Duet and all these big ultimates, the mid-game has a potential for EVOS Legends to try and go crazy before the full late game comes around.
Let's see again, right? Aura Fire, though, still in the lead here. 1,000 gold lead. EVOS Legends concealed play. Will they commit to this? Let's see.
Curry just got the Win of Nature. Facehugger just completed the Lightning Truncheon. These are two pretty big items for this team fight up and coming. Van all alone. baiting out the Lord. Out. This is the first Lord. Not enhanced just yet. Top side, you can already see the split push pressure being placed in. High. Going to be locked down right now. The Dominant Blast is going to be able to connect. That's a stun down onto High. Van now looking for the re-engage as he is going to be able to pin Dreams down. Psychots has fallen, and so has Dreams, but he has the Guardian's Bulwark to buy a little more time. That's a double kill for Kabuki as Brad jumps back in with a blazing duet. Van taking low, but that's going to be the time of the blaze. Taz jumping all across the place just to maneuver back. Doesn't want to commit to a losing fight.
Wow, again, Aura Fire there displayed a perfect execution here. Dreams and Psychots taken down.
Having a tank jungler allows Aura Fire to be a lot more aggressive there, and Van took a lot of damage, but if it was an assassin in the hands of Van, it's gonna be a dead hero instead. So Aura Fire can be a bit more aggressive in the positioning, but now with Hijumi picking up the glowing one, that means that any kind of damage will be accompanied by a percentage HP burn. So now they have to be a bit more careful with where they tread and how much damage they take before a big team fight. You can see that Psychos also has a Bloodless Axe, so he can be a lot more sustainable. But before that even comes into play, Fluffy has already secured the Dominance Eyes to ensure that the healing does get reduced. And now with all those items in the picture, it's going to be a Lord take with Aura Fire having a bit of a lead. They'd still have the Black Dragon form, which is just so impeccable, so important in these situations.
Do note that Flicker and Divine Judgment is in play here in Miracle, but Brands also has that Purify, so Wind of Nature also attack. Let's see.
Divine Judgment and the Flicker onto Dreams. That's Fluffy who picks up the kill. That's one Roamer down. Psychos looking for an opening right now. The BMI gets placed. Brands jumping with the Blazing Duet with the help of his friends. He has the Wind of Nature. He's buying so much time, but it's going to be Kabuki who slays Psychos. Gets out as well. Van securing the Retribution on the Lord. But Taz picks him up, gets out, and that's a 2-for-1, making a 3-for-1 with the Lord.
My goodness, again, Aura Fire. This opening week 3 really changed, right? Van comes in, and it's just clearer. They have a task, they have a ambition in game with Van in the jungler position now. With this Lord, Aura Fire looks to expand on that gold lead.
Speaking of the gold lead, the player gold by UBS Gold, Kabuki is on top right there, and if you look at his items, he did something very, very interesting. He identified that there is a Claude and there is a Ling, and because of that, he just rushed for the Wind of Nature first, and then now, after that big fight, he has just only completed the Demon Hunter Sword. We have a bit of a pause right here, and it seems like there's something going on here.
It seems like so. It seems like so. Rashi, why don't you check that out, right? I mean, you're the analyst, so you need to know and keep us updated. But okay, Aura Fire, healthy lead. They got the Lord. They also low-key won that team fight. EVOS Legends, is this comebackable?
It is definitely still comebackable, for lack of a better term. But man, Braz is just very, Kabuki just very intelligently goes for the Wind of Nature that just allowed him to counter the bulk of the pickup attempt coming at him from that previous team fight. So now, with a bit more of a lead, at 11, it's 11 minutes already? It's been so intense, you don't really feel the time just trickle through, man. It's an equal
I thought it was
6 for
2
6.
minutes game time.
It's 2 minutes.
I thought we just started. I thought we were in the draft.
Oh, there you go. I
We're
can't
not just
be
jumping into the land of God? What's going on
I thought it was still in game 1.
Okay, now that you're
tripping.
Come on, man.
Tripping, God.
Okay, game 3, right? I mean, composition. Oh, I like high on Akaja, right? Up to now?
Right now, he's doing pretty solid,
Pretty
right?
solid,
he is
right?
very, very good on the Kaja so far. Now, again, I think it just comes down to the drafts. They have the Kaja, but they also have the burst to utilize that Kaja with a single target lockdown. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back in the game.
Well, as you mentioned, having the burst damage is definitely a big factor, but it also means that with more items...
Oh my god, Facehugger.
With more items, Dreams will be able to survive a bit longer. Facehugger almost gets taken out, but with that Lord, you're able to get a pretty good lead. But fortunately for Taz, his purple buff is still able to be secured for himself. We all know that a Ling without a purple buff, it's like a car without fuel.
It's like a car without fuel indeed. Also credit to Brands. I think he got the inner turret bot side earlier. With the Lord push, Aura Fire did not manage the wave properly. And take a look at top side as well. Slowly pushing until play.
Hi. Doesn't have to flicker just yet. It's up in 2 seconds. So that conceal play was more just to bait out or to zone them away. But here it is, the conceal play coming in as well from the side of EVOS Legends. Taz getting the vision down onto the Aura Fire members. Just looking at them on the wall.
It's a good back
menacingly.
and forth. But honestly, the longer they keep doing this, the more chance EVOS has to try and snag someone with a bit of a slow from the corrosion side. And the Ice Queen's won. So Orfire needs to be a bit more careful and have plan Bs, right? At this point in time, if they expect that EVOS Legends will allow them to just slip past them again and again, that's just wishful thinking.
Wow, take a look at Farsa here, right? On his way to what? Holy Crystal, there you go. In hand. That's a lot of magic power here from Facehugger.
Defense? What's defense? I don't understand. That's what Facehugger is thinking in his head right now, right?
I don't need it.
He doesn't need it. Despite having Psychots and Taz on the enemy team, doesn't matter. He goes for full damage.
We're talking about how Aura can use the Kaja pick very, very well. They have an Akai and a Yutong as well. So there's a lot of tools for crowd control that he can very easily follow up on. But it only works out well if he can guarantee they get taken out. So going for damage here makes sense. That also means that he cannot be as risky though. He has to stay all the way in the back and still be aware of the fact that Taz could be looking for a pick off there. But with Tai just zoning everyone, he goes for a flicker here.
Brands is able to pop the Wind of Nature in time, but he will be slain. Look at the fade away. That's the true damage from Kabuki's passive. Brands is down, and it is bad timing for EVOS. Great timing for Aura. 3 seconds for the Enhanced Lord.
Can Taz steal this one? It's a 5v4, Rashi. What do you think?
It's going to be very risky. It's possible, but looking at the level, there's no level difference right here. So it is definitely possible, but if Taz is going to make a play here, it's going to be solo. There's no way the rest of the team can follow up on this kind of fight, especially with the engage tools that Orfire has to punish them. So they seem to be trying to attempt to do so still. Maybe they can go for a reset here and buy enough time for Brands to come back in. He is just now respawning.
Orfire, they're looking to grab and gain more ground. Can EVOS Legends respond here? Brands already in the fray.
Let's see what they do right here, right now. Fluffy with Black Dragon form, zoning the members away, zoning Taz away, most importantly, but he is going to be able to find an opening with a Finch Poise. Going to be knocked down to the ground, and that's a free Lord over to Orfire.
Solid execution here, zoning everyone away, and then just for good measure, denying everyone away with the Black Dragon form. They go straight for the jungle though, high, looking for a pickoff. He will not get it, unfortunately. The Magic Sentry will expose every one of them as Taz goes for the split push maneuver. At this point, Hijime also has the Enchanted Talisman, so a lot more spells are being thrown around, but being 3k behind, Orfire can very easily try and bully them into submission here.
Okay, Orfire with this Lord push. They're looking for the end, perhaps. EVOS Legends looking at their composition. They're having an okay draft to defend the high ground, but topside will fall.
That's the Feather Airstrike popped in as well, just to zone EVOS Legends away from the Lord. Base turret number 1 taken down up top. Orfire utilizing it to go for the mid lane. High with a flicker and the Divine Judgment. Vine Tree Fan with a heavy spin. Cancels it out. Now Psychots with the Bravest Fire, but Kabuki's gonna be able to flicker out to safety. 1 HP. That's the Immortality bought in. That's Taz! Absolutely styling in the back line, getting the shutdown. Now, it's Brands who picks up the kill on the Facehugger. It's a brawl, and EVOS Legends have won it.
Oh my goodness, EVOS Legends, not just only they managed to defend that one, but it's actually them securing the war. What happened there, Rashi?
Orfire overstayed, man, and they underestimate the potential for EVOS Legends to chase them. We talked about the slows, we talked about the mobility that Taz has on this Ling. Now, again, he is just so diligent in pressuring the side lanes. This is what you need to do when you have a hero as mobile as this Ling, and he is absolutely slippery, so Hai might want to transition and try to target him instead. But knowing the pick-up game plan coming from both these teams, just look at the amount of Immortals built up so early by Orfire.
Again, a very brilliant display by both teams. Take a look with that exchange, right? Orfire, their gold lead diminished. EVOS Legends, even though they lost the base turret top side. And yeah, it's just a reset again. Same story, similar story from game 1 and 2.
Later on in the late game, I do feel like with a Ling in the picture for EVOS Legends, they can be a bit more dynamic in how they want to approach the fights because there's the flexibility and mobility that Orfire do not have. Right here, they go for the jungle play high, already eyeing out a potential target, but the Feather Airstrike will zone everyone away. Good use of spells coming in from Aura, but the counter coming in from EVOS in the mid side. Not enough to try and take Fluffy down.
Another, again, reset here. Both teams just poking at each other here. Mirko, Rashi looking for the proper opening, perhaps. Why are you laughing, Arashi?
I'm just laughing at such a good game
I know,
here.
me too. I know.
The buff being taken by Kabuki, though.
Already.
Donated. Here's the lead and carry they're looking up to. It's 17 minutes already. There's so much action here. Not fights, technically, but a lot of actions being taken from both these teams to try and secure the slightest of leads in the neutral objective takes. Now with Van and his high neutral objective security and also an Akai, here is a big problem for EVOS, but Aura goes for the concealed play, will not succeed in finding anything. We'll have to see if Dreams try and engage or if he tries and be a counter deterrent for EVOS Legends.
Look at how far they've pulled the Lord. Aura Fire now with a massive advantage when it comes down to map pressure. We'll see if they go for this 50-50 fight once again, or will they stay disciplined this time, utilizing their lead in the mid lane, the bottom lane, slow pushing. They cannot go for overcommitment. This is a 50-50 play up against Taz, who's been popping off. Dreams goes in for the stun in the mid lane, onto Fluffy. Fluffy dealing damage back out to clear out the minion waves in the mid lane. Taz with the Finch Poise has gotten information that the Lord is just at half HP. Aura Fire taking it real slow. Oh, that's high! With a Divine Judgment Flickered combo onto Dreams. Right now, Taz jumping into the back line with the Temp of the Blade. We'll find a Divine Blades as well. Psychos jumps in with Bravest Fighter, but Van is going to be able to disengage with Fluffy, losing his immortality in the midst of it all. Stunned up and taken down. The Evolved Lord finally spawning back in. Dreams with the Numenor Blast! But Kabuki with a win in nature. Facehugger in the back, still free hitting, but here comes Taz! Jumping in onto Van. Facehugger forced to run away, and that is EVOS Legends, who picked up a 2 for 0.
Wow! EVOS Legends again showing the right movements and execution there. They got the Lord and they won the team fight. Well deserved.
What a Numenor Blast and what movement coming in from EVOS Legends there. Aura Fire were fighting in the jungle in the cramped space, and that allows Hijime to just slow everyone down, and they were not where they wanted to be. Unfortunately, it just didn't bode well for them. Taz now has so much of an advantage. The gold lead has flipped over. 3.5k for EVOS Legends, and the win probability is nice for EVOS Legends.
Taz got BOD. He built BOD. Man, he's going for that base damage. Holy moly.
He needs to ensure that the Squishy members, the Farsa and Kabuki on the carry does not get to play the game, man. If you take a look at the damage dealt, this is why the Claude is such a menace here. Just several team fights will allow him to just catch up in the damage dealt right now. And Brands is definitely on the case as EVOS Legends, they are going for the turrets. They're managing the lanes properly, trying to make sure that they get the most out of it. And they need to keep in mind that last time, this is where the blunders start happening, when the base is exposed. So EVOS Legends have to take it quite slow as they're sitting on the highest gold lead they've managed to build up in this game so far.
They have Farsa, they have Yuzong, so their high ground isn't okay. Let's see though. The defense.
Evolved Lord now marching down. That's going to be the RWM locking him in place. And guess who's there? They're going to truncheon by Facehugger, but it's timed perfectly with the Temp of the Blade. That's a killing spree from Hijime. Aura Fire desperately trying to slay the members as Fluffy is able to disengage. My goodness, how did Fluffy survive that? 1 for 1. Only one base turret taken down.
Festival of Blood and Yuzong's passive Arashi. What happened there?
It was a great dive coming in from EVOS Legends, but Aura Fire, they kept their composure to start backing away. And despite losing Facehugger, they allowed Kabuki enough time to just output that damage and zone away, push back the threats from EVOS Legends. Fortunately for EVOS though, they have Dreams with that Bulwark, which negated so much damage coming in from Kabuki. If they want to find success right here, they have to try and find a way to try and deny the same result coming in from this Lolita, because it is a definite counter to the carry, and in the late game, Brands has a lot more damage to speak of, especially because there's nothing blocking the projectiles. And the Lord advantage just shows that they get 4,000 gold earned right here, and 22,000 turret damage. So for EVOS Legends, not bad at all.
Not bad at all. And take a look at the lead, right? EVOS Legends, they just know this is where experience comes into play. They know when they're in the lead, they do not have to go for the gamble plays. They're just, sit back, wait for the Lord, wait for the neutral next objective. And it just shows Aura Fire now, even though they have the better setup. But with the gold here, damage output-wise, EVOS Legends will be greater. So Aura Fire, they need to be careful.
clearing the waves as best as possible as well, but Hai is in a weird spot right here, trying to just scout for information, I believe. But Taz is stuck on the other side of the map, so Aura Fire has a bit of a chance here if they want to try and shred it. They have percentage HP damage, but Dreams will spot that out. Brands is part of the fight already, and Fluffy takes a lot of pressure, and slowly but surely, EVOS Legends is wrestling away the control of the Lord Pit away from Aura Fire.
Slowly but surely. Again, resetting the Lord for EVOS Legends. Meanwhile, you can see Aura Fire already finding more ground in that bottom lane. They are looking for a pick on Taz. That would be the optimal route, as the Lord contest has never been fully for Aura Fire. Despite them having the heavy spin, Taz has always been able to just find an opening, man.
Did Taz just finish a second BOD? I might have missaw that, but if it is, that's a lot of burst
crazy
that Aura Fire needs to be prepared for, lest they forget and activate their Wind of Nature a bit too late. Kabuki understands the threat that EVOS Legends pose towards him, so goes for the Immortal, but Psychos gets jumped on.
For the airstrike as well, that's the Immortality gone, and that's going to be the cancel as well to the Dominant Blast. Real World Ablation popped in onto Kabuki. Taz jumping into the backline, but Wind of Nature is ready for Kabuki as he flickers out to safety. Brands popping back into the BMI. Fluffy rotating back in with a Petrify and the Furious Dive on the two members. Facehugger not able to follow it up, but look at the mid lane. It's wide open for the taking. EVOS Legends, this is poetic. That's what Aura did to them last season. Dreams is going to fall, but in the mid lane, it's going to be Brands and Taz jumping in. Brands still able to defend as Aura Fire defend the split push threat. My goodness.
What is going on? MPL ID Season 11, ladies and gentlemen, and EVOS Legends. They almost got the split push, but basically it's another reset, right? No team attained the Lord, so it's another reset still with EVOS Legends taking the gold lead.
But that's a base turret taken by EVOS Legends though. So they traded a roamer for roamer, and yet they were able to secure a base turret. So the macro gameplay from EVOS Legends is definitely a lot better from Aura Fire, better than Aura Fire. And looking at the items here, it's only one BOD, so I did see
Corrosion Side.
See you wrong, but with the Corrosion Side, that means that he can chase down Kabuki that much more efficiently. And Hijumi has a Brute Force Breastplate for more kiting, more defense. So even if Kabuki is able to get his hands on him, or if Fluffy goes on him, he has a more realistic chance of escaping with his life. So far, it seems like EVOS Legends have everything in Tao, but the late game is here, man. At 25 minutes, everyone has almost full item slots. It's all down to the execution, and you can't help but feel that EVOS Legends are the ones that have been getting the better ones.
Will we see another 30-minute game plus? Let's see, right? I mean, it's...
So far, it's setting up to be a 30-minute game.
It is. EVOS Legends, though, turret-wise, they are leading with two last base turrets here. Aura Fluffy, moving in, not committing, though. Aura Fire, will they commit on towards this Lord? 25,000 HP on this Lord.
I think Taz was about to back away
Hijumi just recalled.
And clear the lane, but Hijumi, as you mentioned, has just recalled. So EVOS Legends, they have a chance here, but Aura Fire spots that opportunity to go for it.
The Petrify, everything used onto Dreams right now as he pops into Godin's Bulwark. Everything. 3 ultimate popped in for Dreams. This might be it for EVOS Legends. They're going to go for a 50-50 play, I believe. Psychos jumps in with the Bravest Spider, trying to zone the other members away right now as he's going to be bolted down. That's the Blazing Duet in the back line. Taking Fluffy's immortality, and Psychos finds a stun onto 3, but Kabuki's right there, melting him down. He's 1 HP. Fan has the heavy spin. The Lord moves out on his immortality. Here it is, 50-50 on the Lord for the airstrike as well. Van, will he do it? The heavy spin, zoning the other members away, but it's Taz who takes it away for EVOS Legends.
The White Tigers again winning that crucial retribution. Aura Fire back, retreating on full defense. Item check here, Rashi. Any changes?
We're at that point where there's always gonna be changes, man. Everyone is adjusting their item builds. Even Psychos was able to survive for so long with the Queen's Wings. We're not even certain if he had it during that fight or after, but now, with the Lord pushing in, with EVOS making the final move, they have the Immortals, they have everything ready, they're gonna go for the victory!
Fluffy and High still down, Van is going to be out, Kabuki loses his immortality, and EVOS Legends have just reverse swept the Indonesian Dragons!
Aura Fire suffering yet another defeat. 0-6 to their record. But my goodness, Van, his impact in the field has shown is evident. 2-1. What a dramatic finish. Once again, the White Tigers too strong for Aura Fire.
It's crazy how this game just evolved to so many different things. Like we said, team fights, pickoffs, split pushes, and even here, kite backs, and just all in gambles and baits. And the final fight, EVOS were going in, they baited the Black Dragon form, and instead of going in like how we usually expect, they just sat around. They just waited for the resources to finish from our fire, and they were able to get a very solid lore take and win off the back of it. That was a slower paced game compared to the first two, but man, was it intense. And every single moment, you can just feel the pressure, feel the tension, and have so many things happening on the map at the same time.
And it was Ling, it was Taz's Ling, taking the Lord in the face of the heavy spin from that Akai. Wow, what a game changer. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to throw to Bude Clarabong Star in a bit. But my God, I'm still absorbing what happened in Game 3. Aura Fire failed to find and squeak their first win in the season. Again, ladies and gentlemen, they are sitting at a 0-6. EVOS Legends, break their record there, their lose streak. So, Bude Clarabong Star and EVOS Legends, please take the stage.
Inilah dia, EVOS Legends. Akhirnya mereka mendapatkan kemenangannya lagi dengan begitu dramatis. Congratulations, tapi sebelum kita ngobrol lebih jauh, Bude kepengen lihat tangannya Tas sih. Tas boleh tunjukin tanganmu nggak sih ke semua orang? Coba lihat-lihat, di zoom bisa, udah kelihatan tuh tangannya digerak-gerakin. Cepet kali ya, super fast hand. Gimana kamu bisa bermain Link dengan begitu bebasnya, padahal lawanmu itu banyak banget counter dari Link, Tas?
Karena pakai Samsung.
Mantap kali ya. Jadi tas gitu ya?
Ya.
Oke, tapi kamu tadi berhadapan juga dengan salah satu jungler baru dari Aura Fire Fan. Gimana akhirnya kamu head to head dengan player baru juga di match ini?
Player barunya Fan ya? Dia kuat sih, kayak ya udah standar MPL juga lah.
Standar MPL, seperti apa sih standar MPL, Tas?
Ya tahu sendiri lah, jago lah pokoknya jago.
Jago, tahu sendirilah ya. Tapi ya akhirnya kita bisa melihat kemenangan dari tim EVOS Legends, tapi lumayan struggling sebenarnya. Ada histori dari Aura dan juga EVOS. Sepertinya sulit sekali ya tadi ya, akhirnya dengan kemenangan 2-1, 30 menit. Kenapa susah banget kayaknya untuk mendapatkan kemenangan ini, Brans?
Menurutku mungkin karena sekarang semua tim MPL udah setara ya, jadi kayak siapa lawan siapa itu udah nggak bisa ditebak. Bahkan tim-tim yang peringkat atas lawan peringkat bawah gitu udah nggak bisa ditebak juga sih. Makanya ya makin seru lah MPL sekarang.
Oke, kalau skillnya berarti udah bisa dibilang sama.
Ya.
Apa yang membedakan tim itu bisa akhirnya ngedapetin kemenangan atau sayangnya tidak bisa?
Yang membedakan mungkin mental, disiplin, komunikasi, lebih ke arah situnya sih.
Mental banyak sebenarnya ya. Jadi nggak cuma pure skill mekanik makro mikro doang ya.
Iya.
Banyak sekali yang harus dibenahi. Dan tentu saja kita melihat di sini EVOS Legends. Nggak cuma EVOS Legends sebenarnya, karena mereka adalah timnas. Congratulations, beberapa player dari EVOS Legends akan mewakili Indonesia. Jangan kabur dong. Ikut senang dong pastinya juga untuk Brans, Dream, Psychos, dan juga ada coach di belakang ya.
Ya.
Apakah ini membawa suatu keuntungan sendiri buat kalian EVOS Legends sebagai timnas juga?
Sebenarnya dibilang keuntungan enggak juga sih, karena kan turnamennya juga masih jauh kan. Jadi kita lebih ke arah fokus di MPL ini dulu lah sebagai tim EVOS kita sendiri.
Fokus dulu. Bentar, kalau ngomongin tentang fokus ya, mungkin Psychons mau jawab ya. Ini kan kita, Psychons, kita ngelihat EVOS Legends punya kesempatan buat jadi half season champion. Season lalu pernah jadi half season champion nih. Apakah di season ini kalian positif bisa ngedapetin itu lagi nggak? Bisa dipucuk loh.
Optimis dan konsisten.
Optimis dan konsisten. Tapi lawan kalian nextnya adalah tim Onyx. Ada kekhawatiran tersendiri kah untuk melawan tim Onyx atau ada yang spesial nih? Buat siapa mungkin player Onyx?
Buat Onyx sih kuat sih. Semua tim yang di MPL ini semua kuat, serius. Gak ada yang bisa dinilai satu sama lain gitu.
Coba bisikin kita dong, apa yang Psychons punya di Onyx gak punya? Psychons punya, kaptennya, wes ya.
Gak ada sih.
Atau mungkin bonding kalian lebih kuat, apa karena kamu punya Hijume dan Dreams?
Amit.
Psychons bingung nih.
Gak berani.
Ya ini mereka lagi diskusi karena nextnya bakal ngelawan yang di pucuk. Yuk bisa yuk. Dreams boleh jawab loh.
Motivasinya, semoga EVOS Fans tetap dukung kita terus dan bisa konsisten lawan Onyx.
Wow, jadi yang dipunya mereka adalah kalian semua EVOS Fans. Jadi penyemangat tentunya. Dan kita ngelihat mereka masih punya kesempatan juga untuk meranjak naik di puncak klasemen. Dan ngelihat dari Hijume kayaknya mau nyapa-nyapa ya. Dari tadi senyum-senyum terus. Hijume, katakan sesuatu untuk Matchbo dan juga Onyx.
Ya makasih lah EVOS Fans yang udah datang hari ini, yang udah support kita sampai malam-malam kayak gini. Gue terima kasih banget lah.
Terima kasih ya. Tapi match kalian untuk Onyx gimana? Ada kata-kata? Lawan Onyx? Untuk lawan Onyx? Semangat!
Ya yang penting semangat aja lah lawan Onyx. Mau siapa lawannya tetap jago semua lah tim MPL.
Jago semua. Sekali lagi ya EVOS Fans, beri tepuk tangan untuk EVOS Legends. Dan game tadi betul-betul kerat banget. Dari game 1, 2, 3 akan langsung di breakdown tentunya oleh analis kita. Silahkan KB.
Wow, another result of 2-1. It seems like, right? EVOS Legends winning.
They fought. That's the championship mentality, right? Even when they were down one game, even though they went all the way 30 minutes, even in the final one, 26 minutes. What an absolutely phenomenal performance by EVOS Legends, showing that they had stronger mental to take it all the way. I cannot believe, I think that's the longest series we've had in Season 11 by far.
I think so, yeah. I think 20 plus first game, 30 second game,
27,
20
28 minutes, yeah, around that.
So a very, very well, week 3. What an opening, right? I mean, GEEK SLATE showing dominance in the first match. Second match, though, Bigetron failed to claim their dub against Rebellion. But in their third match, it was the Blues that prevailed. So EVOS Legends here securing that win, solidifying themselves as well to that upper bracket, half season champion title.
They're getting closer to try and reclaim that back-to-back title for sure. But they have a long way to go, man. There's just so many things in their way. But let's take a look at some of the highlights from that previous game. See here, the early game was just so devastating for the side of Aura. But afterwards, in these neutral objective takes, Taz was somehow able to just be so dynamic, right? Being aggressive, diving in, and also getting out. And even in the base defense, we talked about it again and again. This is where it's most dangerous of both these teams, because once they're at the base, there's so much ground to cover if they're trying to retreat, and Taz is just so slippery, man. He is running circles around the members of Aura, and afterwards, with the right advantages, they keep going for the play here. And this time they're a lot more disciplined. And despite the fact that Aura were able to try and trade some kills back, it was never the critical members. It was never a huge swing in gold afterwards. They maintained that composure, and afterwards they bait Aura again and again into fights that they don't really want to take if they could help it. But EVOS forced them into that position, as you can see right here, and with only a few members left, with still a very significant goal advantage. Unlike in game number 1 and 2, they just end that game decisively. And again, despite just building a steady goal lead, like we can see probably later in the goal chart, that is still a very, very long game. So Aura definitely did not make it easy at all for EVOS to finally come out on top for the result of this match.
I mean, it's clear, right? It was, I guess, high as well, performing very, very steadily in that game. And what I do like is Kabuki still providing that challenge in that gold lane against Brands. I mean, on paper, it should have been easy GG for Brands, right? Very aggressive Kings of Marksmen, but Kabuki giving hell of a fight in this series. But it's just this guy here in Game 3. That's the difference maker.
MVP by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. It's going to be Taz on that lane with 0 deaths, despite all the risky plays he's been making. And he was saying earlier, what makes you so good on that lane? When Bigetron asked him, he said,
Link, guys.
I'm on that Samsung, bro. Let's go.
That's why he's that good. Go
new
get
Samsung
yourselves
Link.
the S23 Series 5G to play like Taz.
Amazing again, performance here with this Ling, the last pick Ling as well, practically right from side of EVOS Legends. Surprising, right? Unexpected. A very good response as well. I mean, take a look. Even remember, Akai, my check. Let's see.
Kelas banget, Puan. Pelan-pelan. Lihat Kagura. Kelas book. Satu-satu dong targetnya. Mati, woi. Ratain semua. Mati nih. Lihat Kagura, lihat mid. Pukulin. Yuk. Kaguranya di gua. Pukul. Kaguranya di gua. Pelan. Jangan. Pan. Aman, udah tarik aja, udah tarik. Lihat Lord. Ada gua dengar, Buk. Aman. Mata di Kagura. Bro, di flicker. Ratain. Fokus, reset lagi ya, boys. Aman, fokusin. Reset lagi, boys. Mantap banget, boys.
Udah ulti ya, Lilian. Defend doang. Atas. Di def. Go pot. Nice. Ini. Lilian. Mati Lilian. Terusin aja. Jalin. Orangin dulu. Dapat gua. Lihat gua.
Nice.
Arite. Winter. Kena.
Nice banget, bro.
Gosok.
Santai.
Aman. Mati. Tor. Nice. Alhamdulillah.
Let go.
Sabar. Breaker kari.
Nice.
Lihat kari. 17-40 ya. Mati. Nice. Tas. Mati. Imo. Naga dulu guys. Goal picker.
Oh iya.
Carry guys. Ajar dulu aja yang ada. Ada gua. Agak mundur. Dah. Lagi. Ujung kalau. Mati akanya. Nice. Imo. Guys, akai guys. Kaca. Mati. Dapat gua. Rem.
Ada wave, bro.
Gold, mati akanya. Let wave. Guys, ini.
Nice.
Again, Taz just
wow, what a
spectacular performance there. Ling against Akai, no problem for Taz.
He's so fast on the Ling. I was questioning it the whole time. It felt like Prime Albert. It looked like Prime Albert. You saw it, man. Taz, my goodness. So fast.
Very fast.
I mean, Aura were waiting for him to try and punish, and even then they were unable to actually catch him mid-skill, Finch poise, whichever. So, just shows again how amazing Taz is and how flexible he is, considering that he's also been known to perform well on those tank fighter utility junglers as well. So EVOS, we see the communications is just pretty chill. Uncharacteristically, we saw Taz get a bit hyped up there. But credit to Aura though. You heard in game number 1, it's all very united. One big voice, it's high on the roam position. And this man has always been a man with a loud voice. And he's always the talkative one as far as I know, right? So him in the role position actually give them so much more direction and so much more coordination. And you can see that in that final fight, the reason Hijime was unable to go for that flank on the Kagura is because Hai was the one constantly saying again and again, watch out for the Kagura, watch, eyes on him again and again. So I think for sure Aura has shown so much more progression, and I think the stats don't really do their performance today justice. Unfortunately, EVOS was just even better than that. So it's the nature of competition, man. Aura has to swallow defeat, but they have shown to a lot of people that, you know, they are not zero-win material.
Yeah, I feel like with there's this main 5 here, right? I feel like that's going to be their main 5 here from now on. High in that roamer position, Fan in that jungler. But take a look at the keys to success here. Taz, they managed to minimize High's impact to set up objectives.
Of course, being disciplined and defensive in your defensive gameplay on the high ground. That win condition and key to success can be applied for both these teams. But again, the cleaner execution belongs to EVOS, and so they come out on top today. That could very easily change by tomorrow, by the next time they meet again with Aura. So it's back to training for both these teams, and today they can go home proud after such a brilliant performance. The fans must be absolutely proud, and the same can be said for Aura as well. There's no way an Aura fan today will be disappointed at that performance, man.
If they keep building with this lineup, if they keep on, you know, developing this lineup instead of changing, I think we can see some crazy results from Aura Fire here. They can pull somewhat of a comeback. Remember, they did lose, but they lost against EVOS Legends. 3rd in the standings. That's top 3. That's still a very impressive feat going 2-1.
Yeah, on that note, right? I mean, Aura Fire, their lose rate will still at a 0-6. Meanwhile, EVOS Legends finally breaking the pattern there. Will only suffer 2 lose streaks against RRQ and Bigetron. But on that note, ladies and gentlemen, if you want more details regarding the standings, it's going to be coming up very soon. What happened there with that win, with 3 matches today in store? Where is Rebellion? Where is Bigetron after that loss? We're about to see very shortly.
There's a rub it in like that, guy. Relax.
That's fine. It was their secondary lineup.
Ooh, okay, all right.
Get King Max in.
Secondary looking weak as well, but okay.
Oh, shots fired, Connie. There's no need to be that direct. But of course, a lot of people are questioning how it's going to go because today has been such a long day. You guys brought up game number 1. It felt like a different day already, to be honest with you. When you said that, I'm like, all right, that happened earlier today.
Rashi is like he's in day 2 already. He's a time traveler.
It's a time traveler, right?
Look at him. He is bamboozled. He doesn't know where he is. He doesn't know if today is what's the day today, Gani?
I think he's at week 6. Are you in the playoffs right now?
The matches are too crazy for me to keep track of time, Marashi. But let's take a look at the season 11 rankings for the MVP. Okay. Brand's topping it again, taking it away from Skylar. But look who's creeping in to the top 5. It's Highs.
Wow. That's a long time since we ever
seen a
Rebellion player in this top 5. But well-deserved Highs earlier today against Bigetron. My goodness. That's just one
fun fact though.
Yeah?
All gold laners and then Kyrie.
And then Kyrie. Yep.
You're right. All goal leaders and then Kyrie.
He really stands out in this current meta because honestly, with all the junglers going for more utility picks, right? That seems to be how the meta's going. It's hard to just crack the top on the jungle role, but Kyrie just somehow makes it work. So this shows again how special this player is. But of course, there's plenty of other players in the scene right now that is just eager to prove that they are just as good.
They are there. Of course, there are a lot. I mean, I feel like Season 11, every game, every match, most matches, very intense.
Yeah,
both
you can see
teams,
that again.
They're just like very try-harding.
What's crazy is it's 3rd place up against 8th. If we
2-1.
If we take a look at a flashback all the way to Season 7 and we see 3rd place go up against 8th,
it's just clear,
it should be 2-0. It should be 12-minute games, but here 3rd up against 8th, 30-minute best of 3 going all full games. That's how close MPL ID has gone. That's how much the teams have improved. And we're seeing this high level of competition already now. And it's going to be crazy. Because the battle for the playoffs, we're already a half season here.
Almost, right? Almost
Just
that
about.
official half season. But Onyx as well, right? They won against Aura, but in a 2-1 fashion. So 1 versus 8, 2-1 fashion. Very intense, very intriguing indeed. So again, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to see the details regarding the standings. What has changed here with EVOS Legends taking the 2-1? Do you think Arashi, EVOS Legends now sits at number 1?
Number 1?
Yeah.
No way,
That's
brother.
That's a bit extra, honestly. But they might just crack the top 4, so that is in line to them replicating their success in the previous season, right? By the halfway point, they were the team on top. Of course, we have to see the results of tomorrow and the day after tomorrow as well in order to confirm if that will be the case. But we're still waiting on that, on those standings, man. Because
no changes. Take a look at your backgrounds now. It seems like the standings here, week 3, day 1, presented by the official tournament phone, Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. GEEK SLATE actually will secure that 5th position.
It's pretty scary for Bigetron Alpha, man. 6th place. They could have secured 4th place, but they didn't. They got 2-1. Reverse Sweeping and Rebellion Zion are on the way to make it a top 3. Do you think? I think Rebellion Zion has what it takes to get there, man. The way they've been performing with Sway Low on his comfort picks, I think Rebellion has the potential to reach new heights here in Season 11.
Take a look, right? 1st, 2nd, it's yellow. 3rd and 4th, blue.
We get it, Gani.
6th, 7th, 8th.
Red, black.
Hint or just a red team here. So the zone, the tiers here. But take a look at tomorrow's schedule here. All 8 teams in the league will fight head-to-head in a Royal Rumble.
Oh, man.
No,
this is going to be
not
crazy.
Royal Rumble.
Bigetron versus GEEK SLATE. The Rebellion up against the Kings. Oh, that's so poetic. Alter Ego versus Aura for the battle of 7th. And Onyx versus EVOS.
Oh, my God.
For perhaps the half-season champion title.
Man, so many things at stake right here. Even though initially it seems like it's going to be the same pattern, the same teams in the top 4, but it shows again the growth of the teams in the MPL. I don't think you can really say with full confidence that there is a weak team in MPL ID Season 11. Every single team is good. Everyone else on top is just so much better.
I agree. And again, we are going to close today very, very soon. So thank you so much for sticking around. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 matches. You accompanied us. Crazy matches, right? 2-0, 2-1, 2-1.
Amazing matches.
Thank you so much. But week 3, it's just been thought. It's just the beginning of week 3. Week 2, well, day 2 will happen tomorrow. Day 3 of MPL will happen the day after. But the day after, so on Monday, we will have MDL, hashtag Esports for everyone. The battle of the playoffs.
It's heating up.
It's heating up. It's getting crazy. So prepare to witness the battle every Monday to Wednesday, 10 a.m. You get up in the morning, just watch, put on the channel.
Literally. You get up in the morning, you hop on, just, whatever social media you're looking at, and you will see MDL live. Gani, Arashi, what a day it's been.
What a day it has been. So we're going to sign off very soon, very shortly, ladies and gentlemen. Gani, Mirkon, as well as Arashi, we want to thank you for sticking around. We're going to be seeing you tomorrow. See you for tomorrow. Stay tuned to MPL. All 8 matches tomorrow. All right. Let's see you. I promise. Signing out. See ya.
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini.